Two flawed teams battling their insecurities in Grenada. Welcome everybody to our coverage of the third day of the third test match between West Indies and England. Nothing to choose between them really. England 204, West Indies 232 for 8. That is a lead of 28 runs. Here's the best of yesterday.
Campbell chops it away behind square on the offside. He's hit that nicely. He's going to get 4.
I'd be worried already if I was Joe Root. I would because there's no spite in the bowling at all.
Well,
Looked
I would
too
say
promising.
England have been distinctly average.
Saqib Mahmood around the wicket, balls cut by Campbell behind square on the offside, and it's racing away for 4. It was kind of you to say that England's bowling has been average.
I could have used some different terms, but I'm conscious that I'm on public radio. Manners.
Here is Saqib Mahmood. Oh, short wide. That's a gift. He's absolutely thrown the kitchen sink at that, as John Campbell.
Just another terrible delivery. I'm going to say I've had enough with mincing my words. It's been really bad. It's been awful from England in the first hour. Oh, that one's gone straight along the ground. Ben Stokes appeals. Brathwaite doesn't even bother to look up. He starts to walk. First time perhaps I've ever seen a batter walk off the field for an LBW, and Ben Stokes has the breakthrough for England.
Mahmood again. That's LBW, is it? That's kept low. Yes, it is. And so Brooks, who looked in good touch, has to go, and that's the beauty of bowling straight. Overton again. Is that a little edge? There's something, a clicky sort of noise. Well, it has definitely hit something.
There's a spike as the ball is on to the glove.
And Joel Wilson overturns his decision. Magnificent bowling from Craig Overton.
Good to hear you, Skip. How are you doing?
And well, it's nice to hear you, Goffey. Anyway, this must be light relief from your day job, is it, at the moment?
Oh, this is happy days. It's like Christmas, this half. Honestly, mate, I couldn't wait to get a car down here this morning. I ran out of the house.
Here's Wokes. No, he does bang that in. Now, what's that hit? They love it. England love it. A glove on it, a wicket. Wokes again now. That is out. Besto takes the catch. Holder is anything but secure. Suddenly West Indies are 5 down, and guess who is the main man? Chris Wokes.
Well bowled, Chris Wokes. Welcome to the party. It's easy, this playing abroad. You don't have to be in England on green seamers.
Grenada's most famous cricketer at the moment would be Andre Fletcher. Do you know what his nickname is?
Fletch.
I thought you'd know that. Could you call this place?
It's a good guess though, that man. I like that. Fletch.
Wokes is in once again, and that one is straight and stayed down, and the finger goes up.
Pitch it up, ball at the stumps, get the batsman wanting to come forward. Thank you, Chris Wokes. Really, really pleased for Chris Wokes. Here is Stokes once again. Chipped up into the air and out. Straight to Saqib Mahmood. West Indies, we've been here before, but the West Indies are in trouble.
Wokes turns, so he stands up with that bat raised, pointing to first or second slip. He goes for the hook shot. It's high in the air. It's a great hit.
Okay, I know you need to go, but just before you do, have you seen any monkeys on the island yet?
No, I haven't.
Your challenge from me is to go and find yourself an agouti.
It sounds like something that should come with a straw and a pink umbrella. Loads of ice.
Joseph goes leg side this time, is inside edge, and I think he's been taken.
In total disbelief with that shot.
80 overs gone, the new ball's available. I suspect England won't take it immediately. Give over, I'll be throwing my shoe at the TV if they don't take it.
Well, some fun moments yesterday for sure. Just a reminder that the difference between the sides now 28. That advantage goes to West Indies with 2 of their first innings wickets in hand. Darren Goff said they'd be knocked over quickly this morning, and England would bat well in their second innings. A positive thought process for Goffey. He thought that Root would make runs, and he thought that England would sort of gather themselves. With us today, Matt Pryor and Jade Dernbach. David Fairclough, I called him the other day, super sub, as he came in for Goffey. Great to have Jade here, and he brought a lot of insight and indeed much credit to our broadcast. So I'm glad that he's back. Gentlemen, let's begin with Goffey's thoughts. Matt, are you of the mind that England are going to have a good day, that they'll sort of gather themselves having worked it out a bit?
Yeah, let's start the day positive, shall we? They're going to knock them over, 2 early wickets, and then battle day, get a good lead, bowl West Indies out and win the test match. That's the way it's going to go, or that's the way we hope it's going to go. Coming back to the real world, the reality is they do need to knock these 2 wickets over very, very quickly, because we've seen getting runs and scoring runs on this surface is difficult. So even a 50-run lead is a lot of runs on this wicket.
Matt, I want to go to Jade, but I'm looking at Matt. Jade, just a thought or two on England's bowling, because we found it very difficult to work out why they bowled poorly with the new ball. First up, and when they used it at the end of the day. When I say poorly, wide with the new ball. But when the ball was old and offering no help at all, they bowled much straighter and more aggressively.
Yeah, it's an interesting conversation piece, only in the sense of, generally speaking, with a new ball, you've got to have everything working really well in terms of action-wise, momentum going down the crease towards the batter, to keep everything straight, to get the late swing, to get the nip off the surface. Now, often, if you've got bowlers who are lacking in confidence or haven't been bowling particularly well, which unfortunately for our England side this tour, that has been the case, often these frailties can show themselves up, more importantly, with the new ball. And I think that's what we've sort of seen. A couple of guys who've been a bit low in confidence, struggling for wickets and played on some fairly flat surfaces, which haven't helped them a lot. And we saw those demons come to haunt us again yesterday, unfortunately.
Okay, and how do you do something about that while you're on the go?
It's difficult to do it in a game, and unfortunately, that's what we're sort of seeing here. As we spoke about there, they came good as the ball got older, which means the actions don't need to necessarily be exactly 100% on point, because the older ball's not swinging as much, so you don't have as much to think about. Now, this is going to be something which they're going to have to look at and work at. The problem as well we had is that there wasn't many days in between test matches. So between Barbados and Grenada, there was only a few days break in between, and they got through a lot of overs, which means, unfortunately, training days in between end up being rest days.
And okay, let's turn to Chris Woakes then, the leader of the attack in the absence of Anderson and Broad, who averages more than 50 when he bowls abroad, and yet 22.6 when he bowls at home, which is even better, funnily enough, than Anderson and Broad. It's a conundrum that we haven't been able to explain. He bowled well with the old ball, but not well with the new ball.
It's got to be a mental blockage. It really has, because you can't be that good in England and then, quite frankly, that bad overseas. Because averaging 56 for a guy who is leading this England attack now is really that's bad numbers. Yesterday, watching him, he just looks so down on form. I think he's lost his action. He's always fighting his action, certainly. I mean, he bowled a couple of balls with the new ball, second new ball, that went so big in-swingers. I mean, we don't see Chris Woakes bowling genuine in-swing. He always takes the ball away from the right-handed batsman. It was like in-swing, all long way down the leg side. And so he is obviously fighting his action. And that probably manifested from the pressure that he's under mentally, being overseas, and also with, look, we can't get away from it. Broad and Anderson not being selected. These younger guys being thrown the ball and saying, right, you lead the attack. That's a lot of pressure on their shoulders anyway. And I think the point that Jade made there about 3 tests back to back is a really, really good point, because you're going into the series with what you have. You're not going to find something mid-series. You're not going to have your training days to work on something in the net, especially for the bowlers. A batter, maybe you can go have some throwdowns, fine. But a bowler, you need your feet up. You're knackered. You're exhausted. Long days as well. The tests have gone 5 days. They've bowled a lot of overs. So, yeah, your training days are rest days. Feet up, lads. So you're going into a test series with what you have. And unfortunately, if what you have isn't great, you're going to have to try and find a way. And I think that's what Woakes is doing right now.
Let's just read you a little bit of Woakes' interview after play. He said, I think in the first hour we probably could have bowled a little bit fuller. We were a little bit short. We could have made the batsmen play more, but at the same time I actually thought when we got the ball in the right areas it didn't seem to offer a lot, certainly not as much as what we saw yesterday. Maybe the roller wore off after an hour, and then once we got the ball in those areas more consistently, we did see it was more difficult to bat. Is that a fair comment, that it was a little easier for batsmen yesterday?
Yeah, it might be, but Goffey picked up on that, because Woakes spoke before the day's play yesterday, and he said, this is a wicket you want to hold length. And Goffey came on straight away and said, I don't like that from Woakes, because he's being safe. They're going to bowl back of a length. They're going to bowl into length rather than full of a length. You've got to bowl fuller on this pitch. And then for Chris Woakes to speak at the back end of the day and go, we probably bowled a bit short, we should have got fuller. He basically said what they were going to do. They did what they said, and then were sort of shocked by it by the end of the day. So that's one point. I think the second one about the wicket, look, we all know it's a new ball wicket. At about 40-45 overs, it does get flatter. The days mirrored them. Day 1 and day 2 pretty much mirrored themselves identically.
I was just wanted to add to that point that Matty makes, and it's so true. It's often batting can seem easier if you're bowling the wrong lengths. If you're bowling back of a length and the player's got time to get back and see the ball and decide where it wants to play, it's going to look a lot easier. Now, we found that throughout this series, bowlers have been too short. It's a safer length to bowl when you feel like you don't want to go for runs. You don't get exposed. By going fuller and putting yourself out there and having the opportunity to take wickets, takes a bit of guts.
Yeah, isn't that it's so fascinating, this, isn't it? So let's take this to one stage further, because the bloke who got the breakthrough was Ben Stokes. Now, he has none of those fears, if you like. He has the ability not to get phased. He seems to know how to handle pressure and indeed respond to it positively. In fact, you might argue that he thrives on it. And when nobody else could find a way to get Craig Brathwaite out, he did, albeit because the ball scuttled through low. But he was bowling full and straight. So he kind of instinctively knows, and he mixed it up with bouncers. We saw a little weakness, for example, in John Campbell there. So he drove that idea of the bouncers. Craig Overton responded very well to him and bowled actually quite impressively in that period where England chose to go with a short attack. And you didn't sort of think much of it would suit Chris Woakes, full and short and mixing it up. And Woakes actually ended up picking up 3 wickets himself. But yet again, it was Stokes who set a style and standard for England. That's a gift. Ben Stokes is something else, isn't he?
He is. He is something else, and he's England's talisman. He's the guy that you throw the ball. He's the guy that you expect to score runs every time he bats. But it can't just be Ben Stokes. It can't just be Joe Root with the bat. Or I mean, look, I'll throw Bairstow in there with the bat as well, because he's playing nicely and scored runs. But with the ball, the whole point of leaving Broad and Anderson at home was to find out what we have, and then you have to be honest about what we have. We've known for a long time Woakes struggles overseas, and he's done nothing but kind of confirm that really over these last 3 tests. Look, there have been featherbed wickets, of course they have, but it's not as if we haven't seen this problem before. Overton, he has done what he does. I remember speaking in the first test when people were sort of complaining, he's bowling 75 miles an hour. Well, that's what he does in county cricket. He bowls 75 to 80 miles an hour, not much quicker than that. But fair play to him. Yesterday, one thing I did like, they went with the short ball theory, and he kept at it. He seems to be able to bowl a decent short ball as well. Goes through with a bit of nip and got the wicket, and it was well deserved. But again, my point is, it can't just be Ben Stokes. This has to be a bowling lineup that works in partnership. Jade will talk about, you can't be one bloke. It's got to be the group of bowlers.
Okay, I want to move on to West Indies batting, because I thought that Joshua De Silva yesterday proved to everybody that with a good method, simple method, decent footwork, play very straight, hang on in there, this is a pitch you can get something from as a batsman.
Yeah, and your point, I take a point in the sense of, we're actually discussing it off air prior to this, is seeing guys getting stuck in when things are not going your way. Can you face enough balls to get yourself through that period then to earn yourself the right to get runs? And what we saw from Joshua De Silva yesterday was exactly that. He's a gutsy cricketer. We saw it in the second test when there was a bit of verbals out there. I actually quite liked it. He stood up to the guys and put his neck on the line and stood up for his team and took his team home, and we saw more of that yesterday, and he got his reward with the 50.
That's a great line of yours, isn't it? You've got to earn the right, Matt.
I was just about to use it again, actually. Yeah, but it's exactly that. He did. And what really struck me was as his innings went on, and certainly towards the end, and actually with the second new ball, he played a few shots where you thought, okay, now I can see a top order batsman. We spoke, and Jared Kimber made the point, is it difficult when you're a top order batsman batting at 7, 8, 9 in a team? And sometimes when you're batting at 8, you bat like a number 8 all of a sudden. When you're batting at 3, well, sometimes you that can help. But he's looked a bit crabby. He's not really moved his feet, but he's fought. He fought really, really hard. He's not given it away. And suddenly, you're one shot away, aren't you? You're one shot away from being back in form, your feet moving well. He played a couple of great shots through straight mid-wicket and looked every part batter.
Good. All right. Thank you. Alzari Joseph made 28 in his partnership with Joshua Da Silva. And then Kemar Roach is unbeaten with 25 from 63 balls. A pretty impressive performance from Roach, who watches the ball closely and plays pretty straight. And this is West Indies' excellent fast bowler, by the way. Their best in the series. Their best probably in the modern era. And when they all gathered this morning at the ground in St George's, Grenada, Samuel Badri managed to get a word with Kemar.
It's different conditions for the batsmen, but I think the more we have it, the more development the guys will get and the better they will get at it. So it's some things to look at in the future and going forward.
A partnership of 55 so far between yourself and Joshua Da Silva, the highest for your team so far, Kemar. Overall lead of 28. I guess the plan is to push on and get as many as you can, because these are crucial runs, aren't they?
Oh, definitely. As you can see, the pitch is playing a little bit up and down. There's still a bit of movement there for the ball, but I think the more runs we get in the first innings is best for us on the third and fourth day of the match. You can see how the pitch will play and see if it gets any more lateral movement or any more up and down movement. So it's very important for us to have a good start in the first hour today and then see how much you can get.
Yeah, 55, that partnership continue to go strong.
Thank you very much.
Okay, well, he's hit the proverbial nail on the head there. You need a first innings lead here because it's unlikely to be any easier when you bat last on this pitch.
Yeah, often we say the runs now can often count as double, certainly on a pitch which is reacting the way it is, with balls keeping low. Keeping the stumps in play can be very difficult to chase on surfaces like this, so they'll have that in mind. Roach is a smart batter, actually, for someone who's so good with the ball. He'll bat for his partner in Da Silva, and they will pile on these runs if they get the opportunity.
What's happened there? Blackwood has shouldered arms, and maybe, I think he might have just got a little edge on that, and Ben Folkes has dropped it behind the stumps.
A simple enough catch for him based on what we've seen from him before, so he's decided to leave, didn't get his bat out of the way in time, and just the bottom edge of the bat and to the right of a diving Ben Folkes.
Roach ball, this delivery is down the leg side, and I think that could be a drop catch. Roach ball down the leg side route, flicked it, it was in and out. That's a chance, so that's a life for Root. Da Silva dropping the ball down the leg side. It was not the easiest of takes, but that should have been gobbled up, and the West Indies should have had their second wicket.
I love it. Wicket-keeping mistakes set to wonderful music. Matt, the wicket-keepers are not having an easy game of it.
No, they're not. They've struggled on these surfaces, and I think there's good reason for it. We talk about the batting a lot, especially when a surface is too paced or keeping low in particular. But that also puts a lot of pressure on the wicket-keepers, because the guys are still bowling the same speed as they would be when you stood 20 yards back, but this time you're only stood 10 yards back. So your reaction time has to be so much, or your reaction time is less, which then puts so much pressure on more pressure on your technique, your posture in particular, and being able to remain low for a longer period of time, but then also being able to move your feet in that low posture position, which is physically very, very demanding. And I think if we think of the Ben Folkes drop in particular, he's he's a natural glove man, isn't he? He's one of those, when the ball goes in, it sort of melts in. You can tell he's from that ilk, but the potential is you then get lazy. And on a surface like this, as a wicket-keeper, you have to be very strong physically in that position, as I say, that low posture position. And the one he dropped, he came up high, got wrong-footed, having to stand a bit closer, reaction time gone, the edge goes down.
Do England have a wicket-keeping guide or coach for him anywhere?
They do. I'm out of touch with who it is exactly. Bruce French was always the sort of main man there, and then I know James Foster has done stuff recently with the team, and I think Foster was actually in Australia with the guys. I don't know who's out there right now, but I assume there will be someone working with Ben Folkes, definitely.
And do you think it's essential to have someone there?
I do, but I would probably say that. I remember having a conversation with Andy Flower before a South Africa tour where he said, Matt, listen, Bruce French isn't coming on this tour. And I said, well, one way or the other he will be, whether I have to pay for him myself, because when I drop Graham Smith on naught and he gets 150, you'll be wondering why we don't have Bruce French there, because the wicketkeeper, everyone talks about the wicketkeeper's role and how important it is, making sure you're taking the catches, important catches. So you therefore have to go, well, hold on, we've got to give that role the priority. You have a spin coach, you have a bowling coach, you have a batting coach. You look at football, you have a goalkeeping coach. Why would you not have a wicket-keeping coach?
Oh, you're an independently minded fellow and a strong-minded one too. So is Paul Collingwood, who's interim coach for England, and Samuel Badri was with him as well.
Paul, it's been a strange old game so far, hasn't it? The top order not getting many runs, the lower order scoring the majority of the runs. Quite interesting.
Yeah, it has been. It just proves that it's a new ball wicket. I think once you get past the kind of 45 over mark, then once the ball gets soft, it's actually proven to be a really good batting wicket. But you know, if you can get through the new ball, you can make runs out there. And as frustrating as it was yesterday, I thought the boys did a fantastic job in you know, reducing the West Indies to a 20 odd run lead at the moment, and you know, going into the last 3 days of the Test match, it's all poised.
Yeah, you mentioned that 28 run lead, still 2 wickets in hand. How far behind are you at the moment, if at all?
Yeah, look, it's fairly obvious that we're slightly behind at the moment, but the characteristics of these wickets in all 3 Test matches have changed day to day. So we'll see what we've got to contend with today, and you know, if we can bat well once we get in, then you know, we hopefully get ahead of the game.
And that's very important. That second innings batting partnerships. Thank you very much, Paul.
And cheers.
Paul Collingwood there. It's my duty as a Tottenham supporter to tell you about My Sporting Life. The award-winning programme returns with Paul Coit speaking to World Cup winner and former Tottenham striker Jurgen Klinsmann about his life and career. That's TalkSport tomorrow at 8 p.m. The Three Lions are back in friendly action later today as England take on Switzerland at Wembley from 5 p.m. You can hear it live on TalkSport with Jim Proudfoot and former internationals Stuart Pearce and Trevor Sinclair. And on Friday we'll have the World Cup draw live from Qatar on Drive Time with Adrian Durham. That's from 4. The players are making their way to the middle. Neil Manthorpe's going to take over commentary with Matt and Jade, and I leave you with this thought, Matt. England don't have a wicket-keeping coach for them in the Caribbean. Over to you, Neil.
Oh, job going, Matt. Lead by 28, as Mark says, West Indies. The players are walking onto the field. 232 for 8. Would you consider it?
Do you not like me being here, Manners?
No, the tour's over almost.
Yeah.
No, but I mean, it is. You make such a good point. I mean, you know, it's. Yeah, I mean, you have batting coaches and bowling coaches because you've got 5 or 6 batters and bowlers, but the wicket-keeping position is extremely important.
It is, and the amazing thing is everyone becomes an expert in wicket keeping, particularly those that have never kept wicket in their life, and suddenly they'll be, and in the dressing room as well. You know, I imagine Paul Collingwood would be going up to Ben Folkes and going, "What do you think, mate? I've seen this," and you'd be like going, "Well, what are you talking about?" Whereas if you have a keeping coach there, you've got one person specifically watching your movements, watching your posture, watching the positions you're getting into, and it is a crucial position. So I'm kind of shocked that no one is there.
Jared Kimber.
I always found it interesting that Alistair Cook and Jimmy Anderson had coaches that they could turn to at any time, and when Johnny Bairstow took over, there wasn't always a permanent wicket-keeping coach, and Moeen Ali, who we knew was in development as a spinner, didn't have a permanent spin bowling coach. It doesn't make any sense that Anderson and Cook have someone to turn to and the others don't. It just comes from the old thinking of cricket, and I think John Buchanan was the first one to bring specialist wicket-keeping coaching in for the IPL. Everyone mocked him. In 5 or 10 years, I think it'll just be a fairly normal part of the game, especially with wicket-keepers not at that level.
Shakib Mahmood, first ball of the day, and a run immediately for Josh De Silva, who props onto the front foot and steers it away behind square on the offside.
It's nice to note, though. I hope that's something that's going to continue there. Mahmood's come in and pitched the ball up with the new ball, attacking the stumps, which we saw from the previous 2 days. That's where the wickets lie. We need to go with these too early here if we're going to have any chance.
233 for 8, lead up to 29. Kemar Roach on strike now. He's done well. He had a bit of luck in the last half an hour of day 2. He played and missed 3 or 4 times, and the ball was very close to his off stump. 2 slips in the gully wait as Shakib Mahmood is up to the crease. That's wide outside the off stump and going further away. The other point, Matt, just you know, we can talk about it during the course of the day, is that a struggling batter has other batters to talk to, and struggling bowlers have other bowlers to talk to. They have each other to turn to. A wicketkeeper doesn't have anybody if there's nobody there who knows how he thinks and feels.
That right there is probably the most pertinent point. Wicket keeping can be the loneliest place on the cricket pitch. You know, you have a bad spell, you take your cap, you go down to third man and have a chill.
Shakib Mahmood in again, wide outside the off stump, left alone.
If you're feeling awful with the bat, you crab around for a bit, you get to 20, 30, fight hard, nick off, go sit in the dressing room. You're away from it. You're away from the intensity, you're away from scrutiny. You drop a catch when you're a wicketkeeper, you are out there for 7 hours, whether you like it or not. And you know what? The ball's coming back to you. It's going to come back to you. And you've got to deal with that, the mental resilience that takes, particularly when you've made a mistake. It's a tough place to be. So to have that support there is a really, really crucial element for a wicketkeeper, absolutely.
2 slips in the gully. Mahmood in once more, played defensively straight back to the bowler, and there's no run.
And I know there'll be people listening going, "Oh, don't be ridiculous. You don't need all the staff that you have there. The England cricket, they're more staff out there than there are players, etc., etc." Imagine Man United didn't have a goalkeeping coach. Imagine a Premiership football team didn't have a goalkeeping coach.
I think they've got 3 actually.
Probably 10.
Yeah.
Because it's that important. And yet with cricket, suddenly it's like, oh no, you don't need all these people. Of course you do.
Here is Mahmood once more up to the crease, bowls another wide one, but this time it induces a drive from Kemar Roach, an optimistic one. Not a bad looking cover drive, but it was too wide for him to actually make contact. Jade Dernbach?
Just wanted to add to that point, I completely agree with Matt and the points you're making. And certainly, surely it's come into their thought process that Ben Stokes is still a relatively young lad coming into the England dressing room. He's going to need support, so he's not going to feel comfortable enough to be talking to the other guys just yet. He doesn't know them. This is a young lad who's coming out on tour. He's going to need an ear to lean on, somebody to talk to, somebody to coach him.
Mahmood in once again, another full wide, tempting delivery, and Roach is into the drive, but again misses it. 233 for 8. You covered, I don't know whether the actual moment during the Ashes, but Joss Butler's tour was deteriorating. There was one point, I think it may have been in the 4th Test match, he's dropped a catch early on, and I swear, I was watching it on television obviously, but the blood drained out of his face. He just looked like the loneliest man in the history of the game. He just wanted the earth to swallow him up. Do you remember that point?
I do, and I remember another point for Joss, which was at Adelaide, where he had that sort of the highs were high and the low. He took spectacular one-handed catches and then dropped goobers, and you're just going. And I looked at him and look, personally, I felt bad for him because I've been there. I'm not going to pretend I haven't. That's why you know it so well, because when you do make that mistake, you want the ground to open up and swallow you up. And it is, as I say, the best way to describe it is it's a very, very lonely place. So to have that support there is a crucial element for a wicketkeeper. And I said it, people say you don't need those staff, and I will answer that with, of course you do. Of course you do if you want the best team in the world. Of course you do if you want the best individuals to be performing at their best more often than not.
Chris Wokes, and another wide delivery outside the off stump. It swung away, but it started too wide, left alone. 233 for 9, lead of 29 West Indies.
All I've been doing now this morning is watching Folks' movements. And they're as bad as his positions are as bad as I've seen him ever. And this is not a criticism. He's obviously fighting something mentally.
Observation, that's all.
And it's exactly. But if I was there now watching, I would be able to say to him, right, buddy, you need to get your chest up. Your chest is getting too low. You're getting in a bad posture position.
Outside the off stump, play and a miss from Josh De Silva. I think he was trying to dab it down to third man, but played and missed.
He's trying to feel in real time what's not right, because he'll be standing there going, something's not right. I don't feel right here, because he's better than this. We all know he is, but he'll be going, what's not right? What's not right? And if you just have that spare set of eyes to come up to you, go, deep breath. You're not suddenly a terrible wicketkeeper. He's still outstanding. All you're doing is your chest is going too low because you're trying to get low because you dropped one yesterday. Use your legs, get your chest up.
Short, pulled away out towards mid-wicket, and there's a chase on for Shakib Mahmood, and in fact it's actually stopped, fielded by Dan Lawrence football style. He was running around from deep mid-wicket, And Saki Mahmood running back from mid-on, and Lawrence didn't fancy the dive because it's a very sandy part of the outfield there. I don't think he fancied the dive into that. Some parts of the outfield are pretty distressed, sort of just inside the boundary, and rather than dive, he kicked it back to Saki Mahmood, and they run through for 3.
It was an interesting piece of fielding, that is for sure. But it's amazing to listen to Matty talk there about Folkesy and where he sees his keeping at the moment, because I'm sure you and I've sat here watching the exact same game. I haven't been able to pick up on any of that.
Wokes in again, bowls outside the off stump, and there's no run. Well, that's exactly illustrates the value of having somebody who does know, because all I can tell listeners is that he's looked scruffy. And he's clanged a few, and he just hasn't looked tidy, and hasn't looked, most of all, comfortable. And I put that down to the low and uneven bounce of the pitch. But that's just a guess, really. Here's Wokes again, bowls another away swinger, starts a bit wide, and is left alone.
Very simply put, when you're under pressure, and we've all been there. Jade will have been there at the top of his mark thinking, oh God, I'm just not feeling it. I've been there stood thinking, please ball don't come to me, I'm just going to punch it. The first thing that happens is you tighten up. And for a wicketkeeper, you need your top half to be really, really loose. Your legs need to be fired. They need to be full of energy and intensity to get you to the ball. But your top half, shoulders, arms need to be really loose. And folks, at the moment, his top half is quite tight.
Full and wide and left alone by Roach, playing inside the line. So that's a really fascinating concept. So you basically need to be a coiled spring from the waist down, and sort of floppy and relaxed from the waist up.
Exactly, and it's your legs that allow you to remain, because if you do the work with your feet, you get there, you can then be relaxed with your top half. It's when your legs don't move, you'll see any keeper that's made a mistake or drops a catch, you'll see that moment where they panic and they throw their hands at the ball. It's almost like, oh God, I'm not there, throw the hands at the ball, everything in your top half is tight, you drop the catch. Whereas if your footwork's good, you get there, it's almost like quick move and then slow with your hands, if that makes any sense whatsoever.
Yeah, I think you describe it very well, actually, which is why you're here. 2 slips in a gully, man out on the hook as well at deep square leg. Saki Mahmood bowling the 3rd over of the day. The West Indies have added 4 runs in the first 2 overs, 236 for 8. And if that lead does get to 50, it'll be quite significant, I fancy. Here's Saki Mahmood, another one short, and another pull shot from Joshua De Silva. This is very good. We're seeing what Matty Pryor describes as Josh De Silva having earned the right in the final session yesterday to play a few shots this morning, and he's looking far more positive, isn't he? I mean, he's actually looking at there haven't been long hops from Saki Mahmood, just short enough to get into position to play that short arm pull, and he's picked up another couple there, and it's just really, really positive batting.
Well, we've been talking about folks who look sort of out of rhythm. De Silva's done the complete opposite. He was looking out of rhythm yesterday. Something's clicked in, and now his movement is good. It's quick. He played that beautiful sort of half pull shot.
England have lost a close fielder now. A low full toss from Mahmood, and it's steered by De Silva out towards second slip. Zach Crawley dives to his right and makes a good stop. But he's played a couple of pull shots now, and already Joe Root's looking to plug that gap. And he's moved the gully. He's got rid of the gully, and he's moved him out onto the onside into a run-saving position. Again, it's illustrative of how important runs are and how important Joe Root thinks they are.
They certainly are important. That is a good point. The only thing I'd suggest is our lengths have been a little bit all over the place this morning with the new ball. We've gone short to a guy who showed us yesterday that he can pull, and he's pretty strong there, but we haven't tried to drag him forward yet.
Punched defensively off the back foot. I do hope a little bit all over the place makes the highlights reel. That's you being honest and polite at the same time.
I didn't know how else to describe it, to be honest. I want to be kind and fair, but this is, I know as a bowler, the second new ball is vitally important, and more so important when you've got a lead which you're trying to keep down to a bare minimum. So the fact that we've come out and not been able to string 2 balls together in the same place is slightly concerning for me right now.
Here's Saki Mahmood again up to the crease now, bowls, and nudged nicely off his pads by Josh De Silva. Gosh, he's He's looking as efficient this morning as he was inefficient for the first hour of his innings. Everything's hit in the middle of the bat. And he picks up another single and moves on to a very impressive 61, highest score of the match so far. I mean, when we translate the lead into overs based on the average scoring rate of the match so far, this is 15 overs that England already have to bat. If we go by the overall scoring rate of 2.2 and over, it might be quicker. It could be quicker than that. Obviously, England were very slow in their first innings. Here's Saqib Mahmood again, keeps very low outside the off stump, left alone by Roach, who's 25 not out. Josh De Silva 61.
Good point, Manners. And also, if we look at it with regards to everyone saying this is a new ball wicket, 40 overs is when you're at your most dangerous as a bowler and when it's at its most dangerous for a batsman. And if you're using most of that 40 overs up just to get level, you're in trouble, aren't you? England, that's one thing that England will be thinking about is if we're 5 down just to get level. So what we at? You're saying 15 overs is going to take them now? We're chewing it. We're eating a long way into that new ball.
Saqib Mahmood in slightly leg side, nudged away by Roach, possibly off the thigh pad, but it's a run anyway down towards short fine leg. End of the over, 89 gone in the innings, 240 for 8. Jared Kimber.
It's not actually been a new ball wicket. No one has taken wickets with the new ball in this game in either of the first innings or with the second new ball. It's that period between 15 and 40 when it suddenly becomes weird. I don't understand why all the inconsistent bounces coming when the ball is softer, but that seems to be the point when the ball starts doing more laterally and also up and down. So we're getting closer to that point where, for whatever reason, on this weird wicket, and I tried to work it out last night and worked out at the end, if it sprung mushrooms, I wouldn't be able to work out what's going on this pitch. It's so weird, but that's the pattern so far.
Well, people would say the roll is worn off, and that's why it's suddenly.
But it did it with the second new ball as well.
Can someone explain to me the roller wearing off?
Yeah. Eventually the grass grows again.
Does it take that
springs
short
back
time?
up, stretches the grass?
Here is Chris Wokes again, and that's driven up towards mid-off Ben Stokes fields. Actually, Jade, let's talk about the ball a little bit, because there was a lot of excitement and anticipation before the tour started about the fact that Duke's balls were being used in this series. Duke's balls made in the Caribbean, and there has been some discussion in the Caribbean that perhaps they haven't quite mastered the technique of hand stitching yet, and they have gone very soft very quickly. That was also suggested that the pitches are more abrasive than usual, and forward comes Roach pushing out towards cover, Leach fields, and there's no run. But we were all assuming I was that a Duke's ball is a Duke's ball, but it's not.
No, it's certainly not. And yes, credit where credit's due in the sense of a ball is a massive factor for bowlers or both teams, but both teams have to use the same ball. There's no doubt about that. The other thing you can't change, regardless of ball and how soft it gets, is the ability to put the ball in an area which is going to get you wickets. So lacking that ability or not being able to produce that often enough is not the ball's fault, unfortunately.
Wokes in at the thigh pad and tucked away by Roach. Yeah, nobody has wanted more than me to say that Wokes has been unlucky, and that he's beaten the bat and the ball's been in good areas and he just hasn't got the returns that he deserves. But he's the general view is that he has never bowled poorer than he has on this tour.
Could I pose a question to you both? Wokes is currently 3 for 51 of 21.3 overs. He could clean up these next 2 wickets and we get off the pitch and we have a bat. Does that make up for the tour to date? Does that make him pickable again overseas?
I'm certainly not going to venture an answer. I'll leave that to Matt Pryor. Driven down the ground now as Wokes pitches it up, attacks the stumps, and Josh De Silva just goes from strength to strength. 65 now. That just classic. I mean, he's an orthodox batsman, more so against seam than spin. But that's just it was a long half volley, to be fair.
So it is a wonderful shot, and Josh De Silva is certainly moving very well. But I think he may have just answered Jade Dernbach's question for us as well.
Do you know, There is an old saying, isn't there? There's no such thing as a bad fifer, and no such thing as a bad 100 at Test match level. Here is Wokes once again, and pushed up towards mid-off. I don't know, but I won't comment on the bowling. I mean, I think that there's a fortunate fifer. I think Don Best got one in Sri Lanka a couple of years ago, and I think
that was a beauty, wasn't it?
4 of his 5 wickets were with awful deliveries.
That was a belter. I don't think Wokesy's would be if he got 5. It doesn't come close to that.
No.
But look, let's just come back to today. I think Chris Wokes has put 1 delivery in the right spot so far.
That's
there you go, 2.
Full on off stump. There's nothing wrong with that. Pushed up towards mid-on, fielded by Saqib Mahmood, and 245 for 8. Jay Debenbach, did you ever walk off the cricket field with 5 wickets to your name and thinking, that was a bit ropey? Got lucky there.
Just say never.
No. The thing is, I don't think I took all that many in a career. I took a lot of 4-fers, but not loads of 5-fers. But I'm thinking that there's never been a time where I've gone, oh wow, do you know what? I've been in a honking state of form, and all of a sudden 5 wickets come along, and now I'm okay again. I never found it work like that. It was more of a kind of consistent basis where you had to work hard. You got your 1 wicket, then it maybe went to a 3-for.
Saqib Mahmood, that's quick and back of a length outside the off stump. Roach sways out of the way of it. She plays it very well. 245 for 8. Lead of 41 now.
But what we have had the opportunity for in this Test series certainly is the guys to have a lot of overs to bowl. So the opportunity to keep bowling 6 deliveries to get an opportunity to get a wicket, and here we are again. Wokesy's into the mid-20s with his overs, so he's getting an opportunity to take wickets and hopefully try and get his game to where he wants it to be. But unfortunately, we're seeing a lot of the same stuff we've seen throughout the series.
Mahmood in once more, very wide outside the off stump. Roach fancied a bit of it, launched into a cover drive but couldn't reach it, very wide. 245 for 8.
I'd love to see a pitch map of England's bowling this morning so far. I mean, it has been
a little bit all over the place.
Well, I honestly think Chris Wokes has put 2 balls in the right area. How many balls has he bowled so far this morning? Where's Kimber? Where's our mathematician?
3 overs.
Quick.
18.
2 balls he's put in the right spot. Saqib Mahmood is bowling short, full tosses, bounces, wide balls.
That's a long way outside the off stump again. Keeps very low, but this time Roach leaves it alone.
Mark Nicholas asked me yesterday, as a wicketkeeper, what are you looking for from your bowlers? And the first thing you're looking for is being able to execute the plan and having the skill to consistently deliver their best delivery, whatever that may be for the given surface. We've worked this out. New ball, really important. You have to bowl full of a length, straight at the stumps. Let's not go away from top of off too often, with the occasional bouncer. England's bowlers can't do that consistently.
Saqib Mahmood once again to the 91st over the innings now, and that's just outside the off stump. A little nervous prod at it from Kemar Roach. Again, it keeps very low. We are seeing, and we expected to see, more and more low bounce as the Test match goes on, but it's outside the off stump at the moment. It's harmless, isn't it?
Well, this is the problem. All the things we spoke about, and you can bet your bottom dollar England have got an analysis person with them. They would have gone through the statistics and know exactly what they need to do on this surface. They would have had a bowling meeting, numerous bowling meetings. Now then, to have those meetings and come out and produce something completely different says only one thing: you can't deliver what is being asked of you, which is a skill. That's a problem.
2 slips and a gully here is Saqib Mahmood, and it's a low full toss. He's looking for the Yorker perhaps, but it's shin high full toss, and it's easily defended by Roach, who knocks it out towards mid-on. There was a long period yesterday with at the beginning of the West Indies innings with the new ball. England were very poor in the first hour, and Joe Root stood at first slip almost motionless. Fortunately, he's got those oversized sunglasses. Maybe that's not an accident to disguise his emotions, but he just, he looked helpless, and he is. What can he do? I mean, it's just, there's no point saying to the bowlers, I thought we discussed this. I thought you discussed this. I thought you had a plan. Down the leg side, and appeal. He's caught. He's strangled down the leg side. Completely unexpected. Saqib Mahmood gets a bit of luck. In at the body, and Roach trying to fend it off. Leg glance at the same time from about thigh pad height. And Ben Foakes hangs on to it. And England have the breakthrough. Not perhaps what they were planning, but it doesn't matter. It's a wicket.
Well, Manners, three this innings, caught down the leg side. So this is obviously the plan that we're not seeing. England bowling for caught down the leg side. Another one. Kemar Roach goes for 25. Very well played and valuable 25 for West Indies off 82 deliveries. West Indies now lead by 41 to 45 for 9.
And for the next 20 minutes to see them off, to take the last wicket, here's Mark Nicholas.
Thanks, Neil. What a relief for Joe Root and for all England fans, because there was no promise in the previous 20 minutes. Matt, just picking up on your point there, the down the leg side catches usually come from either real pace on a quick pitch or uneven bounce. And you miss time playing at the ball as it runs past you. You're not meeting the ball with the blade, it's running past you and you're trying to go with it, aren't you? And I can only assume that the uneven pace and bounce in the pitch is why we're getting so many leg side catches.
Yeah, it must be. The wicket yesterday, I forget, I think it was Blackwood, wasn't it? That was a genuine plan. Overton got him. You could see there was short ball theory round the wicket with the angle. But as we see the replay here, this is just... It's the uneven bounce that's done for the batsman, but again, the accuracy, that delivery actually is too straight and should have been worked down to fine leg, you'd assume, for one, or even a boundary if you get enough on it. But all Roach has been able to do is get a really skinny edge. I mean, it came off the bat. Sometimes you think, is it thigh pad, is it glove? It came straight off the bat.
You'd be very happy with Ben Foakes there. That was a good catch. We'll come back to that in a second. Here's Woakes again. Played down off an inside edge, one of the few times that De Silva was caught betwixt and between with his footwork and therefore with his hands and bat as well. It was all a bit of a mess, but he's got enough edge on it down to his feet and he survives. He's unbeaten with 65. The score 245 for 9. Jayden Seales has come in but is yet to face a ball, and as I say, that was a pretty good catch, huh?
Yeah, nice catch. Yeah, again, good footwork. If you can get your feet going, you can cover the ground, get two hands to it. And he made fine work of that.
And now De Silva's beaten, and it goes through to Foakes on the half volley, and he tries to get something behind it. It ricochets probably off his legs, I think, away about 5 yards to his left side.
It's the one wicketkeepers don't often want to use your pads, but every now and again that's necessary. Yeah, that one dips horribly. We're just seeing deliveries this morning on the screen, and it is everywhere.
Well, it's quite right. Television has just put up a pitch map of where the balls, wait a minute, as Woakes bowls, and a slog there from, great stop indeed. Wow, a hard pull shot from De Silva, who's decided that this is no time to be blocking, and Crawley's done really well at mid-wicket.
Yeah, just taking that point up again, Mark, we have just seen a picture of where the ball has been put this morning, and it is scattergun to say the least.
Well done. What a good phrase. Jared.
We've got two. Cricketers sent us another one to go with the TV one of where the ball's bounced as well. I'm not sure they've found any length at all that they've liked. There's been 2 full tosses, there's been a bunch of short balls, and they've been just everywhere.
Woakes. Oh, well bowled. That was clever. He took all the pace off it, got it to swing a bit off a full length. That was a really good ball, and it forced a little bit of indecision, a little leading edge back to the bowler, but not for a catch by De Silva.
Do you remember when Michael Vaughan did artwork by dipping cricket balls in paint and throwing them at a canvas? Pretty much what their pitch mat looks like.
Except the balls are blue and they don't have explosions of paint coming off them.
Except for that.
That's LBW, I reckon. Yep. Well done, Chris Woakes. Full and straight. It's going to be reviewed by De Silva because he thinks he's outside. Oh, he thinks he hit it. Okay, that could well be, actually. Just the way he ran for the single, he might well have hit that.
Leslie to Mark,
I think he's in front of the stumps.
LBW. The original decision is out.
It did sound like there was a couple of noises, didn't
It's a
there?
fair delivery. Can you move on to front on, please? Yeah, the ball is quite close to the bat. It doesn't appear to be any bat. I'm going to need ultra edge to confirm. So we had an ultra edge. Yeah, there's a spike as the ball is resting on the bat. Mark, I'm ready to go back on field to Joel. Joel, I'm going to have to ask you to overturn the decision to not out. You're on screen now. Signal.
Yeah, well, he did hit it. At least that's what the system says. I'm constantly confused by those spikes. Why would a thin edge like that bring lots of spikes, a lot of movement on the graph? It has to be the studs in the ground as well creating the noise, because it's a sound-based principle upon which it works.
I definitely do not have the answer for that.
No,
but what I would say is, you know, watching the batsmen, if they react very quickly, he was straight up, wasn't he, De Silva, saying, no, I've hit it, so he would know.
Yeah, fair enough. But it was a good bit of bowling from Wokes, really good actually. In fact, a couple of good balls, 3 pretty good balls in a row here. The last ball of the over now. De Silva still on strike, of course. And again, well bowled. So interesting how Wokes is reacting to De Silva. That ball is full, swings a bit, and he hits it straight to mid-wicket. 245 for 9, no run coming from it. It means that the next bowler gets a chance at Jayden Seales. But quite interesting that there are 4 balls there where Wokes is alert to the fact that De Silva's trying to take him on. He's not blocking him, he's taking him on. And he bowls them all straight, and 3 of them very full.
Very strange that, yes, resorting to one-day skills he had, they bowled a very nice slow ball. But that could also be the case of it's given him something extra to think about besides his action. Bowlers are the same in batters in that sense. You don't want a batter thinking about where are my feet moving. You want them thinking, watch the ball. That's all you want. It's the same as a bowler.
He's good, this Jade Dernbach. We like a bit of Dernbach. Very good.
It's a very good point.
Isn't it ever? The lead is 41, so that's a good advantage on this surface. England finish it off now. I'll venture that they would have settled for it at the start. If having got themselves to 204, I think, and as said, if they'd been offered, you'll bowl them out for 245, I think they'd have said, we'll take it. They wouldn't have bitten your hand off for it, but I think they'd have taken it. Jayden Seales on strike with 2 slips, a gully, and everybody else except long leg saving a single. Mahmood. It's a good ball just outside off stump, taken very low again by Ben Foakes. He must be sick of those balls coming through at ankle height, or some indeed not even getting to him and bouncing first. He's a sort of calm character though, Ben Foakes. I feel that his temperament is good for the job.
He is, and that comes through having ability, being very good, being told you're good for a long time, and he's getting his opportunity now on the international stage. But as Maddie can, I'm sure, attest to, international cricket is a whole different kind of pressure.
Yes, yeah, that's very true. That's straight from Mahmood. It's pushed to mid-wicket for no run by Jayden Seales off the back foot. That's right, isn't it? It's something that hit me very hard when I started in this business. How much spotlight there is on international players and how it follows them every step of the way.
It's really the main difference. The game of cricket doesn't change. There's a bat, there's a ball, the bowler's got to get you out, the batsman's got to score runs, but it's the sort of off-field pressures, the external pressures. You turn up at the ground, there are 26 cameras looking at you. There's a press box, that's full.
Oh, that's a great delivery. Oof. It's a quick short ball that also curves back at Jayden Seales after it pitches, and it took great alertness and speed of reaction for him to sway backwards and get out of the way of it.
Oh, that's a beauty, isn't it? That's a beauty. It's very well played. Say very well played by Seales, because that was on the badge. Sways out the way. Always a bit more difficult on a slow pitch to play a short ball as well. When it's flying through at the whacker, something that looks all impressive, but actually from a batting perspective, you can just get out of the way. You know it's going to fly over your head. But when the ball's staying low and the pitch is slow, playing a short ball can be more difficult at times.
Played, really well played. Good ball from Saqib, straight on a length, and he defended it with great resolution.
Certainly more difficult as a number 11, Matty P. I can promise you that much. It's not the delivery you want to be facing, and all those things you mentioned there, unfortunately we don't have those in bucket loads as number 11, but I'm doing Seals a disservice here, because I certainly think he can hold the willow a lot better than your average number 11, that is.
It's a brilliant defensive shot after the bouncer. Good bouncer followed up by a decent ball, and Seals right in behind it.
Saqib reaches the crease now. Bowls a Yorker full. It was actually in the end a low full toss, but it hit the very bottom of Jaden Seals' bat. This is a good over so far. Every ball has asked a question.
Yeah, it has done from Saqib here. I remember being told often that when the number 9, 10 and 11 come in, balls that were good enough to get the top order out, and that's a top of off stump trying to nick him off or hit the pad on the knee roll. You can't forget that as a bowler coming in bowling at the tail end, as you often feel like you want to express yourself and bowl a lot of different deliveries, but that's often what number 11s want. It gives them an opportunity to score.
That is close to LBW, surely. Sure, what? Well, he must have hit that then. He must have done. What's the signal going to be? Because they'll know whether to review here. Oh, he's called it leg byes. I wonder if England will review this. They got no reviews left. Apologies, I probably should have known that and I'd forgotten. They used up one yesterday evening. Oh, maybe. Is it high? I think it's probably in the top of the stumps, but anyway, it's irrelevant because it's been given not out. And mainly I think the umpires do a good job these days. It's difficult on a pitch with such uneven bounce, to be sure, and maybe the umpire would have gone with, was right to go with the batsman. Not that old adage about the batsman getting the benefit of the doubt is written anywhere into the laws of the game, but that's another conversation. We're looking at the replay here. We're going to have a bit of, yep, it's hitting. I thought it might be. He should have given it out. Well, England have used up their reviews. I think you're off, Jade. I think the producers had quite enough of you and Matt, and he's embraced Michael Atherton. Athers?
Good morning, Mark. Morning to all the listeners.
Yeah,
Saqib's just wandered off to fine leg, kicking a mighty sod out of the turf here, having looked at that replay on the big screen.
Well, it just looked out when it hit him, didn't it? It's sort of thing that a lot of umpires, the finger would have been, someone like David Shepherd, the finger would have been up before the bowler could turn round. That's a good ball from Wokes that bounces. Oh, and has hit the West Indian wicket-keeper really hard on the gloves, and he doesn't like it. He's signalled for help. So he's now got a glove off, although he's still got his bat in his right hand. England are looking at him without much sympathy. Got really big on him. For someone who's happy playing back, he was actually easing forward at that, and it just flew at his gloves. He's taken his guard a little out of his ground, and he looks in a bit of pain there.
Yeah, the difficulty generally on this surface is the one that keeps low. That's the most dangerous ball, the one that will get you out, and generally that's when there has been some uneven bounce. That's what we've seen, but this one just climbed a fraction. The ball still reasonably new and hard, of course, and maybe it just hit the edge of a crack and leapt up and trapped the wicket-keeper's forefinger against the bat handle, which can be painful.
Given technology in all forms of manufacturing now, but certainly in protective clothing in many walks of life, I'm surprised that batting gloves sort of aren't nearer to being foolproof in their protection of a batsman's fingers. I did see a prototype pair in South Africa recently that I think Keegan Peterson's going to use that looked pretty good for a business started by a former club cricketer whose name I've forgotten annoyingly. But it is, I guess it's a very difficult thing to protect because you use the word trap, and I think that's some of the worst injuries come from that. Anyway, he's okay. He's a tough guy, I think. So he's ready now. He stands with his bat up. Here comes Wokes, and he bowls him a slower ball, a floaty thing, just outside off stump. It's very full, and it's prodded back without much conviction by De Silva.
Alex Stewart used to use his right glove would have that big covering on the first two fingers.
The thing that Graham Gooch started, didn't he?
Yeah.
His was big, had that hard plastic on it. Here's Wokes, and he tries the in-swinger, slow in-swinger that goes bouncing down the leg side, and yet again Ben Foakes is rolling to collect the ball. We've been talking a lot this morning about it. A wicked match for wicket keepers.
Tough here,
and they haven't coped very well.
No, but the best have struggled here. Jack had a very difficult tour in 1998 on some fairly ropey pitches that series.
Yeah, well, Matt Pryor was sympathetic, but that's banged into the surface, and for some reason England are giving a single off the fourth ball of the over, but they are, and so there'll be 2 balls left. It's 250 up on the board now for West Indies, and De Silva is still shaking his hand. He's obviously in a fair bit of pain there. That right forefinger, not good for a right-handed wicket-keeper. 250 for 9, a lead of 46, and it does give 2 balls at Jayden Seales that Chris Wokes will want to be on target, because my goodness, for the first 20 minutes or so England weren't very good, but again, a bit like yesterday, they've just tightened it up and bowled better in the last, well, literally in the last 5 or 6 minutes. Pretty orthodox field with 2 slips and a gully, a couple point, a mid-off, a mid-on, a square leg, mid-wicket square leg, and a long leg. Now there's a leg slip gone in, so it maybe round the wicket comes Wokes. He bowls a very good ball that comes in with the angle and I think with the hint of swing, and is played quite well by Jayden Seales. All these guys can bat now. You know, you've got to, if you, as England proved, to bowl a side out, you've got to bowl them all out, because you don't get so many gimmies, at least not from the tail, it seems. Quite earnest faces amongst the England players this morning. They all know the importance of this period here, and that's left alone outside off stump, and the end of that Wokes over, which means that De Silva will have the strike. Yeah, I get the impression that England, you know, they really don't want to be hanging out there much longer than this now. They want to get this done and get stuck into a day of hard concentrating with bat in hand, Michael.
Well, it's an important day. If England don't win this game, that'll be the 5th series in a row that they've not won in Test match terms. You have to go back to the mid-late 1980s for a run like that. So it's a very important day. The lead is, I don't think it's destructive yet, but England wouldn't want to let it creep up another 20 or 30 runs or so, when it would take then a long time to overhaul the deficit, because it's going to be slow going, I think, on this low bounce surface.
Saqib then to De Silva, who tries to work this. Well, he succeeds actually off his hip, but the field's back. Everybody, which, you know, this is perhaps one of the most debated things in cricket. How do you set a field when one batsman's in and unbeaten and the other's a newbie and number 11? Do you put everybody back and give him the single and play cat and mouse for a while? Or do you say we're going to bowl you out too? Given, I suppose, they've had a problem bowling him out, they're saying let's restrict his runs and bowl at the other guy as much as we can. 131 dot balls he's faced. That's just come up on the television as well. He faced a lot of dot balls in Barbados. He's got patience for sure. Commitment to the task. So key bowls again. He has a flash outside off stump, and that one comes through at a good height to Ben Foakes, who takes it around, well, I suppose belly button height, but it surprises him a bit, I think, with its carry and pace.
It's been a good innings this from Josh De Silva, who's probably used to playing on this kind of surface. It's not dissimilar to the pitch that he will play on at the Queen's Park Oval in Trinidad, which is his home ground.
Not sure they'll want to hear that. Saqib bowls. It's hit high and safe, and one bounce fielded by Ben Stokes, who's out at mid-on. So they get a run for it, which they take, and Seals will be on strike. Is Trinidad does Trinidad go as low early as this does?
It did when we were bowled out for 46 many years ago, that's for sure. And then there were two dodgy pitches, if you remember, in 1998 when we had an abandoned game at Sabina Park. They played an extra one at the Queen's Park Oval, and they were two very spicy pitches. Josh De Silva's in some trouble here, by the way. After that shot, he was wringing his right hand, and he's called for the physio again, who's on the pitch now, just giving him a bit of extra treatment. Of course, it's not good in terms of batting, but also he's going to have a role to play as the wicket keeper, so not ideal for him.
I was always amazed to listen to the amount of wicket keepers that played on with broken fingers, or at least fractures, maybe real breaks, but fractures. I might get Matt to pick the microphone up if I can, and get our producer to key him in a minute. He'll be back in, I think, in a second. But you know, the pain that we talked about that bowlers go through, particularly the quicks, every time they fire themselves up for another spell, also applies to wicket keepers whose hands get battered, Matt. No, we're not hearing you. Can we key Matt in, please? Thank you.
There's a famous photo, isn't there, of a wicket keeper. I think he might only have been a club keeper rather than a first-class wicket keeper, but holding up both hands, and virtually every finger was broken or misshapen. And of course it depends a little bit how well you catch the ball, how many fingers you break, but I would have thought very few wicket keepers, no matter how good you are, go through a career without a fracture of some kind or another.
Here's Matt to tell us. Matt.
Well, others, I know one player who's far better than a club cricketer, Andy Flower. I mean, have you seen his hands? Fingers everywhere when you go and shake his hands. And we used to have a bit of a joke in the dressing room. I said, if you use the middle of your hands, you don't break your fingers. But no, look, it's a tough thing getting a ball on the glove like that. First thing you're thinking about is, right, I want to carry on batting. But of course, down the line, then having how it affects your keeping it's agony. I tell you one thing that's worse than a break, actually, is tendon damage.
Okay, I've got a further question, so just hang on 1 second, Matt. After this ball, Saqib pounding in, arms pumping. Here he goes. Jaden Seals does brilliantly. He played it down into the popping crease. It bounced back towards the stumps, and he was alert and panicked and composed himself, and panicked and composed it, and then kicked it away. It was just a little flurry of activity. You can see it's like a little dance of the feet. And he did a good job kicking that away from the stumps. Well, it came up off his body in the end, actually. We've just seen the replay. Very good response from Seals. He's quite an impressive young cricketer, just 20 years old. Bowls with good pace, and he's accurate. Great competitor. He comes nicely forward and plays comfortably and against Saqib. So, Matt, when you're taking a ball, right, you've got a quick on a new ball, are you trying to hide that finger? Are you trying to take the ball differently in a different part of one or the other of the hands?
At times you will do, yeah. Certainly, a lot of wicket keepers will tape their fingers as well before they go out, so you'll have strapping on the finger, and some even strap the inner gloves as well as extra support. But when you've got an injured hand, yeah, you're trying desperately to not catch it on that area.
Left alone outside off stump by Seals. 251 for 9 here, the lead 47 here on TalkSport 2 and also on YouTube. Matt, final question. Do you believe the old wives' tales about the players in the early 1900s putting a stake inside their glove? Yeah.
I don't know what to think about that. I mean, do you think they did? I don't know. One thing that I used to do was you get a bit of old brick or old stone and rub it on your palms to get the calluses up on the palms of your hands, so you get the skin really hard.
Oh, really?
And I used to do it. You've got to get the calluses hard, because the other thing, not just broken fingers or tendons, is actually hot spots on your palm. I mean, that can be as painful as anything.
Athens, sorry we haven't spoken more, but thankfully we've got a long stint together a little later. I'm handing over to Neil Manthorpe.
Thank you very much indeed. Well, I'm glad that wicket keepers, used their own method to harden the skin on their hands rather than the famous method that spin bowlers allegedly used. Wokes in once again, and that's pushed out towards cover and fielded by Jack Leach. I remember it was might even have been you, Matty P. Went on hearing the alleged method that spin bowlers use to harden the skin on their spinning fingers. He said, well, I'm not sharing a packet of crisps with you again.
It's not alleged. I mean, we had a spin bowler confirm it.
Pushed square of the wicket on the offside, and there's no run. We don't need to be completely coy and squeamish about it. We're talking about the... Well, I won't go immediately into that subject because we've just been joined by Talk Sport, and I can tell you that the news is England have taken just one wicket of the two that they need to bowl the West Indies out. West Indies are 251 for 9. The man out, Kemar Roach, caught down the leg side by Ben Foakes off the bowling of Saqib Mahmood. His Wokes in, leg stump half volley, clipped away nicely out towards deep square leg, and they go through for 1 run. West Indies lead is now a very, very handy 48. Kemar Roach made an equally handy 25 from 82 balls with 4 fours. It's been a bit of a toil for England. They were hoping to knock over the last 2 wickets after the West Indies resumed this morning on 232 for 8, a lead of 28. They're now 252 for 9, a lead of 48. So 20 runs added. It may not sound significant in isolation, but as Michael Atherton, who's at the National Stadium in Grenada, I think will confirm, on a slow pitch where the scoring rate is under 2.5, if you measure that lead by the number of overs that England will need to bat in order to erase it, the chances obviously are higher that they will lose a wicket or two during that time. And the lead of 48, I'll come to Michael Atherton just a second after this delivery. Wokes in again, forward comes Jayden Seales, who pushes it up towards mid-off. So Michael, it kind of feels at the moment like every run is worth double.
Yeah, I felt yesterday West Indies had to get a first innings starting with 3. I thought that then would make them extremely strong favourites to win the game. What you've got is the first innings lead set against the disadvantage of batting last in the 4th innings.
Wokes up to the crease again, bowls drive, thick outside edge, flies away over backward point. Chase on for Dan Lawrence, and they'll go through for 2, and the big number 11 is off the mark, and the lead is up to 50.
Yeah, which is not... it's damaging. It's not out of sight yet, but as you say, with the scoring rates as they are, it's going to take England some time to overhaul that deficit, and you imagine, given their top order, there'll probably be a wicket or 2 down at some stage.
3 slips as Wokes is in again over the wicket to the left-handed Jayden Seales, leaves it alone, and the end of the 96th over, the West Indies are 254 for 9, leading by 50.
And it's Josh De Silva, excellent cricketer from Trinidad, Portuguese descent, family from Madeira. So there's quite a strong history and connection of the Portuguese West Indians who've played for the region down the years, but not that many of late. So he's carrying on a tradition. I'm trying to think of the last white West Indians who have played. Brendan Nash played, didn't he, recently? Born in Jamaica, but went to live in Australia for quite some time.
Yes, he made a Test 100 against England, I recall. Here's Saqib Mahmood, bowls. Josh De Silva pushes it square of the wicket on the offside, and there's no run. But fortunately, Michael, we don't have to remember because Jared Kimber's just picked up his microphone, so he's about to tell us.
He was, but he's actually a mixed race. His father was a black Jamaican swimmer, I think, might have represented the Jamaican Olympic team or Commonwealth Games, and his mother was white. So you have to go back a long time to see a player purely of white ethnicity in the West Indies side. Probably back to maybe Jerry Gomez, the last Portuguese player, or of that era anyway. There haven't been that many in the last 30 or 40 years.
Jerry Gomez, that far back. Here is Saqib Mahmood, and that's chopped out towards gully, fielded by the captain Joe Root. No run.
There's two Jerrys, isn't there? Jerry Gomez and the other Jerry, who was the captain, was he, and the wicketkeeper, whose name I forgot.
Alexander.
Jerry Alexander. Well done, Athers. Yeah. So there really hasn't been a lot, probably from that era all the way through to now. Nash was quite light-skinned, but he did like to point out that his father was black and his mother was white. So I think that's a little bit different to De Silva's ethnicity.
Do you know Larry Gomes' heritage? Others?
Well, I was just about to go back a little further, actually.
Flicked away, like a full toss here. That's not a good delivery from Saqib Mahmood. He's looking for a Yorker, and he's got that one wrong. And Josh De Silva declines the single.
Because my wife's grandfather is of Portuguese West Indian descent, who played for the West Indies in the 30s, actually. He was a De Carey's. Well, so exactly the same, Madeiran descent, exactly the same as Josh De Silva. So there have been a number of them down the years.
Saqib Mahmood, top of his run-up. Desperate for the last wicket. Knock over this West Indian tail. It's been very resilient. Clipped away up towards mid-on. And they do go through for a single. They decide to take it this time off the fourth ball of the over. What the series may have lacked in quality, Michael, it's perhaps made up for in resilience and in determination. There's been a lot of it on display in conditions that that demand resilience.
Well, two poor sides can provide an absorbing contest.
Yes, exactly. And we're in for an enthralling finish, so you would think. Saqib Mahmood bangs it in short, and Jayden Seales up onto his toes, pushes it square of the wicket on the offside, and there's no run. That lead now 51. I must say, Jayden Seales looks really, really organised for a 20-year-old fast bowler. And I shouldn't generalise, but there'd be more 20-year-old fast bowlers who've played as little first-class cricket as him who don't know how to bat, and he looks, either he's copying very good examples or he's been very well coached. Saqib Mahmood once again, good little flick leave outside the off stump, and there's no run. There was a lot of excitement and anticipation, Michael Atherton, before the series began about the fact that Duke's balls were going to be used, and we hoped and maybe expected for England, well, the bowlers on both sides, to benefit from that. But they are manufactured, they're hand-stitched in the Caribbean, they're not from England, and they do appear to have gone very soft very quickly.
That's what they say. The players say that they go softer a bit more quickly than the ones in England, which stay harder, with prouder seam, and keep the bowlers interested for longer. But the pitches will have a big impact on that as well. I mean, they've been very dead pitches by the standards of the Caribbean, nothing like pitches of old here. So I think just the combination has not helped and made it back-breaking work for these fast bowlers. Jayden Seales, as you mentioned, 20-year-old fast bowler. You want to see a bit of zing in the pitches to give him a bit of encouragement. But he's kept going. He certainly looks a very determined and resilient cricketer.
Did you read or hear about the comments that Tony Merrick, the head groundsman at Antigua, offered? Here is Ben Stokes, and punched off the back foot up towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. This is Stokes' first over of the day. De Silva there declines a single. Tony Merrick, of course, a fearsome fast bowler in his time, who you would have played against, I assume, in the late 80s, early 90s. He's the head groundsman at Antigua, and that set the tone for this series. And he didn't say anything during the test match. There's a lot of criticism flying around about the featherbed nature of the pitch that he prepared, and it's clipped away through square leg, And again, Josh De Silva declines the single. But he did speak after the Test match, and he said, yeah, it was underprepared, it was very disappointing, and I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. That was basically the gist of it, wasn't it?
Well, it's always amused me that these former really fast bowlers, and Merrick was very fast, have produced graveyard pitches, because Andy Roberts used to be the groundsman at the ARG as well, and did exactly the same on those pitches Brian Lara got his world record scores on.
Is Stokes again up to the crease now. Can he finally make it happen for England and end this innings? Not with this delivery.
Tony Merrick was fast. I made my debut for Lancashire against Tony Merrick at Southport in 1987, a game that lasted just 2 days, and there was a good friend of mine in the Lancashire team, Neil Fairbrother, who just could not pick up Tony Merrick. Every time Merrick bowled, he hit halve on the head, and he was fast, genuinely fast. Although you wouldn't think so now. He's put on a bit of timber since then.
Stokes again, that's driven out towards mid-wicket. Do they take the single this time? Third ball of the over? Yes, they do. De Silva's growing. His confidence in Jayden Seales is growing. He's now happy to take the single. Oh no, that was the fourth ball of the over, I beg your pardons. Tony Merrick was one of those good old-fashioned studs up in his delivery stride, wasn't he? That big front foot, massive stretch, and as you say, very, very quick. And there was a time, of course, that he was on Warwickshire's books alongside Alan Donald. So it was the visiting teams would go, is it going to be Donald or Merrick? And pushed defensively by Seales, nicely out on the leg side.
Well, that was the era where you had two fast bowlers, but you could only play one. So in fact, you're right, Donald and Merrick with a combination for Warwickshire, you'd get one or the other. At Lancashire, we had Patterson or Akram, and Akram. One would play in the first team, one would go and play in the second team. These young lads in the second team got a shock.
Yeah, I would imagine they did. Here is Ben Stokes, and it's pushed defensively, nicely blocked actually by Jayden Seales, and there's no run. I'm just chuckling about the prospect of Wasim Akram. I mean, Patrick Patterson was mostly the one to miss out, wasn't he? Unless Wasim was being rested. I think he was pretty much the first choice, wasn't he?
Yes, but very early on we would just simply alternate, actually, because both were highly regarded. Patrick was very fast. Wasim was just starting really in about 1987, so we'd alternate them to keep them both fresh and happy. But how it's changed, you know, the great overseas players who were in county cricket then, no IPL of course, no other distractions. Teams had often two really fantastic overseas players, might only be able to play one, but now the IPL kicking off today, I think, means that most counties now can't even get hold of one top class overseas player. You're really scrabbling around to get an overseas player of any quality really now.
It seems a bit disappointing that that it still seems to be the modus operandi, though. I mean, counties sort of feel that they have to have an overseas pro, and I mean, I do sometimes wonder whether slightly over the hill 36-year-old former international on playing in the county in the Blast, say, is a better option than just sticking local.
Yeah, I think it's just because of the number of teams that we have, 18, and to fill that and keep it competitive, and then it's keeping up with the neighbours, the Joneses. If they have an overseas player, you feel you've got to have an overseas player, but certainly the quality of them has declined over recent years for sure. Jack Leach going to get a bowl for the first time today.
It's been a disappointing first hour, hasn't it, for England? I mean, all the talk was how important the first hour was, and got to get these last two wickets early. But maybe Jack Leach can tempt an error out of Josh De Silva. First delivery is wide outside the off stump, and he's chopped it to the man sweeping on the cover boundary, and he's not taking a single off the first ball, so he's not. There's more to this. It's not just about the runs, is it? I mean, it's also about the knowledge that England will be being deflated with every over that they're kept in the field. I assume that's the case, but not taking one. You can trust Jayden Seales against Jack Leach, surely, Josh Da Silva. Same delivery, same shot, same result.
It's a bit frustrating just from a viewing point of view. We all want to kind of get on with the game, and the game's in a bit of a holding pattern right now.
Had a few of those in this series. Here's Leach again. Sweep shot! And appeal for leg before wicket, but not out, says the umpire immediately.
Yeah, he got a bottom edge. Otherwise it would have been pretty straight.
Oh, yes, he did. He smashed it. Didn't pick that up immediately. Here's Leach once again. Up to the crease, bowls, and on the back foot goes Josh Da Silva. Punches it straight back to the spinner. He plays... he's been really solid against Jack Leach and the part-time spinners, Josh Da Silva, but he does have what I suppose was brought up thinking was a risky technique, playing back far more often than forward and playing the ball off the pitch.
Which is something Craig Brathwaite does a lot. Plays off the pitch, watches the ball very, very carefully onto his bat, and Josh Da Silva's a bit of similar method.
But it's worked. That's the most important thing. And Josh Da Silva, by the way, is now 70. West Indies 256 for 9, leading by 52. Comfortably the highest score in the first two innings. And Josh Da Silva now uses his feet and his hands very nicely. Step and a half down the pitch. Got to the pitch of it. And then almost like a short corner strike for the hockey players amongst you. He used his bottom hand and just punched it through mid-wicket into a gap for a single.
Well, he's the only man to have a half-century in this game. Other than that, Saqib Mahmood's 49, unbeaten or out for 49, is the next highest score. So that's a measure, really, of the importance of this innings and how much of a standout innings it is.
It's fair and not disrespectful to say that he is selected as keeper because of his batting. Last ball of the over, and Jack Leach is prodded away defensively by Jayden Seales up towards mid-on, and there is no run. Jayden Seales has 2. Josh Da Silva has 71. I don't know whether you're still there, Michael, but a final word on Josh Da Silva. I don't think the Caribbean is blessed with, but especially talented glove men at the moment, is it? And he was very self-deprecating yesterday. He was heard on the stump mic berating himself after letting 4 byes through his legs. But you know what? If you can't have a great glove man, at least have one who's a decent stopper but bats well.
I think that summed him up perfectly. Actually, he's not Alan Knott for sure, but he's a bit better than just a stopper, and you can just tell with cricketers, can't you? Sport and cricket often reveals character when you see it played out over a long period of time, and you can see with Josh Da Silva that he's the type to extract every ounce of ability that he's got with bat and gloves. So I think he certainly adds a dimension to the team in the lower middle order there, and he's out there battling away. 71, it could be a match-defining innings. Nobody else, as I say, has made 50 yet, and he's still there, and that lead now, he's just pushing up to the point where England will be a little concerned.
Wonderful. Thank you very much indeed, Michael Atherton, of course, Chief Cricket Correspondent for The Times and commentator for Sky Sports. Thank you so much for your time. It's much appreciated. A reminder to listeners everywhere that there's loads of ways of keeping up with the cricket right here on TalkSport 2. Being a Saturday, you might want to go out and about, do some shopping, watch some school sport. You don't have to miss a ball if you don't want to. The easiest way is via the TalkSport app. Just swipe left for TalkSport 2 and we're on your smart speaker, the website, and also on the TalkSport YouTube channel, where you can find us alongside a handy ball-by-ball scorecard. And another reminder that after each day's play, if you didn't already know, we bring you the following on podcast in partnership with the ECB. looking back at the key moments from the day's play and hear from the players involved. It's basically an all-in highlights package if you did happen to miss most of the day. You can also hear some of our brilliant lunchtime shows on the podcast as well, including our 2 tribute shows to the great late Shane Warne, our investigation into the rising costs of getting into the game, playing cricket at the pathway into first-class cricket, as well as big interviews with the likes of Michael Holding and Sir Viv Richards. Following On is available via all good podcast providers. Get onto it, subscribe. It's drinks at the National Cricket Stadium in Grenada, and the West Indies have had a very, very good morning. Lead of 53, we feel, is potentially very important, very significant, and it's been a frustrating morning for England. To take you through the first half of the second hour of the morning session, I shall hand you over to Samuel Badrie and Mark Butcher.
Thank you very much, Ben Stokes. From the river end, this one worked away down the leg side from Joshua De Silva down towards the fine leg boundary, and interestingly, he doesn't take the run. He wants to remain on strike. Joshua De Silva, overall lead of 53, started the day 28 ahead in the West Indies, and they've done really well, De Silva in particular. And Stokes makes his way in once again over the wicket forward, pushes it to extra cover. Jack Leach does the fielding, no runs once again. Quite a sprinkling of local fans in today. Today being Saturday, the expectation is that the home fans will come out to support the home team in a comfortable position, if not altogether commanding. So quite a lot of locals in at the moment as Stokes makes his way once again. Another delivery on the line of the off stump, another delivery pushed back to extra cover, another delivery fielded by Jack Leach, no run the result. This partnership now with just a 12 of 51 deliveries, but not for the first time in this game. We've seen the lower order being quite productive, Matt Butcher.
Sure have. England should be off the park, really. LBW decision turned down by Greg Brathwaite. Saqib to Seals. Stokes is in, pounding away at a length, and De Silva, as so often, just pushes forward, defends straight to Joe Root with extra cover, and there's no run. Well, the reason I'm slightly late is because I had to pick myself up off the floor, having watched England fail to stop Joshua De Silva from getting a single off the last 2 balls of the previous Jack Leach over. It was quite extraordinary. Terrible cricket as Ben Stokes is in, and the short ball to De Silva, who pulls into the leg side, not particularly fiercely, and it dribbles out to the man at deep backward square, and they come through for a single. So De Silva will, providing that Seals sees out this final ball of the Stokes over, De Silva will keep the strike once again. I mean, the extraordinary thing for me, Samuel Badrie, is that Josh De Silva's faced 197 balls, he's got a strike rate of 36, and then literally leaving the field out for him like he's Viv Richards in Antigua. As Stokes is in to Jaden Seals, who edges, and it goes catchable height through the vacant third slit area and will run all the way down to the third man fence for 4. That's 100 overs up in the field for England. 262 for 9 is the West Indies first innings score, and they lead now by an absolutely precious margin of 58 runs.
Yeah, frustrating runs these, annoying runs really. That one peeling outside the edge of the bat of Jaden Seals and in the gap and goes away to the boundary, and Jaden Seals now moves to 6. I just wonder, Mark, how crucial these runs will be, how significant this lead of 58 now, how many wickets can the West Indies get when they bowl before this lead is erased. Might be quite challenging for England when they bat the second time around.
Not half. I think this is an enormous lead. We've seen 1 or 2 balls misbehave, bounce sharply from a length. Leach is in to De Silva, who's on the back foot defending. He's got pretty much everybody back on the fence, barring a slip, extra cover and a mid-wicket. You've got long off and long on are both out. Got a deep third man, as well as a deep point. 2 men back on the sweep, one in front square, one behind, and De Silva is back playing with the straight bat into the leg side, and Joe Root picks up a mid-wicket, 2 dots. I mean, for me, it's worth bringing up the long off, I think. Josh De Silva tends to play across the ball on the offside. Just give him the carrot, say, go on, bang me over long off, and you might get his wicket. As he's in again, Jack Leach, and this is a delivery probably would have gone down the leg side. And De Silva is on the back foot, and again, it's a game between Leach, De Silva and Root at the moment. Picks up at mid-wicket, and again there's no run. Leach in. Repeat, last delivery, and the one before that. Back foot defence, picked up by Root, no run. Now, 4 balls left of the over, and the England fielders are starting to come up of their own accord now, although Ben Stokes is still 3/4 of the way back at long on, so there's still a single there. There's still a single out to the man on the cover boundary, and there's still a single to the 2 men back on the leg side. And De Silva pings a nice crisp drive, but it goes again straight to Joe Root as the 3 of them continue their game. And now Stokes and Overton at long off and long on respectively just creep a little bit closer. Joe Root just halts proceedings for a second and takes Zach Crawley out of the slip area and puts him on the 45, saving 1 on the leg side. So the 2 places for a single, 3 places really, deep mid-wicket, long leg, and the man out on the point boundary. De Silva comes down the track, miscues it. That's exactly what I think England should be tempting him to do. Miscued it, and it just got past Ben Stokes at long on, who sprinted back and stopped the ball from going for the boundary. But unfortunately that means that De Silva has taken the single off the last ball of the over and will retain the strike. But that is the sort of cricket that might well see the end of Josh De Silva.
Yeah, took a risk there, a big risk, tried to go over the top. I think he was looking for the boundary, peeled off the inner portion of the bat and just beat Ben Stokes to his right. But in the end, he got the single and more importantly got the strike for the first ball of the next over. It really has been a good effort from Joshua De Silva, the top scorer in this game so far, unbeaten on 73, and the way he's batted with the lower order, the likes of Alzari Joseph, Kemar Roach and now Jaden Seals, has been quite commendable. It started, of course, that partnership between himself and Kyle Mears. Kyle Mears himself getting to 28, and when he went to the crease, Joshua De Silva, the score was some 95 for 6, and the West Indies in real problems at that stage, but he's shown tremendous responsibility and maturity in this innings.
Yeah, quite right. Another 100 overs plus in the field for England. And the effects of these 3 back-to-back test matches must be seeping and sapping the energy, or seeping into and sapping the energy from the legs of England's bowlers, as Ben Stokes is in once again. Ball on a good length to Silva again. When he's blocking the ball, he just looks absolutely immovable at the moment. Any time he looks like he's in any sort of risk is when he tries to play a big shot, something that is outside of the bubble that he's formed around himself in this innings.
Yeah, and talking to some of the local groundsmen, they have said that the second and third day will be the best for batting, and as you get into that 4th day and further into the 5th, that's when it's going to be quite difficult, quite challenging. So the longer they can spend out in the middle, as Stokes comes in once again, pushed through the offside, goes to the fielder, deep backward point. Seems to be Johnny Bairstow, cleans up, no run. He doesn't want to take that single. So the more the West Indians can bat on day 3, they've done a good job so far. Deep into this first session, those cracks might open up a little bit more variable bounce, more variable pace as well. Will be a challenge for England second time around.
Stokes in, and short ball, and De Silva plays a really handsome looking hook shot, nails it at the middle of the bat, hits it down, but turns down the run once again. It's fielded by Dan Lawrence out there, a deep backward square leg, but he says no. And the difficulty as far as he's concerned, is trying to find the boundaries. But West Indies don't mind, I think, that just picking up the odd single here and there. As De Silva again hooks, and he decides to take the single this time out to deep backward square. It means that Ben Stokes will have 2 deliveries at Jayden Seales. Because even though the scoreboard's not rattling along, there's so much time left in the game, and as you quite rightly say, that there's more wear happening on the pitch. There's more wear on England's bowlers and their energy levels. So this is just brilliant stuff from the West Indies, and I hate to say it, but it's not been great from England in the last 20 minutes or so. So De Silva successfully shepherds number 11 Jayden Seales. 2 balls left to face. Oh, beauty. Length delivery, and it just nips away from round the wicket to Seales, and he's beaten. But Stokes has to turn around and go again.
Yeah, and Giroud has 45, that slip cord, and if you can remember the last over, Jayden Seales edged one through that region and went onto the vacant third man boundary for 4, so there are 3 slips and a gully now, as Ben Stokes makes his way around the wicket to the left-handed Jayden Seales.
Yeah, the slips crouch, and folks has his hands on his knees, and then he bounces up, and the ball is stoutly defended by Seales once again, and that is the end of yet another over. 264 for 9, 102 overs gone. The lead is 60, and West Indies fans will be enjoying this. I mean, it's not got the ball flying to all parts, but this is like slow Chinese water torture for England out there at the moment.
And you can see the frustration on the face of Ben Stokes and the body language at the end of that over. He was just shaking his head from side to side as Jayden Seales resolutely defended that final delivery, and the frustration might just start to tell on the England players. And you're quite right, Mark, in terms of the durability and certainly the endurance of these players. Back-to-back test matches, England for the most part have been in the field quite a lot, not because they've been under pressure, they've been trying to win the previous 2 test matches, so they've put their bowlers under the pump in an attempt to do that. And in this one in particular, they faced the brunt of the fielding so far, all of day 2, and certainly most of this first session already.
Yeah, Jack Leach is in, the field is back. And De Silva pops forward, defends, and it goes back to the bowler. There's no run. I really think that there's a case for having one or both of long off and long on up here to De Silva. But England see it differently. As Leach just steadies himself with his mark, feet together, turning the ball in his fingers, and then he sets off. Slow, loopy delivery that De Silva defends comfortably on the back foot. And there's no run.
And not much spin for Jack Leach's bowling. He's trying to vary his pace, 79 then 85 kilometers per hour. This one a bit fuller again. Resolutely defended by Joshua De Silva. Just presents the full face of the bat back down to the bowler. No run. So for the first 3 deliveries in the over, generally it's more of a defensive prod. The 4th, 5th and 6th is where he might be looking to score and try to minimize the number of deliveries that Jayden Seales has to face.
Leach in once more, and De Silva is on the back foot. He knocks it to the left. If Alex Lees at extra cover could have taken a single, decided against it. So now he has 2 more deliveries in the over. Mid-off and mid-on come up. The man at deep cover remains out there on the fence. I think he should come up too. Mid-wicket is back on the fence, as is the man on the sweep. Slip stays in place though as Leach is in, and De Silva tries to play a little delicate late cut, but it goes straight to Chris Woakes at backward point, and there's no run. Now came charging down, final ball of the last over, and miscued it over long on. Will he attempt the same thing now? The final ball of the over. Still singles available out there though. As Leach is in, and he does clear the front leg. He does have a swipe, and he has banged it, I think, all the way for 6. The ball hit one of the boundary markers, the advertising markers around the boundary rope on the full, and I think that's gone all the way.
Yeah, I'm with you. The Toblerone might have been hit on the full, But he's tried that in the previous over of Jack Leach of the final delivery. Perhaps looking for a maximum on that occasion as well. This time might just have gotten it. We'll still waiting to have a closer look on the monitor just for confirmation. But in any event, it's a good end to the over for the West Indies, and it pushes that lead further away from England. Critical, crucial runs being scored here. Just waiting confirmation whether or not that is 6 or 4. Third umpire having a very close look at that. Might just have dropped inside before hitting that Toblerone.
That's difficult to tell, isn't it? Could be a half volley, ball hitting the ground fractionally before it hits the triangular shaped chocolate variant. They're trying to magnify the images at the moment. We still can't say 100% for sure. I think was there a little divot there? I think that potentially that it's 4. Yeah, 4. We got there in the end. And all of that means that the lead is up to 64 now, but that Jayden Seales is on strike for potentially a full over from Ben Stokes from the River End. 2:68 for 9 here on TalkSport 2. England starting to become desperate for this final wicket. As Stokes is in, 3 slips in the gully, man at backward point. He's in, and Seales plays really nicely on the back foot defensively, and it goes to Chris Woakes at mid-off. There's no run.
I'm just looking at our monitor here, Mark, and it's now 60 minutes that Jayden Seales has been out in the middle, so he's done the first job in terms of spending time, in terms of being there with Joshua Da Silva as this partnership continues to grow, and the longer they can keep England out there, that would be the plan in terms of scoring runs as well.
Stokes is in, and Seales shuffles across his crease and then plays with a straight bat, sort of half forward, half back, and it goes back to Ben Stokes in his follow-through. He palms the ball off onto Chris Stokes, who gives it a bit of a polish and then throws it back to him. 3 men on the leg side, fine leg, straightish mid-wicket, mid-on is Jack Leach. Woakes at mid-off, Lawrence at backward point, 3 slips in the gully. Is Stokes bowls a bouncer at Seales, who has a think about hooking it, but pulls out. We'll give him the benefit of the doubt that he pulled out of it at the last second. And, a bit of intent there from Ben Stokes. Again, I don't think England have used the bouncer enough against the lower order, particularly since they've had the new ball. It might have been an energy issue last night, but it shouldn't have been this morning. Stokes is in once more, around the wicket, aiming at the stumps this time, and again Seales is able to defend it. Back to the bowler, who plays a little layoff with his right boot to Chris Woakes.
Yeah, particularly against Jayden Seales, I don't think that they tested him enough and had that aggressive feel, forward short leg, and bowled those short deliveries consistently enough. We've seen the batsmen in the West Indies team struggle against the short ball, and we haven't just seen that aggression, that intent from the English bowlers. This one, there's a change in feel. The square leg goes a few meters back, almost 3/4 of the way, just in front of square. As Stokes comes in once again, a short delivery, competently worked on the one side by Jayden Seales, no run the result. But that one didn't bounce anywhere as near as the previous delivery, and was quite comfortable in playing that. He's demonstrated good technique so far. Jayden Seales hasn't played at too many deliveries that he hasn't had to play at, and to be quite honest, he hasn't been challenged enough, in my respectful view, from these English bowlers.
No, I think you're right. I think also England have been guilty, as they are often under Joe Root's captaincy, of shutting the door after the horse is bolted, as Ben Stokes is in, attacking the stumps, gets it full, but Seales again is equal to it in defence. The ball goes to Jack Leach, who will pick it up, keep it, because it'll be him to bowl the next over. 268 for 9 here on TalkSport 2. The West Indies lead by 64 now. Josh Da Silva is 78 from 213 deliveries, and Jayden Seales is keeping him company. As Samuel Badri said, he's been out there for over an hour now for his 6. And England are becoming increasingly frustrated that they cannot break this last wicket partnership. West Indies giving England a bit of their own medicine after the 90-run partnership that Saqib and Leach made on the first day. I mean, imagine where this game would be now if it hadn't have been for that. England would be right in the mire. As it is, they're not far from it at the moment. So the field spreads as Leach is into Josh De Silva. He tries to play a fine paddle sweep. It hits him on the boot. England appeal. England, of course, have no reviews. And once again, not for the first time this morning, Greg Brathwaite says nope. And he's absolutely right.
Yeah, seemed to have come off the bat as well. So more of an optimistic appeal than anything there from Jack Leach in England. Spins the ball from hand to hand. Leach comes in once again around the wicket. Joshua De Silva works it back quite calmly to the bowler who does the fielding himself. No run the result, but again, these are crucial minutes spent out there by this pair. It's been quite frustrating for England all morning.
Slower delivery and De Silva again. This pitch has got so little pace in it. All of the energy is taken out of it once it hits the pitch. Some of the crowd are getting a little bit frustrated as well. One or two shouts and screams from England fans who feel that their team should be batting as De Silva is once again on the back foot defending. Ben Folkes comes out from behind the stumps and picks it up behind where a silly point might have been, and there is no run. Field comes up. Joe Root will go and have a discussion with his bowler. There's a lot of pointing going on. There's not a lot of movement from the fielders. Ben Stokes has come up sort of 3/4 of the way inside the boundary rope at long off, and Joe Root has decided that he's going to send both of those men back. Look, I can understand Stokes at long on staying back, but I don't understand Overton at long off staying back. That's the shot that I want to see Josh De Silva play. And Joe Root himself has moved from mid-wicket to a sort of a silly mid-off, I suppose. He's pretty straight, but standing level with the umpire. And Slip has gone to mid-wicket. Jack Leach bowls a wide delivery. So the plan here really is to try and get De Silva to score through the offside. And he finds Lawrence extra cover. There's no run. Last ball, the 105th over. Another chat between captain and bowler. I think De Silva has sussed out what the plan is now. What will his response be? We look to get a little paddle sweep out, perhaps to a wide delivery from Jack Leach. And he comes. It's wide of the off stump again, and well, the man's back on the point boundary, so Josh De Silva just taps it into that cap and they take the single. Groans from the crowd here, groans from inside the commentary box because, well, this is inexplicably bad from England. It really is, I'm afraid to say. 269 for 9.
Yeah, that was too easy. Joshua De Silva seems as though he's toying with the England bowlers. Knew exactly the line that Jack Leach was going to bowl, stood outside the line of the off stump, waited for it, and just calmly pushed it into the vacant point region for a single to get back the strike. He moves on to 79. His high score in Test match cricket is 92. So he has an opportunity in this game to surpass that and possibly get to triple figures for the first time. And he's really earned all of the runs that he's had so far. Well played to him. 219 balls, 6 fours, shown patience early up and then accelerated when he needed to. And he looked quite positive this morning, particularly when Kemar Roach was with him. That ball, still 6 overs new. Try to get bat on ball and score as many as they can. And once he lost Kemar Roach, just changed back into a different mindset and tried to shepherd Jayden Seales as much as possible.
And he's doing it extremely well. Short ball from Ben Stokes, and De Silva shovels it into the leg side. It comes off a leading edge and just lobs up in the air, but everybody is back on the leg side for England, and so there was nobody there to catch it, and De Silva turns down the single. And our friend out there on in the southern stand of the ground is starting to get rather cross. And I have to say that if we weren't on national radio, I might be doing the same thing. Ben Stokes is back at his mark, and he comes charging in again to Josh De Silva. Again, it's the short ball. Again, De Silva just having some wonderful short ball practice. Plays another really good hook shot, keeps it down, goes all the way out to Dan Lawrence at deep backward square, and they don't run.
Yeah, it really looks as though he's having a net, doesn't it? Ben Stokes bowling short, he's pulling to the fielder, no run, and goes back to his mark, and they'll try again. Remember yesterday evening, Mark, they had a little bit of a conversation going, Ben Stokes and Joshua De Silva.
Yeah, they've been going at each other, these two. Wider short ball, and De Silva tries to get it onto the leg side and almost plays a sort of an overhead smash, which dribbles out to mid-wicket, and again there's no run. It's well, if Josh De Silva is going to get to 100 with his strike rate down at 35, that'll be midway through the next session. If West Indies are still batting then, I think we might have a few people leaving the stadium, particularly the England fans. The West Indies fans are loving it, absolutely loving it, as the lead extends and the time in the field grows for England. The pull shot has been productive this time. It goes out to Chris Wokes at long on, and Josh De Silva, with 2 balls remaining in the over, decides to take the single. 270 for 9 now. 66 is the lead for the West Indies, and we have this familiar hokey cokey as the field now comes in after having been out, and Stokes will go around the wicket and try to prize out Jayden Seales with the remaining 2 deliveries. Ben Stokes in once more. There's 3 slips crouch, as does Ben Foakes. Really nicely defended by Jayden Seales off the back foot into the covers, and there is no run. Some gallows humour out there among the England fans. Trumpeter playing a sad refrain, and England sort of devoid of energy and ideas. There are conversations going between Root and Zach Crawley at slip, Johnny Bairstow at third slip. Ball down the leg side from Ben Stokes. Ben Foakes catches it, tosses it to Joe Root, and that's the end of another over. 170 for 9. I'm going to go and have a lie down in a darkened room, I think. Hand over to you guys back in the studio. We've got Matt Pryor, Jade Dernbach and Mark Nicholas. Over to you, Chintz.
Thanks, Butch. Great pictures of the Caribbean Sea and the glorious colours there. 270 for 9. This is a superb performance from Joshua De Silva. It really is. He's played calmly, and he's played all the smarts of batting against a frustrated opponent on a pitch that has 1 or 2 tricks to play, but also at other times looks pretty sound to bat on. Not that it has much pace to work with. The West Indies lead now 66 runs, so it suddenly has become substantial when it was threatening to 28 overnight, and the sort of general consensus was England would knock them over quickly this morning. Well, none of that's happened. 1 wicket taken. Kemar Roach caught down the leg side, so nothing's actually been, you know, if you like, threatening. Bowled out. An LBW should have been given out, but it wasn't. It went against England, and that's what happens when you don't make your own luck in this game. It's a funny old thing. You play well, you make your own luck, things go your way. You don't, and they don't. So that was played off the back foot, out to backward point by De Silva. Leach is getting no great turn, and when he is, very slow turn. De Silva waits, and he goes back again. He has all the time in the world with a dead straight bat to push it back to Jack Leach, who wanders across the pitch and picks it up to his right side. 6 for Seales in harness with De Silva's 80. They've put on 25 together. I would have thought the previous partnership was, I'll look it up in a second, but it was something around the 70 mark, or not far off it. So this is, well, it's matching the damage done by England at the end of the order. That 10th wicket partnership, that was worked away onto the leg side for no run. 68 that partnership between De Silva and Roach, and now another 25 between De Silva and Seales. Seales has played very cleverly too, making it difficult for England. De Silva waits, and forward comes De Silva, this time for the first time in the over. The ball bounces just a tad more than he expected it to, and it rolled out onto the leg side, and there's no run coming from it. Yes, he looks a formidable figure athletically, but He's beginning to look like the best concentrator going out there. He never seems to waver. He never seems to do anything rash. He never, very rarely does he seem to get caught out of position. Tremendous testament. He's only made one first-class 100 before, but that was in a match, I think, between Trinidad and Guyana. I'll look it up in a second, but maybe Trinidad and Jamaica. Anyway, here's Leach again, left alone outside off stump. I've got it on one of these sheets here. Really, the fact is he's made only one first-class 100 before, and you'd think he was better than that. 270 for 9. The score now here at St George's in Grenada. Again, more of a sprinkling of spectators than any large amounts, so the atmosphere is down again because the bowling side aren't taking wickets. The game appears to be almost without atmosphere. There's a lot of fiddling around with the field, and someone's come across from the leg side to go to another fielder in the covers on the offside. Leach spins the ball from finger to hand, like a top. Now in he comes to bowl. He fires a shocker down the leg side, and Stokes is brilliant. Unless it was a cunning plan, I might award him a plan here, because he might have preempted a charge from De Silva and fired it down the leg side on purpose, and it was super work from Stokes, who's been much better today, by the way. End of that over. A miss down the leg side by De Silva. 270 for 9 here on TalkSport 2 and on YouTube. Jade Dernbach is with me, and defining the frustration England must be feeling is not easy. There aren't many words for it. Extreme, perhaps.
No, it's certainly not, but I pick up on your point in the sense of this game rewards endeavour, in the sense of you've got to make your own luck. And at the moment, I think we're witnessing a side who are feeling a bit down in their own luck and not making a lot of their own. And you have to push the game forward, you have to push the pace, you need to make things happen, certainly on surfaces which don't necessarily offer you all that much.
An attempt by Seals to pull a ball that's dug into the surface by Stokes, and it just loops through, almost like a softball, to Ben Stokes. When a man as physically strong as Ben Stokes doesn't get any life out of a ball banged into the surface, you know that it's pretty hard to do. Bit of a waft, that one from Seals, and not very characteristic in the general pattern of his innings. Nice upright stance, sideways on, flexes his knees and defends half forward. The ball runs into the gully area. I did have an interesting stat here. Batsman, wicket-keeper who've scored hundreds. 3 West Indians batting at number 8 batter wicket-keepers have scored 100 in the Test innings. You'll have heard probably of Jerry Alexander and Shane Dowridge, but maybe not of Claremont de Piazza. Ben Stokes bowls again, and that also runs into the gully. Claremont de Piazza played in the 50s, a wicketkeeper batsman who actually played a lot in the Lancashire leagues in the days when the first quicks came over to England. The quickest of them all was a guy called Roy Gilchrist, who took something like 30 hat-tricks in Lancashire league matches. Bowled the speed of light, Roy Gilchrist, only a little guy with big delivery stride, and boy could he bowl quick. Claremont de Piazza, there you go. Spelt D-E-P-E-I-A-Z-A. So England changed the field to do something about Jayden Seals. They bring Bairstow in very close on the offside. Silly point where you'd have one there for a spinner, perhaps. And a full ball, well bowled, Ben Stokes fires it up, tries to get the Yorker going from round the wicket, and he does get it going, but Jayden Seals is even equal to that. They decide not to take the run, so that's doubly humiliating for England. The opposition are turning down runs against them because they want De Silva to farm the strike.
That is quite strange, but I mean, as we've seen throughout this innings to date, Jayden Seals is more than capable. Defence is resolute at the moment, but it's good to see Ben Stokes is trying to make things happen. We're also they all too often, don't we, with Ben Stokes?
That's a block on the front foot by Seals to a full straight ball by Stokes, who's bowled quite well but really hasn't got anything to move. The only movement we've seen was a hint of swing from both Woakes and Mahmood first thing, with what was a the new ball then, but England have been going now for an hour and 40 minutes and have only taken one wicket, and that a lucky one. A catch down the leg side, a thin edge by Kemar Roach that Folks took very well, diving away to his left. Stokes now bowls, chips. Oh, it's short of Jack Leach at mid-on. I was going to say chips it into the hands of mid-on, but Leach was perhaps a little slow to react, maybe a bit on his heels. I don't know, we'll have to see the replay of that from a different angle. It just lobs up in the air, hangs in the air, and Jack Leach just a little slow to react. Maybe he lost it against the thin crowd or something, but he seemed to be, I think he just thought it was coming to him, and he didn't have to go and get it, which is what he did have to do. Oh no, Ben Stokes is unhappy. Just remember that single he made for you at Headingley, Ben. Just hang on in there with that. Joe Root's off the field, doubtless frustrated. Going to say to Paul Collingwood, what should I do, I imagine. 270 for 9, a lead of 66 for West Indies.
Yeah, it's a good point. What do I do? This situation where you've got a batsman in, you put the field back, every man on the boundary. They don't take the runs for the first 4 balls, then try and nick a single. I'd almost be tempted to do away with it. Just attack both batsmen.
Well, I'm so in agreement, and have been for 30 years. Leach again. That's short, and he goes back. Well, it's not that short, a bit short. He goes back, and he works it away, and it's another run turned down. Don't know about turning down runs. He wasn't doing that, and he made the point in his interview yesterday evening that he trusted the guys he batted with at the end of the innings, a tail as they call it. And I'd be taking every run. I think every run is so precious in this match. Leach again bowls that a little higher and flightier, and a nice drive out to mid-off on the boundary results in nothing because again he's chosen not to take the run. Television showing Jack Leach lying in the dirt, head down, head in hands now. That's leg side-ish, and again, so 3 balls in a row and no run. So what's the point of it? Is he waiting for a boundary opportunity, which is going to be difficult with all the field back? I'm not sure I quite get the tactic, or do you just think that if you're in there, you're eking just, what, the drip of torture, really, isn't it? Leach to bowl again. Guys, hang on. I know that you're both... The minute Jack bowls this ball, Matt, you're in. Oh, he's delaying. 3 balls left. The bearded Leach. Sounds like a bad film. And again, whipped to mid-wicket. Now what happens? Does the field come in? 4 balls have been bowled, Matt. What do you think?
Yeah, you'd imagine field comes in now. And this would be the ball. Imagine De Silva would attack, try and get a boundary. The perfect situation for West Indies would be the boundary off the 5th and then a single off the 6th. Keeps the strike.
Yep, that's what they're trying to manipulate. That's the cunning plan, the Baldrick one. He bowls and he goes back and he works it away to square leg, but there's no run. So the one thing De Silva has done in this innings is resist all temptation. There's no hint of his waning concentration. If he has a waning concentration, maybe he doesn't. Maybe he's one of those guys lucky to be blessed with the art of concentration, and it is an art, I think. So Leach goes to have a chat with with Ben Stokes about the field setting here. What ball do you think I should bowl? I wonder if he might fire another one down the leg side. Although De Silva didn't fall for it last time. So there's 3 fielders saving a single, but no one at square leg, which is an area that De Silva really loves. 5 on the offside saving a single, 3 on the leg side and another one back. So he's going to go square leg if he can. Leach will have to bowl it quite wide of off stump, I think. And he does exactly that. That's well bowled by Jack Leach, and he can't work it away for a single. So De Silva blocks. No runs come from an over, and the game just stood completely still. The game meant nothing for 6 balls, and that is the extraordinary nature of the long form of cricket. Periods when nothing happens are part of the contest.
And it's one of the reasons for me. I was thinking, it's very easy sat here to be critical. I was sort of thinking, right, if you're captain out in the middle, would you have the guts to say to the bowlers, right, we're not doing this. We're not doing the men spread on the boundary. We're going to attack De Silva. We're going to get him out and work as hard to get him out as we are Seals. And if he scores runs, if he bats well and scores runs, credit to him. Because the minute you spread the field, the bowlers stop bowling at De Silva. They stop trying to get him out. He has a bit of a net, hits it out to the field, and all the intensity goes out of the game. And then it's very hard when you finally get Seals on strike to up that intensity to try and get him out. So, as I say,
Can
simple
I add
to say.
something?
Yeah,
Matt, because you batted with the tail a bit, and
Yep.
you were damn good at it. And I always felt that the minute it happened, you'd won.
I'd love this.
And I loved it. It's so easy to bat because they
brilliant.
ease off you.
Yep.
And they allow you to control the match. They give you the chance to control the match.
And there are so many scoring options.
Here's Overton round the wicket, pounds in at Seals, who pops that up in the... Oh, no, and that doesn't make it to mid-off either. So there you go. The luck going West Indies' way, and you'd say they probably have made their own luck.
Yeah, they have earned the right. Jaden Seals is hung in there for his partner Joshua De Silva, who, as you know, he's faced the best part of 230 deliveries now, so he's quite comfortably earned the right. 80 odd not out, doing a great job. Yes, I'm completely on board with you, Maddie, and in terms of the intensity, and as a bowler to keep yo-yoing up and down between is difficult.
Bouncer from Overton. There's an appeal from England, and I've no idea what for. No idea. It flew miles over Jaden Seals' head.
Coming back to your point, Mark, about batting with the tail, just as the batsman that's in, there were times where I potentially wouldn't feel it. I'd feel like I was a walking wicket. Tail ender walks out, field spreads, and I've got free hits everywhere. So actually, it played me into form. It took all the pressure off me as a batter because I could just play.
Overton again, Seals forward and defends, and that goes to short leg. You a walking wicket, please.
you never know what's going on in your head, but for me it was amazing because you'd say, right, square leg suddenly goes out, and the best one was that suddenly backward point would disappear, and I'd have free hit. The minute it came outside off stump, you just think, right, I'm throwing my hands at it. You've only got to beat that man on the boundary 5 yards either way, you get your boundary. Everyone's spread, then you take the single off the fourth, speak to your mate, he gets through it. Just the intensity, you didn't feel hunted by the bowler, so it made life so much easier.
Overton again, down the leg side. Nothing coming of that. England with 4 round the bat, a slip, a gully, a short leg and a leg gully. But they can't make a trick this morning. Well, one lucky trick, I suppose. A card just was dealt them. They didn't have to find a way to... Oh dear, this is a really frustrating part of the game, and as the more Test cricket you watch, the more you understand the patience required in watching it every bit as much as playing it. You realise that there are high moments and low moments, and the thrill is when one comes after the other, or when the high moment dominates a day's play. We had it in Barbados with Ben Stokes' innings. A Seal goes back to Overton and defence. Gee, this is a painfully flat deck now. We haven't even really seen any balls keep low in the last hour, have we?
No, we haven't. Nothing's really misbehaved, or not, unexpectedly. But I think the other point about this sort of field and this tactic is you can't go anywhere else now. Once you've set it, it's very hard to go, actually, okay, this isn't working, we're now going to attack De Silva.
Overton bangs it in, and Seals thought about ducking, but then stood to play. And actually, given he had to react quickly, he did pretty well, I thought. And it's the end of that over. 279 for 9. We're on TalkSport 2 and on YouTube. There are loads of ways to keep up with the cricket here on TalkSport 2. The easiest is via the TalkSport app, and that's definitely the best way to go. Just swipe left for TalkSport 2. We're on your smart speaker, of course, the website itself, and also on TalkSport YouTube channel, where you can find us, and a ball-by-ball scorecard. So lots of ways to listen, but the best of the lot is the app.
Okay, lads. With the field and the setting we're talking about there, Matty P, is the sense of, even to the spinner, to Jack Leach, and De Silva throughout his innings hasn't shown that he's gone after the bowling in any way. His scoring rate is nothing to be threatened by in that sense. So to give your bowlers the best opportunity, keep the field up, actually entice him to see whether he does want to play a shot, come out of that box, that comfort zone we've seen him in for too long now. I think by having that field back, he's not going to change, and if he does, it'd be very out of character and nothing we've seen to date. So we need to try and find a way of changing his rhythm of play here, and I think keeping the field up might be one of those.
Here. Leach again then. Got a ball over the wicket to De Silva. That makes sense to me too. See what happens if he lands it in the rough. There's no slip in place. Straight ball and easily played as De Silva comes forward. He's got great self-control. Talking about his patience. He's got a very extravagant rubber on his bat handle. I'm not sure what's on it, but it's very colourful. Its base colour is pink, but there's lots of other stuff going on there too. A lot of pink around this cricket ground and this area. Oh, must be a wide, isn't it, down the leg side? Nope, good work by Stokes with his footwork. That was a pretty ordinary moment of cricket, if we're honest. A wide ball down the leg side, the batsman didn't even attempt to hit. Leach again. That's straighter, and the batsman is back. De Silva does have a nice high left elbow in his play when he is on back and front foot. I think he's a very organised player. Joe Root's face betrays nothing at the moment. No sense of frustration and of course none of elation. Also down the leg side, easily, beautifully taken by Ben Stokes, who touches a bail off. Literally, just a little flick. They used to say don't destroy the stumps, just whip the bails off, but each is as effective as each other. It's not an aesthetic game, though the aesthetics are what make it attractive, of course. Or indeed beautiful. A word from Root to Stokes. Root with his England cap on and slightly longer hair than perhaps you've seen him with. Then he's got his sunglasses on his cap rather than on his face. De Silva waits for a moment. Leach bowls. It's nicely bowled, a little higher. And it's played into the leg side very easily by De Silva. Only 9 minutes to go to lunch. What a thing it would be if they were still at the wicket at lunch. I mean, it's a dull old morning in terms of run rate and wickets falling. But in terms of the situation of the match, well, West Indies have improved their position in it. It's as simple as that. Now he goes back and plays the ball out to mid-wicket for no run. And the end of that over here on TalkSport 2 with 270 for 9 the score. A lead of 66, 80 for De Silva, 6 for Jayden Seales, and Neil Manthorpe is taking over the commentary.
Thank you very much indeed, Mark Nicholas. You know, it's interesting. This tactic fails far more than it works. It fails regularly, and sometimes it fails catastrophically. It did, and I'm surprised that maybe Joe Root does remember it, but you know, Mark Wood and Stuart Broad, in very, very different, diametrically opposite conditions, at the Wanderers against South Africa in Johannesburg on a fast, bouncy pitch with an inexperienced bowling attack, bowling too short, and Mark Wood and Stuart Broad were in their element. And they smashed it for the last wicket. Here is Craig Overton, who continues on a much, much more docile pitch, and it's steered away up at Hine Square on the offside. Jared might be able to find that scorecard and remind us of how quickly Broad and Wood scored. But the South African captain, was highly respected, Faf du Plessis, it turned out to be his last test match because it was so humiliating. That's down the leg side and a flick and a miss. And as Matt Pryor says, once you commit to this approach, to this tactic, it's very, very hard to reverse. You're heading down this tunnel, and you're committed to it now, and it's doing for Joe Root, I think. I mean, you know, the West Indies are very slowly, patiently building a match-winning lead, and England are actively doing nothing about it, as Overton is in once again, pushed away out towards mid-on. They actively, from the outset, said, we're not good enough. Our best bowlers are not good enough to bowl at the West Indian number 8.
I suppose their argument, or Joe Root's argument, would be, well, the West Indies aren't really going anywhere.
They are, just slowly. Aren't they, really? I mean, Overton in once again, turned away out on the onside, and there's no run. I mean, they've gone from 245 for 9 to 270 for 9. It's slow, but it's progress.
Granted, but if you bring the field up and the West Indies attack, you could score runs quickly, and that's not what England want. Now, again, I'm trying to look for a counter argument. I've just said I agree with you 100%. Attack both batsmen. I'm trying to think, right, what would Joe Root's defence be? Well, we know that runs come at a premium. We don't want to give the West Indian batsman or De Silva an opportunity to score quickly.
Banged in short, knocked away defensively. Who's scored quickly?
No one. I don't agree with my own argument. I'm just trying to look for a reason why they would do it. Or if Joe Root was sat here now and you asked him the question, why are you doing this? I'm trying to explain the rationale as to why, because the listeners would be going, well, why is he doing this?
Yeah. You're absolutely right. The truth is that England's bowlers haven't been good enough to take the last wicket, and that's knocked away defensively. It's another back of a length, 75-mile-an-hour delivery, and there's no run. Another over comes to an end. Jared, that was very quick.
Oh, I've got the scorecard, but I just want to bring something else up. If you've ever watched basketball, at the end of a basketball game, everyone fouls the other player. So if your team's down by 6, 7, 8 points, you suddenly start fouling everyone in order to stop the clock. So you give yourself more time, and then you can catch up, and you hope that the other team miss on free throw percentage. There's been countless studies that this doesn't work. And it's been done again and again. And it came in at a similar time when in Test cricket we started doing these sorts of fields. Tail end is in, okay, we'll put all the fields out, we'll spread the field. We don't have the analysis to quite tell us that this doesn't work very often, but we've all watched enough cricket to know it doesn't work very often, and it happens again and again. So I think it's just one of those things that it's almost like you've run out of options and you go to it, but there has to be a better way than the way that the game is currently played.
Oh, slog now from Josh De Silva, and it's missed. It's down the leg side. Jack Leach continues to bowl over the wicket, and it's a slog really from Josh De Silva, although a controlled one. He's looking to hit through the leg side. Did it come off the batsman's pad?
No, I don't think it did. I think it actually spun quite a bit out of the footholds, but I think unfortunately it looked to miss stumping. De Silva dragged his foot out the crease. Folks was just unable to gather the ball.
Here is Leach once again, and he's gone for another one out towards Dan Lawrence at square leg. I think that's inside edge that onto his pad. And there's no run. 272 for 9. Yes, Jared, we know that it rarely works. And the other thing to increase your chances of it working is you need a number 11 who's an old-fashioned number 11 who, like if Phil Tufnell was there, with respect. Leach in once again, turned away behind square on the leg side, and there's no run.
Tailenders' averages haven't gone up in the history of Test cricket.
I bet balls faced have.
Balls faced have gone up, and part of it is because of this. They only have to face 2 balls at the end of the over. Like, you've created a system so often.
Leach again, short and cut by Josh De Silva, out towards the cover boundary, and that's very well played. He's hit that deliberately in front of square. England's sweeper is behind square, and he's a little bit of width. He's being proactive now, is Josh De Silva. He's decided that the West Indies' progress can be a little quicker, given that England's generous field placings have allowed so many gaps, and that's a good shot.
Well, again, it's telegraphed, isn't it? What Leach is doing here, all the field is about the onside. It's not spinning that much. De Silva's been able to just take advantage of the offside.
Blocks it defensively out on the onside. Leach does his own fielding.
I mean, look again here. We've 6 runs scored off this over so far.
276 for 9. The lead is 72 for the West Indies. Josh De Silva is 86 not out. Now sweeps, and sweeps very well indeed. Hard, powerful sweep shot behind square on the leg side, out towards the boundary for another 4. Josh De Silva is into the 90s. West Indies at 280 for 9, and England's tactics, which looked flaky, looks like they could be exploding now.
They certainly can. That's a free shot. That's a ball pitching outside leg stump with only one man to beat on the leg side. That's a free shot. De Silva, man who's faced 247 deliveries, he's not going to miss out there. Again, he's playing the situation perfectly. He's taking advantage of all the opportunities presented to him, and unfortunately, as we say, we're struggling to get this last wicket out, and these are telling runs and will be certainly moving into the second innings for England, where in a low scoring affair we know what a first innings lead could mean. So tactics need to change. Bowlers need to get on top here and take control of the game, not necessarily rely on Joe Root for their next plan. Hopefully come up with one themselves.
He's going to have a bowl now, is Joe Root. So about 15 minutes ago, Mark Nicholas said that Joe Root had gone off the field. We know that he's struggling with a back injury, so it might just have been a little bit of treatment. But he would have had a chance to speak to Paul Collingwood and review the tactics. And when he came back, exactly the same thing continued.
So that's almost the point, is that this seems to be something that everybody's bought into. It's not just a case of it only being Joe Root's theory of having everybody back or sticking to this plan. Paul Collingwood must be playing a part in that and agree with it. Otherwise, I'm sure we would have seen him come back on and change it.
West Indies lead is 76. Joe Root in, he's very good against left-handers. Big appeal for leg before wicket. Oh, and he had a briefest of looks, did Joel Wilson. He was pretty confident that it was not out. He shakes his head and then says not out. Bit of bat involved, perhaps?
Yeah, I think a bit of inside edge. Oh dear, I'm not sure there was.
Ben Folkes was jumping up and down and almost celebrating. I have to say, it's hit him pretty much bang in front. Heading to I don't think it turned much, maybe heading towards middle and leg. That was a good shout. Jaden Seals forward, now nudges it off a thick inside edge behind square on the leg side. They could have run 2 or 3 there probably, but they settled for just 1 because it gets Josh De Silva back on strike.
How have you not got a man up on 1 in that position? The tail end, a left-hander, is inside edge that, backward of square, and Joe Root, the over before lunch, has got a man at deep square leg. I mean, I'm sure the reason you would have him out on the boundary was to protect the big slog sweep, which I'm pretty certain England wouldn't mind Seals playing.
Well, but he hasn't played any shots
he hasn't.
In 50 balls.
He hasn't, so keep the man up and keep him on strike. All he's done is got an inside edge, down to the man on the boundary, and now we've got De Silva back on strike.
I must say it's been curious to follow the tactics and England's game plan, and it's been a session deeply bereft of inspiration from the tourists. Joe Root in once more. Josh De Silva, he pushes it out towards square leg and not even contemplating the run. He'll just play out this over, I would imagine, maybe look for a single towards the 5th or 6th ball in order to keep the strike after lunch. It's the last over before lunch. 281 for 9, the West Indies. Joe Root is in once again, gives that one some air, and it's driven down the ground by De Silva, who's grinning at his partner. I think this Jaden Seals has probably exceeded De Silva's hopes and expectations. He's done a super job. De Silva pushes it straight back to Root, and there's no run. This lead is 77. All the talk about and the hope England could take the last couple of wickets quickly and then get into their work with the bat in the second innings have come to nothing. They've taken just 1 wicket. Kemar Roach caught down the leg side by Ben Folkes off the bowling of Saqib Mahmood, and then have failed to take the last wicket. A bouncer from Joe Root. Well, Josh De Silva is now signalling wide. Excuse me if you don't believe me. He bowled a bouncer. Joe Root bowled a bouncer. Didn't see the pace, but it was probably about 110 kilometres an hour. Ben Folkes, I think, was expecting it. So we say try something different. That was pretty exotic. It wasn't called wide, and I think Josh De Silva has good reason, actually, to ask the umpire why it wasn't signalled a wide. Any reasons?
I can't think of any right now. That was, we've got away with one, let's just say, to keep Seals on strike. But it's almost where it becomes a bit baffling. We're trying to keep the number 11 on strike but then we bowl the next over with a field that just doesn't allow him to stay on strike. So it's counterproductive, and it's exactly what we're talking about. I'm all okay with a plan and a field, but they've got to work together, and unfortunately, they're not currently.
Okay, because we lost a couple of minutes to bad light, the close of play yesterday, lunch has been delayed by a couple of minutes. Oh, no. Jared Kimber's going to put me right on that. Jack Leach in once again. Forward comes Jaden Seals, defensively no run.
Is it not because they're 9 wickets down?
Well, obviously that as well, Jared. You know. Okay, Jack Leach. 2 reasons to extend lunch. Here's delay lunch. Jaden Seals has played a big shot. He's gone down the ground and he's hit Jack Leach for 6 over long on. The number 11 springs into life, having studiously faced over 50 balls for his 7. He's launched one down the ground for 6.
This is an outstanding shot, has to be said. Leach putting it right in the spot to get hit, to be fair, but Seals has to do it, he has to do the work. It's one stride, nothing extravagant. Great swing of the bat. Oh, he enjoys it as well, doesn't he? Number 11 hitting a 6 straight back over the bowler's head. Nothing better than that.
Here comes Jack Leach again. Seals is beaten outside the off stump. Apart from my admiration for the shot, Matt, the second thought that came immediately to my mind was, what's Joshua De Silva thinking? The non-striker's end on 90 not out.
Well, I imagine he's thinking, great shot, mate. Just got us 6 more runs. I'd hope he'd be thinking that.
Unless he got caught mid-on.
Well, yeah, I mean...
There is that too. There is that too. Here is Leach. Bowls forward comes Jaden Seals. Pushes it back down the wicket.
The other question is how the number 11 feels he can hit England's premier spinner back over his head. Has to be a thought. Or not? Am I being negative?
No, you're not. Lead is 83. Next one, blocked by Jaden Seals. I think it was just he looks such a competent number 11 that after 50 balls he just thought, I'm good enough here to play some shots, and now he sort of reverted back to type and is concerned about De Silva scoring 100.
Can't pat this back anymore.
Exactly. 3 men around the bat, slip, silly mid off and short leg. Leach in again, but that one's come off the edge and past Dan Lawrence, who's very close in at silly mid off, somewhere between, I guess, silly point and silly mid off. Well, what a disappointing session for England. They've had a plan which looks like a flawed plan, and it hasn't worked. Jared.
Jack Leach in first team innings averages 51.65 with the ball, and in second team innings averages 20.3 with the ball. So he continues to struggle early on in matches.
Struggles to take wickets, and also
that's why me and Matt want substitutes in Test cricket. He'd be awesome to come in at the end. Absolute specialist.
Squad of 16.
Although, just on that point though, you would hope spinners would come into the game in a second innings. It's often the first innings from a team perspective, to make a well-rounded team. Spinner is often the guy who can create that breakthrough in the first innings when it's not turning. It's a flat wicket. Need to rest your seamers.
I think Nathan Lyon averages 29 in the first team innings.
There might be the difference.
Well, I mean,
what was Leach? Sorry.
What did I say? What's 50?
Oh, okay.
52. I mean, you're right, Jade. And there's always a disparity. And in fact, Nathan Lyon is one of the ones who's a bit rarer because he's better at the start of the game because he likes more bounce. But I don't think you can keep any pressure on if you're averaging 50 with the ball.
I think the point is also being able to find a way when conditions don't suit. So what those stats suggest is the conditions really have to suit Jack Leach for him to then come into his own, I suppose.
287 for 9. Players continuing because the West Indies are 9 down. Here is Craig Overton back into the attack. Bowls a short one, bouncer, and Josh De Silva ducks underneath it very easily. I've been a huge defender of Joe Root since the Ashes, and I don't know how many times I've said a captain's only as good as his players, and I haven't always been convinced that the criticism of Joe Root as a captain has been fully merited, but this session, certainly from a leadership point of view, has been a bit uninspired. That one is chopped away behind square, out towards third man, and they're coming back for the second run as Saki Mahmood does the fielding, and they've gone through for 2. The best thing about that was Joshua Da Silva's immediate recognition that there were 2 there. Called 2 straight away. As he started to run, he said 2 to Jaden Seals, who was happy to turn blind and trust the senior batter's call, and Da Silva moves up to 92. Not just uninspired, but just a bit lacking in belief and negative, as Overton is in once again. Da Silva gives himself some room and slaps it disdainfully through mid-off. The West Indian wicketkeeper has a strong smell of 100 in his nostrils. He's on to 96.
What a fantastic shot. He continues to show his class here, Joshua Da Silva. I think we're seeing the birth of a star here for West Indian cricket. He's gone from strength to strength throughout this series, and that's another fantastic shot. He's on his way to a well-deserved 100 here. Not a lot the England bowlers can do about it.
Josh Da Silva is 1 strike away from 100. He's 96 not out. The lead's 89 for the West Indies. Overton in, gives himself some room again, and he's gone down through long, on for 4 more. He runs down the wicket with his arms in the air, roaring his delight. A maiden test 100, a scream of pleasure, almost disbelief. What a fabulous, fabulous innings. And he looks like he's briefly overcome with emotion.
Absolutely fantastic to see. As he was nearing his 100, a part of me was hoping, as an England fan of course, but part of me was hoping that he would get there. He so deserves it. 255 balls faced. What a job he has done for his team, and what a job he has done for himself. He was low on confidence with the wicket keeping. He knew he needed some runs, particularly at home in the West Indies. And we're watching the highlights. As he hits it, he knows he's got all of it. It's going to go away for the boundary. Arms aloft. And honestly, that celebration, I mean, it does make you very, very happy for the young batsman wicketkeeper. Congratulations, Joshua Da Silva.
He's in tears, Jade. He's in tears.
That's what I'm saying. You can see it means so much to him. We saw it in the previous game when it meant so much to be there at the end to take his team home. And we've seen it throughout this innings once again. Genuine raw emotion of a young man making his way in international cricket, and how much it means to play international cricket for his country, the West Indies, and he's gone and done it. 100 of 255 balls with only 10 fours, strike rate 39, but that's none the difference.
I've got a lump in my throat.
Oh, that moment was incredible to watch. Wasn't it? Fantastic. Well done, Da Silva.
Just extraordinary. Here's Overton again, and and he's immediately beaten past the inside edge. There's an appeal and he's gone. Next delivery. I'm not surprised if he couldn't see it. Got a bit of a lump in our throat here in the commentary box. It meant so much to Josh Da Silva. He was just overcome with emotion. He took a little bit of time out, as much as he could. He was down on his haunches as the tears came to his eyes. Well, they said Don Bradman didn't see the ball that got him the last time in Test matches. And I'm not so sure that Josh Da Silva saw this one. Overton eventually brings it to an end, although he has reviewed it.
Just waiting. I'll try, Joel.
He's walked off. He's reviewed it and then walked off as Josh Da Silva. So maybe he's hungry. It is supposed to be lunchtime. He's gone. He's reviewed it and then thought, no, that's silly. I know I've hit it. And he's gone for around 100. He's left the field.
Just rock and roll it. He's fine, isn't it? To take it back.
There's nothing on the ultra edge.
Okay, go
there
forward.
is nothing on the ultra edge, and Josh Da Silva has left the field.
There appears to be a gap between bat and ball. Take it all the way through, roll it through, and see if there's any contact with the bat.
Stranger and stranger.
Yeah, there's contact with the bat leg as the ball passes through. I'm ready to go back on field to Joel. Joel, I'm going to have to advise you to overturn your decision to not out. You're on screen signal now.
This is a first. All the fielders and batters are off, but they're having to make their way back on. I don't think I've ever seen this before. Manners and Matty P. This is a first.
I thought if you left the field of play. No, is that
No, that was a rule only for 130 years.
right now? That's gone.
Different now.
DRS reviewed it. He was almost. I think he had to pad up again. He was in the dressing room.
Jared.
Third umpire got completely confused by everything as well. Forgot to look at the LBW. I mean, it wasn't going to hit, but he actually has to do that per that regulation. So, no one's looking great after that couple of minutes of cricket there, or actually a couple of minutes of not cricket.
You talk about another life. This is literally done the walk off, walk back on, take guard, start again. But you're starting on 100 not out.
At least he's got rid of the tears in his eyes.
I was going to say, the only one who's it's probably done a favour for, apart from having another life, is Joshua Da Silva. He's had a moment now to let that raw emotion disappear, and now back to the job at hand.
Spare a thought for the England bowlers and fielders. How bad would that moment be? Sorry lads, come back out.
Goodness gracious me. Overton in bowls to Silva. He's back to form now. He pushes it defensively back to Overton, whose volatility boils over into a piece of fielding off his own bowling, and then an angry throw at the batsman's stumps, but the batsman was standing directly in front of them, so it's hit him on the pads. He's obviously had a few temperament questions early on in his career, but quite frankly I can entirely understand why he's boiling a bit at the moment.
Absolutely, you can. As Matty P said, it's a pretty depressing feeling having to walk back onto the park. We worked very hard for the wicket, but apart from him throwing at the batter, which you never want to see, at least there's a bit of passion, there's a bit of fight being shown here from the England bowlers. We know it's difficult. Got a man on 100 not out, he's just had another reprieve. But England are going to have to take the game into their own hands and make another opportunity here. They cannot continue to sit back, and Overton is trying to make something happen, and his frustration or anger or whatever you want to call it has slightly boiled over there, but at least maybe that might drag a couple of teammates along with him with the fight that they're going to need to dislodge this final pair.
I shall hand over for the next, I don't know how long, it's 15 minutes until lunch if these two survive. Here's Mark Nicholas.
Well, nothing wrong with Craig Overton's throw at the stumps there. He took his guard out of the ground, and the umpires told everybody to calm down. I don't know why they should. Overton's entitled to be passionate about the moment and to show it and search for the wicket. Root comes round the wicket and bowls full outside, just probably on off stump, and it's pushed out to cover by Jaden Seals. We've just seen a remarkable 10 minutes or 5 minutes really, dramatic in many ways. Here's Root again. Root 66 bowls now, quite round arm and flatter, and inside edge goes to square leg for no run. Root varies that arm, the angle of the arm of the release of the ball quite a lot, high to well, almost about 45 degrees. Here he comes again, bowls and gets that up in the air. It's brilliant. A caught and bowl by Joe Root. Fantastic. Smash back at him by Seals, who throws his head back, and Root's done it, and he'll be very pleased, very relieved, and frankly very disappointed with the morning, because it's very much West Indies morning. A fascinating morning of Test match cricket. I'm going to put my neck out and say I call that a great innings by Josh Da Silva. I think given everything, the pitch, the opponent, the history, the state of the series, the state of the match, the most fantastic performance by the West Indies wicket-keeper, who finishes unbeaten on 100, and my goodness me, he'd be one of the proudest men going around. There's cricket clubs all around West Indies who've had players who've got to the brink of the Test team, got in and not done themselves justice. Here's one that has, and there'll be many who are proud of him too. His own team stand and applaud, and it's been an absolutely superb performance by West Indies from unpromising beginnings to get this lead.
Yeah, great innings there by Joshua Da Silva, 100 not out. Jaden Seals certainly did his part, or the lower order certainly did. Kemar Roach adding 25 off 82 deliveries, and Seals facing the 59, but then perishing at the end was certainly West Indies morning. They were going to lunch the far happier side. Unfortunately for Joe Root's men, it wasn't to be. First up this morning with that new appeal, but they're going to have some work to do with the bat here, and they're going to have to come out and bat well. So there's a deficit that they need to take care of first before they can think about piling on second innings runs.
Only the 11th time in all Test matches that the 10th wicket has seen 2 50-plus stands. It's rare, not quite as hen's teeth, but it's rare. Here he is now. Here's the man.
To you? I think the emotion said it all. Tears just came to my eyes instantaneously. It's gonna come to me now. It means the most, and the whole world. Thanks to God and my parents, everybody supporting me. It means the whole world.
You mentioned your parents there. What has been that sort of relationship with them coming into this moment?
They've backed me 100% through all of the downs, all of the ups. They've always been there. They were in Barbados. I couldn't do it there, but I'm sure they're very happy to watch it on TV and see me do it here.
To score the 100 with Jaden Seals, your club mate, your good friend at the other end?
He told me he has my back, and I backed him 100%. He told me he's going to get me there, and he did, so I can't thank him enough for the role he played.
The number of runs that you added with the lower order, what was the challenge? What was the technique in doing it?
Trusting them. The most I could have done is trust them. Give them 2 balls to face, sometimes even more, and they batted a whole inning. Without them, I couldn't do this, so all credit goes to them. I just played my part.
The moment after getting to the 100 and then walking off, what was going through your mind there with that decision?
I thought I hit it. Just reviewed it, just to review its sake, and it just happened I didn't, so I'll take the average. It'll help a lot.
What pleased you most, Josh, about the 100? What pleased you most in terms of stroke play?
Just taking my time, batting balls. I got a lot of stick out there for having a low strike rate, but it didn't matter to me. Just taking my time playing in my game and not getting out of it. When I got the chance to score, I did, and just so happened I got there.
What can the team force now in terms of bowling later on?
Just need to bowl our areas. We know how the pitch is playing. It's pretty flat, but it has some stuff in it for the bowlers still. So just put the balls in the right areas and we'll get the job done.
Congratulations. I'm sure everyone is proud of you.
Thank you, Bish.
He's 23 years old, of Portuguese descent. His ancestors hail from Madeira. Both his mother and paternal grandmother were Portuguese Canadian, while his father is Trinidadian. And he was educated at St Mary's College in Port of Spain. He's done a great thing here because he's not only played in innings that could be the foundation of his career, but it could also be the foundation of a West Indian Test match win. They've got a considerable advantage now, a lead of 93. I mean, that's... is it gold? It probably is gold, isn't it, guys? It's certainly invaluable.
Yep, invaluable. Absolutely, 93 runs. We were talking at one stage, gosh, if it feels like a long time ago now, when England were actually in the lead and leading by 50, and we were saying 50 runs is a lot of runs on this surface. 93 runs behind first innings. England have got a fight on here. The thing they'll be hoping, as Joshua De Silva's just said, the wicket is flat. There's the odd ball in there, but it's not doing too much.
Well, a really outstanding innings from Josh De Silva has given West Indies an enormous advantage in this game. 93 runs on what looks a tricky pitch against the new ball could be match changing, I think. It depends a bit how you use the new ball. England demonstrated how not to use it, so let's see if West Indies demonstrate how to use it. Alex Lees is taking guard. Zach Crawley is out there with him. They've seen an example in method, conviction, concentration, determination from De Silva. As good an innings as you'd wish to see of its type, and one I'm sure appreciated by Michael Atherton, who's over there in Barbados and with me now.
Hi Mark, yep, Grenada.
Grenada, yeah, well you were there in Barbados too. I'm not wrong, it's just not now.
Very happy to be here. Good to talk to you and all our listeners tuning in. What a wonderful moment that was for Josh De Silva before lunch. Outpouring of joy and pleasure. Really fantastic innings, the defining innings of the game in a match where no other batsman has passed 50 yet. He made his maiden 100, so that was a thrill, and it was quite a chaotic and comedic 5 minutes, wasn't it, when he was then given out off the field, came back, and great stuff.
I'm going to talk to you about that in a second, actually, but that whole celebration of the 100 was what the word unbridled was designed for, I suspect, at least in its second life. Kemar Roach gave up there. He ran in and decided against it and turned around and went back to his mark again. Probably didn't get his stride pattern right. Alex Lees, we know, can hang on in there and fight. I wouldn't say that he had quite the method that De Silva had, to be honest. I was really impressed with him technically, and also the way he worked out the situations, the various situations in which he found himself. Right, this time, number 24 on his back, here comes Kemar Roach. And he bowls a very good ball to Lees that's left alone. It started pretty straight on the angle, I'd say, angle towards off stump, and then swung away a bit, and Lees let it go by. He was pleased to be able to do so often at the start of the innings. Well, Athers knows more than I. It takes a while for the feet to go. The feet didn't go anywhere there. He just hung on to his original stance and watched it go by. Taps the ground now, chews on his gum as his wont. Lifts his bat, checks it, turns to face the bowler. Here is the bowler. And that's a lovely full ball that swings, and Lees gets bat on it, thick outside edge, which you're more than entitled to as an opening batsman against the new ball, and he gets a couple, so he's away.
It's a good challenge, this, for Alex Lees. He's not had a particularly successful first couple of test matches, but the one area that he's been troubled the most is by this bowler, Kemar Roach, from this angle round the wicket, and so that's what he's having to measure up to again here now.
Yeah, right arm quicks have come round the wicket to left-handers a lot in the modern era, the really modern era of the game. Another outswinger just outside of stump and left alone, but never has it proved more successful, I suppose, than Stuart Broad against David Warner. Broad's ability to get it full when he's on and gets on a roll and gets the ball pitched up and moving so late, it's a handful for anybody, even a player of Warner's ability. England are going to have to really show some what's the word? Well, everything really, fight and courage and character and all of that to get back into this game. And again, the feet aren't going for Lees. He's stuck in the crease a bit, and he prods that back to that full ball back to Kemar Roach. Jared Kimber's dying to say something.
Kemar Roach and Stuart Broad are the only two bowlers to have bowled over 2,000 balls around the wicket to left-handers in the last 5 years of Test matches. Kemar Roach does it 82% of the time. So not only has he bowled the second most balls around the wicket, he almost does it 100% of the time. But cricket's completely changed. There are so many bowlers now bowling more than half their balls around the wicket to left-handers. And Broad and Roach are the best.
Another outswinger left alone, a bit too wide, that one. Jared, before you go, Athers will be amused by this. Somebody in a Channel 9 commentary box used the phrase around the wicket, and Ian Chappell jumped all over him and said, mate, round the wicket, not around the wicket, round the wicket. What do you say to that? Ian Chappell doesn't know everything.
All I would say is that in the game of cricket, there are many different things that many different people say that aren't always correct. I like around the wicket. Some people in Australia say round the wicket.
Roach again, and that's very full and swings, and again he just pushes at it, hands well away from the body, no run to extra cover. One man's coffee is another man's tea.
Exactly. We also say the score backwards in Australia, so there's a few quirks.
Why do you do that? Why do Australians say the score backwards?
It's the way that the old scoreboards used to be set up in Australia. They were set up differently than England.
Thank you.
I don't know why, but they were.
I suppose I should know that, but I didn't. End of that over. Anyway, we're on TalkSport 2 and YouTube. The deficit 91 now. England have got a couple of a thick outside edge from Lees. It's going to be Zach Crawley on strike to the tall, slim and very talented Jaden Seals, who played well in harness with his wicket-keeper, Josh De Silva, a little earlier today, as did Kemar Roach before him. They were two partnerships that, well, they did the same job for West Indies as Leach and Saqib did for England, in that they got them right back in the match. In the case of West Indies, they got them ahead of the match, and this is a considerable advantage they hold now. Zach Crawley twirls the bat in his hands, the colours of the Lord's Taverners on the rubber of the bat handle. Into his stance, he waits now, slightly open with that bottom foot, and it's over-pitched. Full toss, in fact, and he gets the bottom of the bat onto it only.
Well, it's an interesting field for Crawley. 3 slips and a gully and a short extra cover, which is, of course, where he was caught in the first innings, albeit off the slower pace of Kyle Mayers. So you'd think here Jaden Seals is going to try and push it up search for some swing, get Crawley driving for those 3 slips in the gully waiting, but if he does hit it early, then it could go in the air to short extra cover as well.
Camera focusing on Josh De Silva there. He played. He really waited better for that one and was able to get his balance right as he came back forward into the ball, and it swung a bit actually, just a bit. It hit the middle of Zach Crawley's bat. Really a sweat-covered hat. Those that West Indies cap, that maroon colour is in De Silva's case covered with the salt that comes from the perspiration and the work of this series, the time he spent at the crease fighting for West Indies' honour. As Crawley waits, as I said, slightly open in his stance, two-eyed as they used to call it, not quite as two-eyed as some, but that's a great delivery. A bold length, line, movement, and they're not going to review. It's slammed into the pads. I think it might be a bit high, so I don't know whether Craig Brathwaite is saying that now actually to Jayden Seales, a bit high. What do you think, Michael?
Yes, it's slightly above the knee roll. Crawley's had 2 LBWs given that he's overturned very early in his innings, along with the other low scores that he's had. He stands right over to off stump. So if there is anything straight and he misses it, he is inviting a decision from the umpire.
Yeah, it's interesting for a tall man. He waits now, and he is a tall man. Left alone outside off stump, a harmless ball. Tony Greig was a great believer that as a tall man, you needed to stand with your bat slightly up. You couldn't tap it on the ground because your head would bob if you then came up to play a ball around your chest, and that you had to come forward. You had to transfer your weight forward and into the ball at any length. You couldn't be a back player as a tall man. It would get you into too much trouble. He believed in being forward and then swaying from the short ball. And the key is, if you do commit forward, you got to keep playing straight. Don't get round that front pad. Crawley waits with that gut. That is a drop catch, and it's a 4 as well. He thumped it back at Jayden Seales. Incredibly difficult chance. Seales did get a hand on it at around about waist height, and he deflected it wide of the stumps at the non-striker's end, and it shot past mid onto the boundary.
He hit that so hard. It was technically a chance, I suppose, straight back at Jayden Seales, but he barely had time just to put his right hand up almost in self-protection. And even though it hit him fairly hard, it still flew past mid-on to the fence. He hits the ball really hard, Crawley, and he's going after it. He's not hanging around.
A lovely straight bat with that shot. Good setup. And now he drives, I think, aerially in the extra cover region for 4 more, so he's got the bit between his teeth. He doesn't want them to bowl to him. He wants to dominate proceedings out there. End of the Seals over. 10 for no wicket on TalkSport 2. Aggressive intent then, Michael.
Yes, it's a balance, isn't it? I certainly wouldn't say to somebody like Crawley, rein yourself in. I mean, he is a player who likes to put bat to ball. I think it's to England's advantage to have 2 players in the top 3 who generally push things along in Crawley and Root. But it's just a little bit what we were talking about before with Crawley and the likes of Campbell, about just working out what shots to play when and in which circumstances and which conditions, and sometimes he can be a bit better at that.
Yeah, I mean, he was caught at short extra cover in the first innings as Roach bowls just outside of stump and leaves it alone. I'm worried about Lee's footwork at the moment, but he was caught at short and he drove that ball in the air through the extra cover region, and probably he's decided, he's thought about it because he's a thoughtful, smart guy, and he's probably decided, I want to still play the shot, but I won't play it half-heartedly.
Yes, and it depends a little bit whether there's some swing as well. You just have to be slightly careful early on if Seales swings the ball, which he can.
Left alone again, wide of off stump. Yeah, I mean, we talked, didn't we, about shot selection and judgment. I think you quoted Graham Gooch, judgment of how to play an innings. What was exactly that Goochie used to say?
I can't remember the exact quote, but that was really his philosophy about learning how to stitch an innings together.
That's
Not
it.
just having the talent to play the odd eye-catching stroke.
Learning how to play an innings rather than a shot, in a way. Roach again. It's very straight, and Lees is in a really good position on this occasion to play it to straightish mid-wicket safely, commandingly. It made the right sound when it hit the middle of Lee's bat. 10 for no wicket, England, in response to West Indies, who, well, they messed up England's plans. Simple as that. England would have wanted to strike early and get batting, but they got 297, which gave them a lead of 93 on the first innings. Valuable runs indeed. Roach again, and that's an extraordinary ball that pitches just outside of stumps, left alone by Lees, and grubs the whole way along the ground to De Silva. We saw a few keep low in England's innings. A couple took wickets. There's not much you can do about a ball that keeps as low as that one.
If it's straight, he was doomed there. There's absolutely nothing he would have been able to do about it. That's the danger ball. The one that bounces might hit you, might hurt you, as it did with Josh De Silva. The one that will get you out is the grubber.
Lees is a long way out of his ground in his stance. I'd say a foot, actually. Roach again. Oh, that's good line bowling, that. It carries on its original line. It doesn't miss off stump by much, but it's a good leave. Only two types of leave, as we know, and that was a good one.
Lees is very heavy on his feet for an opener. A great former Yorkshire and England opener, Geoffrey Boycott, would say you've got to try and be like a ballet dancer on the balls of your feet. Leach is very heavy, actually.
Roach again. Oh, way down the leg side. That should be given us 4 wides. I hope it is. It doesn't deserve to be byes. Oh, the umpires can be cruel, men. Signalled as byes. I don't buy that at all. Anyway, it's 14 for no wicket after just 3 overs of the innings. 2 to Lees, 8 to Crawley. We're on TalkSport 2. That extraordinary incident when Josh De Silva was given out, reviewed it almost as a bit of fun, really, and kept going because he knew he'd hit it. Got off the field. All the players in an England shirt got off the field. The review took place, and he didn't hit it after all. And so everybody had to come back. Now, there was a time when once you'd left the field of play, that was it, wasn't it? I know that's changed a bit, but it was a rather bizarre thing. Here's Jaden Seals, leaves alone, does Crawley outside off stump. 2 things occurred to me. One is the technology not sound, because the batsman did think he hit the ball, and the technology suggested he didn't. Or 2, is it reasonable to say that batsmen don't always know? I've always argued against that, thinking that really you do know, but maybe you don't. What do you think?
I think most of the time you know, but not 100% of the time. There did seem to be clear distance between ball and edge of the bat, so I think the technology was fine in that instance, and De Silva just a little mistaken.
Banged it to the surface around a good length on off stump, and you don't want to be any shorter than that, and it's well played by Crawley, who is forward, as I mentioned. Tony Greig suggested you needed to be when you were his height.
Not many really top-class players have been that tall, actually.
Well, they haven't.
They'll be the odd one, but more great players have been short of stature than tall, for sure.
We had that conversation during the Barbados Test match, actually. Who are the truly great players who have been very tall? And Crawley just shuts the face a bit early on that. I think he needs to be careful of that in general, actually. The ball bounces a bit more than he thought, and he's again forward, and it shoots out to extra cover, but there's no alarm and no run either. Really tall, it's hard to think of any standouts.
Pollock,
yeah, but not
Clive
really
Lloyd.
tall, like Greg Chappell and Pollock and Clive. Yeah, Clive Lloyd was pretty tall. Yeah, would you call Clive a great player?
He was pretty good when I was a kid at Old Trafford, I'll tell you.
No, he was pretty good. Yeah, he was pretty good. That's left alone, a little bit of outswing. Pollock and Lloyd, yes. Greg Chappell maybe not quite as tall as them, but not far off it. Jacques Cullis would be what, 6'1"?
Yeah, I suppose we're talking. I mean, what's
we're talking more like
6'4",
6'4", aren't we?
Yeah.
Because I applied it to golfers as well, and Nick Faldo we picked, he was 6'4", but people think Greg Norman was very tall. He wasn't. He was, or is, I say wasn't, is 6'1". You know, that's, you're a tall man, but you're not super tall. That is edged and that is out. It couldn't have been simpler. An outswinger that Crawley drives at, pays the price, and leaves the question lingering yet again. 14 for 1.
It's very predictable, I'm afraid. It was a good catch, actually, from Jason Holder, who just didn't pick it up quite for a moment, but clung on. But there was just that hint of movement for Jayden Seales. Brathwaite set a good field. He's got his slips in place. He's got that mid-on and extra cover as well. So they're just pushing it up. They're asking Crawley to drive. There's a bit of movement. He's playing with a slightly closed face because of that strong right shoulder and strong bottom hand. And he's just nicked it to second slip. It was a predictable end, I'm afraid, because of that movement. If you're going to play early and hard, as Crawley does, then it will carry some risk when there's movement, and that's the balance that he will have to find if he's going to open the batting in Test cricket.
Okay, let's just evolve that as Root comes out, swinging his arms, practicing his strokes, general bounce and dance in his feet. You know, there's a point at which you have to put the shot away for a while, surely, particularly against the moving ball.
Well, that is the point. That there'll be times when everything is in your favour, when the pitch is good, when the ball is not doing much, and when you can say, yeah, I can get on top of the bowler here very early on. But then there are also times when the ball will move a little and when the pitch is doing a little, and you may just have to give the first hour to the bowlers. And there was enough evidence in the short couple of overs that we've seen from Jayden Seales that he's finding a little bit of movement, a bit of swing in the air. So if you are going to drive, you've got to drive with some care and caution and control, rather than taking the ball really early, which is what he did there.
Great summary. I'll give you a Brian Lara line in a minute, as Root is now ready, standing, bat aloft. In comes Jayden Seales, and that's wide and left alone by Root. Seales will be annoyed not to have made Root play, but there again, having got a wicket, he'll also be extremely happy. End of that over, 14 for 1 here on TalkSport 2. I love a quote once from Brian Lara. The bowler's got 40 minutes. After that, I'm figuring it could be my day.
Well, yeah, you can say that if you're brought up in Trinidad or Sabina Park or somewhere where it doesn't happen very much. In England, it may be the bowler's day all day sometimes, and you may just have to condition yourself to that.
Roach now round the wicket at Lees, and Lees looks to drive, push, but really gets in a mess, loses all his body shape, and the ball squirts away on the leg side for no run. I think Lara's point is, I do understand that when I first go in, I can't be taking too many risks. I'll let the game come to me a bit.
Yeah,
and then once I'm
even
in,
a great player,
yeah,
like
that's
yeah.
the point, really. And the famous Tendulkar 248 at the Sydney Cricket Ground, where he didn't score any runs in front of square on the offside. He put the drive away completely after an elbow problem, and then a nick-off problem because of the elbow problem. And he thought, well, if I've got an elbow problem, I won't nick off if I don't play out there. So he didn't. That was left alone. Just too wide. Roach, for a good bowler, is just a bit wide here, which is the way he tends to go. You very rarely see him go down the leg side. I'm not accusing him of hiding it out there, but he errs wide and then will bring it in tighter as the over goes on.
Yeah, he may be setting him up.
And he's very good at that, isn't he? Here he comes again. Oh, like that. That was your point. If that didn't have to nip back much more. Lee's left it alone. But that was similar to a ball in the last over that looks like exactly the same fully pitched outswinger, but carries straight on its journey and is taken actually probably by the wicket keeper running slightly down the leg side by the time it gets to him. What a day for West Indies cricket this is. It's been a brilliant, character-driven fight back from the trauma of yesterday when they looked like they'd relinquish any advantage to England. And he's beaten, is Lees, feeling for the ball outside off stump. That is a nervous look for the ball.
I was just thinking about the conversation we had about Crawley in the first innings, about, you know, the luck and chance of overturning those 2 out decisions earlier in the tour. You could argue, you know, he'd probably be done now, but for that. It's amazing how the game can change.
Yeah. These top order issues for England, eh? Roach is very good, isn't he? Gets it to swing away, this time late, and Lees is beaten once more. Beautiful
It's really
bowling.
good bowling. Yeah, really good bowling, because Lees just can't quite pick which way Roach is sending the ball. There's minimal change of wrist position and seam position, and Lees is just not quite certain whether it's going to nip away, whether it's going to come back in. Should he play? Should he leave? Good bowling.
Echoing shouts of encouragement from members of the crowd. Sound bouncing around the concrete stands as that is too wide and is left alone by Lees. He'll be mighty relieved not to have to play it. He has a good look at his setup, studies everything. Have I got everything lined up? Well, you have in practice, but of course when the ball comes at you at nearly 90 mph and swings, you've better be darn sure that you've practiced very hard and don't have to think too hard about it in the middle. You've got to have a clear head when you bat in a test match. Okay, a change from me, 14 for 1 on TalkSport 2. A word from Athers and then Neil Manthorpe.
Well, this is the wicket that West Indies want. Joe Root on a pair, in at number 3. The class player in the lineup and a player who England have relied on now for so long. And West Indies will feel if they can get him early, with Lawrence in probably a place too high in the order at 4, then they are right in the game, with England trailing still by 79. So he set a couple of slips and a couple of gullies and a man catching in on the offside, and Jayden Seales is looking to move it away. And twice now Joe Root has stepped away as somebody's moved behind the bowler's arm. So Seales will have to walk back to his mark again. Manners rather frustrated he is. Never upset a fast bowler.
Yes, well, he's got a good scowl on, hasn't he, Jayden Seales? But he'll be feeling terrific about himself, I'm sure. I mean, he really did look one of the more accomplished number 11s in world cricket during that innings. You know, we were having a smile in this commentary box when he'd ground his way to a very solid 7 off 52 balls and then suddenly smashed Jack Leach for 6 straight back over his head. Oh, he's done it again. He's done it again.
Sorry, I'm a couple of seconds ahead of you, as you know, Manners, and I could see that happening then, and I just couldn't stop laughing. That just as Root settled and Jayden Seales began to walk in, a gentleman just casually walked behind the bowler's arm. Root stepped away, and all the West Indies fielders have got a double teapot on, hands on their hips. Jayden Seales threw the ball up in the air. It was a real moment of comedy.
We're talking of teapots. The offending gentleman looks like he's got a tea cosy on his head.
There used to be a guy at Trinidad, actually. They call him Jumby. He used to wander around selling nuts, and he'd have the most fantastic arm, and you could be 10 rows back and call for the nuts, and he'd get out his little bag and throw it at you, and he was always absolutely bang on, bullseye. Jumby, they called him, and he's got a look at that chap who's just gone behind the arm.
Bouncy gates across the sight screen. It's very, very funny. Okay, it's not done much for the over 8, but it's Jayden Seales up to the crease now. Does eventually bowl, and Joe Root leaves it alone, and there's no run. Moving from laughing matters onto very much the opposite. Others, if England go down today, given the way that the morning session went, and they lose this test match, do you think, is there a sense that Joe Root might be batting for his captaincy in this innings?
Yes, is the answer, simple answer to that, although he's had strong backing.
Good delivery from Seales outside the off stump, and there's he's left it alone. I wasn't thinking of of him being pushed. I'm wondering whether he might jump.
Well, before the game, he was still very upbeat and optimistic and saying he thinks he's the best man for the job and he's going to be around to try and turn this thing around. I don't quite buy it myself, and I didn't buy it after the Ashes, but Andrew Strauss has given him full backing so far. But as you say, it was a bad morning for England, and they look a modest side at the moment. So all is not lost, though. Root is a world-class player. Stokes and Bairstow are good players. They can still get something out of this game for sure.
14 for 1 in the 6th over. England trailing on first innings by 93. Seals in once again, and that is pushed behind square on the offside. There's no run. Backing's wonderful, isn't it? I mean, it's great to have backing, but at some point, Root might think, "Thank you very much for your backing. I no longer require it."
Yes, he made it, and in fact, most of his predecessors of the recent and then not so recent past have basically had enough around about 4 or 5 years into the job, which is where he is now. But he looks fresher than most, I would say.
Here's Jayden Seales, and once again outside the off stump. He didn't look very fresh yesterday, standing at first slip.
No, I agree, and I thought England had a bad morning this morning. They looked a bit, lacklustre in the field and with the ball, and they've looked like that for some time. I'm just talking about his bearing and manner generally as you see him around the team. He doesn't look browbeaten or hangdog as many of us did after about 4 or 5 years.
14 for 1. Here's Jayden Seales up to the crease once again, and this one steered lovely. That's such a beautiful Joe Root shot to avoid the pair, opening the face of the bat and just steering, guiding it past backward point, and he's off the mark with a couple, and England are up to 16 for 1. Yeah, Adders, I just think that England were on such a hiding to nothing before that Ashes. They had no chance, no preparation. The one intra-squad warm-up match rained off. They were much inferior team to Australia, so they probably had no chance anyway. But whatever small chance they had was removed from them. Here's Seales once again, completes the over with a wide one outside the off stump, and I really understood Root's passion, but just the whole nature of this tour, the grind, the lack of inspiration, and then the sort of, I suppose, negativity of the morning session. There comes a point, doesn't there? Like you say, you just go, I can't take this team any further.
Yes, I think he'd reached that point after the Ashes. I mean, I take all the points you make about the context, but England made a lot of bad mistakes in the Ashes as well, on selection and the toss and strategy in the field, not bowling in Brisbane, picking the wrong team in Adelaide, and the gap was much wider between the teams than it should have been.
Indeed. Well, you know what? I'm on this subject because I'm hoping it'll inspire Joe Root to 150 and give England another chance in the 4th innings. But they're still trailing by 77, and Alex Lees, who's 2 not out from 19 balls, and he's Joe Root's in conversation with Joel Wilson, the senior umpire at the moment at the non-strikers end. I'm not sure what that might be about. It seems good-natured and there's no controversy, but it was quite a long chat. Maybe it is about the sight screens and movement behind the bowler's arm. Here's Roach again, and that is steered away by Lees towards into the gully, actually. Adders, do you remember? Well, do you remember? Of course you do. Every now and then, when you felt you were a bit flat-footed, you used to sprint on the spot, or at least jog on the spot if you'd been aware for a while. Lees just looks a bit heavy on his feet to me.
He always has done and is heavy on his feet. So I was trying to think of exercises you could do. You could get a skipping rope and learn to skip. Robin Smith would always be kind of jiggling around in the dressing room, jumping up and down, getting his feet going. He was always on the balls of his feet, dancing at the crease, and that's really where Lees has got to improve. He is so heavy-footed and so slow in his movements, and I use the word ponderous, and I'm not talking about his scoring rate, which is slow, no problem with that. I'm talking about his movements at the crease, which need to be sharper and quicker if you're going to open the bowling against the world's best bowlers.
Yep. Is there a contact lens issue? John Campbell was just helping. Was that Jermaine Blackwood out? Something in his eye that's pushed away by Lees towards cover. Fielded by Brathwaite, no run.
It was Nkrumah Bonner's eye. He's coming off the field now. I don't know if it was a contact lens or there's something in his eye. What I will say is, after about 10 seconds of John Campbell poking him in the eye, he ran backwards, and I thought, oh, he's going to go off the field here. And then he let John Campbell have another go at it. And by the end, Nkrumah Bonner looked like, you know, after a boxer has been hit in the eye and they show a close-up straight afterwards, it was facing a different direction, his eye. So, yeah. Thankfully, he's got off the field, and I don't know, maybe John Campbell is an amateur optometrist?
Pushed away defensively by Lees up towards mid-off. I think mid-off. I think probably ophthalmologist.
Well, I'm not sure who does the contact lenses. That's
an optometrist. Yeah.
Either way, don't let your friend poke you in the eye for 30 seconds straight when you're about to field in close.
He was having a good old poke around in there, wasn't he? It was like he'd spotted a bit of grit and he was going to get it out at any cost. 16 for 1. Alex Lees on 2, Joe Root on 2. Here's Roach right up in the block hole, full and straight, and Lees steers it away into the offside. There's no run. Alex Lees just seems to be a bit short on fast twitch muscle fibre. He's otherwise he's very orthodox. There's no flappy bits, and there's nothing especially that looks like it is can go wrong. Here is Roach again, and forward comes Lees once more, pushing it out towards mid-on, and there's no run. End of the over, 7 gone. Just a reminder of what's happened today. The West Indies resumed 8 wickets down with 232 on the board. They eventually made 297. Joshua De Silva finishing 100 not out, and the passion and the sheer joy of that roar of emotion, others, when he ran down the pitch and he knew he'd got 100. Honestly, made the hair stand up on the back of my neck. I mean, it's just been ages since I saw so much. An innings, a moment means so much to a player. It was. I'll let you expand on that, please, in just a moment after this first delivery, as Jayden Seales continues to Joe Root, and he's beaten outside the off stump. That one nipped away from him.
Yes, well, you called it well, if I may say so as well, Manners, when that 100 came. Lovely call. And yes, it's lovely when you see that genuine outpouring of joy and emotion. And of course, the days of players just raising the bat and shaking their mate's hand at the other end have gone slightly. And, you know, the celebrations can go over the top, but this was very genuine. You felt it, the first 100 and what it meant to him and the effort that he'd put in. So it was a fabulous moment, I thought.
Here's Jayden Seales, and that's flicked away behind square on the leg side. And they run through for a single. Our producer here in TalkSport is a very keen club cricketer, and he was delighted to remind us that 5 years ago Josh De Silva was playing for Old Wimbledonians.
That's right. I think he was delighted that Jayden Seales was at the other end as well. They're club mates, aren't they? They both play at Queen's Park Oval in Trinidad, and Seales had stuck around for an age to get him to that 100 along with Roach and Joseph. So he needed a lot of support to get there. It was very much a collaborative effort, even though batting is a very individual thing.
Here's Seales again, full and wide outside the off stump, and there's no run. Do you recall, and if it's going to embarrass anybody, then you don't have to name names, but in your playing and broadcasting careers, have you ever seen somebody burst into tears so spontaneously and so in such a lovely out of control way on a test match field?
I've had it on the podium when I've been interviewing them at the end of a game. Jimmy Anderson I reduced to tears when England got beat by Sri Lanka.
And I mean, it was, you could just see his face crumple. Here is Seals. Oh, flash from Alex Lee, full and wide, and he's really launched into that. It's gone airborne, and it's down to the boundary for 4. His face crumpled in the way that like one of your children when they were young, you caught them out doing something wrong, you could see them just about to burst into tears, and it was infectious. I had a lump in my throat as I watched him.
I agree, as did I. I thought it was a really fabulous moment for him. Maiden Test 100, it's the one moment I think everybody remembers when you get there.
It's been a tough journey for Joshua Da Silva. Done it the hard way, and he has the reward to show now. Here's Seals once more in the body of Alex Lees and chipped away out on the onside. And there's no run. Alex Lee 6, Joe Root 3. So just to complete the story of the day, there were those 2 wickets. It took England longer than a scheduled session to get them. Kemar Roach caught down the leg side by Ben Foakes off Saqib Mahmood for 25. And then finally Jayden Seals was caught and bowled. The lunch break was delayed by 20 or so minutes, and Root finally ended it, having Seals caught on 13. 413. That's gone through, straight through poor old Joshua Da Silva, who has a finger injury. Yesterday he described himself as the worst wicketkeeper in the world when he let 4 byes through his legs. We heard him describe himself as that on the stump mic, and now he's got a finger injury, and so that's going to make life very uncomfortable, and he's trying to take that one on the half volley. The ball's keeping perilously low. It is wicketkeeper's nightmare, and so that's gone away through for 4 byes. He let 18 byes through in England's first innings, and the score has moved up to 25 for 1 courtesy of those 4 byes. I've got a change in commentary. I've slightly overstayed my welcome, and Samuel Badri is going to be taking over. Is he alongside Mark Butcher? Yes, indeed.
Thank you very much. Mark will join me shortly. And for the moment, the man with the golden arm, Kyle Mears, into the attack for the West Indies from the Darbo end. Remember, he got those 2 wickets in the first innings, bowled some 5 overs, 2 wickets, no runs, and comes in now to Joe Root. Swing and delivery, driven through the offside by Joe Root quite confidently. Craig Brathwaite in pursuit. Have enough time to complete the 2, pushes the score to 27 for 1. And this is still the 9th over. West Indies bowling a second time round. That lead that they got very useful, 93. I still think that they would have gifted England a few boundaries, particularly those 8 byes. Difficult takes. 1 down the leg side for Joshua Da Silva, and the second one should have been stopped as Kyle Mears once again at the top of his mark comes in outside off stump and watches it go past Joe Root to Joshua Da Silva as I welcome Mark Butcher alongside me.
Thanks, Mr. Badri. Interesting start. Aggression from England's openers. Alex Lees has been very keen to try and put bat to ball outside off stump. Zach Crawley hit a couple of thundering 4s, both of them uppish, and then with his weight back on the drive yet again nicked off to second slip. We've had the president Ricky Skerritt interrupting play in his box above. Nicked and gone! Oh goodness me, he's done it again! Carl Mayers with the knockout drop to Joe Root. He's got him twice in the match. It's a really poor shot from England's captain, really poor, and England are 27 for 2.
That's shocking, absolutely shocking from Joe Root. Short, wide outside off stump, just has a flirt at it, and nothing shot really, innocuous ball, and John Campbell gleefully accepts, and that man, the giant slayer Kyle Mears, for the second time in consecutive innings getting the big fish, Joe Root, he goes back to the pavilion for 5 of 12 deliveries. England now in a spot of bother, 27 for 2, and still in deficit by some 66 runs. We were questioning as to how vital that lead will be. How many wickets can the West Indies take inside of that 93 runs? And that wicket of Joe Root certainly tilts the balance in the favour of the West Indies.
Sure does. I mean, I knew it would be significant. Any sort of lead in a game like this, on a surface such as this, where there are doubts about the bounce and the truthfulness of the way that the ball reacts on it, it's always going to be significant. And it looks to me as though England have come out and have been in the dressing room and have talked about coming out and being hyper positive here, because Alex Lees, for a start, has been playing at deliveries and playing drives at wide deliveries that he'd been leaving alone in his previous Test match innings. Zach Crawley came out like he had a plane to catch and was dismissed, caught at second slip off the bowling of Seals, playing a big drive on the up through extra cover. That ended up in Jason Holder's hands. And Joe Root, that is such a poor shot for a player of Joe Root's quality. Delivery was short and wide. Joe Root tried to aim that back foot punch at the ball, and it perhaps just left him a tiny bit off the pitch, but the footwork was nowhere near, his head is nowhere near the ball. Thick outside edge to John Campbell, who took a really good catch at first slip, moving away to his right. And England are right in it now. Dan Lawrence, sparky player that he is, comes out with his team in real bother here. Ball is still brand new, only the 9th over. Carl Mayers has 3 slips, 3 men saving the single on the offside, 2 on the leg, and he's in first ball to Dan Lawrence. Full delivery that Lawrence digs out and rather chunks to Brathwaite at extra cover, and there's no run. Just, we're all a bit stunned here.
Yeah, absolutely. It's all well and good to come out positively and want to get back to bowl and want to score runs and keep the scoreboard taking over, but it is, after all, a Test match and you're on the back foot. And Zach Crawley in particular, you were on air on television commentary and you were mentioning the fact that his technique has come into question as Kyle Mayers comes in once again over the wicket, full in swinger, well played by Dan Lawrence, on drives it to Kemar Roach at mid-on. And Zach Crawley, apart from that innings where he scored that 100 on a flat pitch offering nothing, but the moment the ball seems to be doing something off the surface, he seems to get himself into some problems, particularly outside that off stump. Not for the first time Jayden Seals has had him caught in the slip region. Just think that because of his stance, and you've been on about it ad infinitum, because he stands on off stump, he plays at deliveries that he shouldn't be playing on, especially as an opening batsman.
Yeah, it certainly is the case that whenever there's movement sideways, Zach Crawley finds himself in all kinds of bother as Mayers is into Lawrence, who is on the back foot, defending up towards mid-on. It's the end of another successful over for Carl Mayers. What a Test match he's having. And, well, to have Joe Root in your pocket twice in the same Test match as a part-time medium-pace bowler is some accolade, that is for sure. 27 for 2 from 9 overs. England are still 66 runs behind. They've lost Zach Crawley for 8 and Joe Root for 5, and the West Indies are all over England like a cheap suit here at the Grenada National Stadium.
Yeah, that Joe Root wicket means that there isn't that calm and reassuring presence at the crease, and when Dan Lawrence himself scored that 91 in Bridgetown, it was because he was with Joe Root, just reassuring him and ensuring that he had that support from a senior player. In the first innings in this game, once Joe Root went early, it was the West Indies who got through the top order of England quite quickly, so that wicket has such importance.
Certainly does, and it's Jayden Seals in again to Alex Lees, and that ball is aimed at off stump. Lees defends half on the front foot, half on the back foot with a straight bat, and it's fielded by Roach at mid-on. Yeah, England, just whenever there seems to be a little bit of something in the pitch, really, as soon as there's a bit of lateral movement, the fear of an impending collapse is never far away. And the West Indies have deserved their ascendancy in this Test match for the cricket they played. The Seals is in once again, and it's a little bit short, a little bit wide, Alex Lees, and he tries to chop it away on the offside. backward of square, but the ball rather dies in the pitch, doesn't arrive to him. So inside half of the bat, and there's no run. I mean, if you think about the way that England have gone out and played, it's almost as though they hadn't just watched Joshua Da Silva make one of the more patient and gritty centuries on this surface. 255 deliveries for his 100 not out, strike rate less than 40. So it certainly wasn't gung-ho batting that got West Indies into a position of strength. It was grit, determination and not giving a wicket away, as Seales is in again against Alex Lees. Almost looks to sort of lean back and chop the ball away off the back foot, square on the offside. But the lack of pace off the surface just means that he can only inside edge it down into the ground by his feet, and again there's no run.
I was just about to mention that as well, in terms of what we've seen from the lower order from both teams. And Jack Leach, his uncomplicated style, very simplistic and economical in movement, forward, backward, watches the ball quite closely under the bat. And you saw the same from Jaden Seales, Kemar Roach, Alzari Joseph, and of course the Centurion Joshua Da Silva. Seales in from around the wicket, watches this one go past outside the line of off stump Alex Lees through to wicketkeeper Joshua Da Silva, no run. And then the two dismissals that we've seen so far are really loose shots from experienced batsmen who you'd expect to value their wickets much more, similar to the way the lower order batsmen value their wickets.
Yeah, absolutely, couldn't agree more. Just had the feeling, didn't it, this morning actually, with the way that things unravelled for England in the field, trying to take that 10th wicket. You just felt as though there'd been a shift in terms of the ascendancy in this game. Seales outside off stump, flies through to Da Silva, and there is no run. Good lead from Alex Lees. You just felt as though that sort of like the momentum. I hate to use the word because it's often a lazy descriptor for something that doesn't really exist. But it did feel as though, you know, the fortunes of the game had turned towards the West Indies, and not because they were lucky, but because they earned it. And that on the flip side of that, England didn't deserve any fortune. They wasted opportunities. They were tactically naive, shall we say, as Seales is in again to Lees, who plays a really solid back defensive shot to mid-on, and that is the end of the over. No run off that final ball. Maiden to Seales. His figures read 5 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 15 in his opening burst from the river end. 27 for 2 is the score. England still 66 runs behind.
At this stage, the West Indian think tank looking on across the series. The first game in Antigua just wore the English down. Second game in Bridgetown just wore them down. First innings batting here, continue to grind, continue to keep them on the field. And at this point, I think this is where it has all been set up. Certainly that's what they will argue as they look to gain the ascendancy, definitive ascendancy in this test match, the third day, usually the moving day. At the end of the day's play, we'll have a greater indication as to which direction this test match is heading. And certainly from what we've seen so far, the West Indies well and truly in control, still 66 runs ahead. They've already gotten those 2 wickets, so if they can prize out another couple, maybe 3, before this lead is wiped out, they'll be in such a strong position.
Well, that'll be game done, I think, as Mayers is in to Lawrence, pushes forward in defence, and it's in the hands of mid-wicket. No run. Jason Holder, the huge hulking figure of Jason Holder, is just going through 1 or 2 warm-up exercises from his position at second slip. Carl Mayers has 3 slips. Backward point, extra cover, mid-off. A lot of talk about new appointments in English cricket as Mayers, number 71 on his back, runs away from us here in the media centre. That's an uppish drive from Dan Lawrence, and it bounces just in front of Brathwaite at straight extra cover, and there's no run. Careful. A lot of talk about new directors of cricket, new head coach. Those positions all need to be filled. There's also been some conjecture about Joe Root and his continuing captaincy of the England team. He's expressed the wish to keep going, but you wonder, should England end up on the losing side here in this series and in this test match, you wonder whether or not England might be better off making a complete clean sweep of those positions of power at the top. Oh, he's knocked him over. Left, the ball left by Dan Lawrence, and it has bowled him. Carl Mayers has done it again. It looks as innocuous as you like, but Lawrence has shouldered arms to a ball that has nipped back and scuttled down low and has knocked over his off stump. 3 down now, England. It really is trouble time here in Grenada.
Yeah, just kisses the outside part of that off stump. Actually quite a good hit as well. So an indeterminate stroke from Dan Lawrence. Not too sure what that ball was doing, not too sure where his off stump is, and he's gone for a duck. England into further turmoil now. 27 for 3, that lead is still 66 more before England will force the West Indies to bat for their second innings. But what a start it has been for the West Indies. What a start for Carl Rico Mayers.
Carl Rico Mayers. I would have thought that in England's team meetings before this test match that they would have spent a great deal of time talking about how they were going to counter the wiles and the searing pace of Carl Mayers. 123 kilometres per hour, that delivery. And Dan Lawrence misjudged the line, misjudged the length. Yes, it nipped back a little bit, but goodness gracious me. Ben Stokes then makes his way out to the middle, and he has a fire to put out, a raging inferno to put out right now. 27 for 3, 66 behind England. Extraordinary stuff.
Yeah, but it just goes to show that endurance factor, and finally the concentration level is beginning to wane. All 3 wickets that we've seen so far has to do with a lack of judgment, lack of concentration. We're into the 3rd day of the 3rd and final test match, back-to-back test matches. England have been in the field for the majority of those, and because they've been trying to force results in the previous 2, so their bowlers have had to try to get 20 wickets. Their batsmen have been out there fielding for the majority of this one, and it's all coming to a head in a critical time in this test match. Remember, the winner of this will win the series and get their hands on that Richards Botham Trophy for the first time. So all to play for. The West Indies, their tails in the air and everything buzzing, the fans, the noise, the environment, everything in their favour. That lead proving to be such a critical one.
Yeah, it certainly is. I'd urge any local fans here, local Grenadians, to get yourselves down to the National Stadium and support your team, roar them on here. I feel that there will be a period of players, there has been on each of the 2 previous days, where the bat starts to get back on top of the ball, where the movement and the up and down bounce becomes less and less. But for now, West Indies with an 11 over old ball. It's 10 and a half overs old. They've got England 3 down for 27, and as well as they've bowled, they've barely had to earn them. They have been donated on a plate, silver platter, perhaps a little ribbon on the top as well. And England, who have talked about being more resilient, more match aware, more game aware, tougher to beat, they're going to have to prove that in spades now, because they really are in the mire. There's been a bit of a delay out there in the middle as Joshua De Silva received some treatment. Stiff back perhaps, or stiff hamstring. What a moment it was for him making that 100, by the way. Tears in his eyes, didn't he? It was no surprise that he thought he edged the very next delivery to be dismissed, only to be reprieved after he'd already left the field. But that was quite something earlier on this morning, wasn't it?
Very special. I spoke to him yesterday evening. It was his first half century at that stage here in the region. He mentioned that his batting form in the West Indies hasn't been the best, and it's something that he wanted to address, and boy, didn't he address it. The control, the composure, the way he batted with the lower order, with Alzari Joseph, with Kemar Roach, and with Jayden Seales finally to get there. I thought that he played that innings to perfection. We were questioning how we should go about it, how we should approach batting in that number 8 position, batting with the bowlers, what sort of approach he should adopt, and he's shown exactly the approach that he wanted to. He trusted the batsmen who came after him, he trusted them to face deliveries. When Jayden Seales was there, he shepherded him as much as possible, but at the same time he allowed him to face overs on end, and in the end that partnership proved to be quite significant.
Mayers to Stokes, keeper up to the stumps. Bit of movement from around the wicket to Ben Stokes leaves, and De Silva takes the ball cleanly, whips the bails off for good measure. A feeling of claustrophobia England batters at the
Going
moment.
up, working up, come
West
on,
Indian
boys.
fielders, maroon capped, all making their encouraging noises, clapping their hands. Only one fielder out on the fence, and that's Seals, I think, down there at fine leg. And Ben Stokes has Joshua De Silva for company up at the stumps as Mayers is in once again. And that ball has missed everything. Gone straight through De Silva. It probably stayed a little bit low, wide outside the off stump of Ben Stokes, who let it go. De Silva didn't get a glove or anything else on it for that matter, and it's gone away for 4 byes.
Yeah, just a bit low, wide, shoulder arms, so he had a good sight off it, Joshua De Silva. Never easy keeping up to the stumps for the medium pace bowlers, but we've seen 12 byes now. So he's missed the ball on 3 occasions and they've gone to the boundary all 3 times.
Top scorer for England right now, extras, byes. Carl Mayers, would you believe it?
That's it there, Joe.
Joe Root twice in the same test match. He's now picked up 4 wickets. How many runs did he go for in that first innings? Was it 5? 13, that's right. 2 for 13 from 10 in the first innings. He's now got 2 for 2 in the second as he's into Ben Stokes, who's across in front of his stumps. He hits him on the front pad, and the West Indies appeal. Jason Holder is saying no, height. We won't take a look at that one. Umpire Joel Wilson kept his hand in his pocket, and I think that is going to be the end of another wicket maiden in this contest for Carl Mayers. 31 for 3 here on TalkSport 2. England trail by 62.
Yeah, what a start to this second innings for England. Carl Mayers continues to present some problems, beating Ben Stokes that previous delivery on the inside edge and playing for the one to go away, which he predominantly does. Carl Mayers, that action of his allows him to swing the ball away from the left-hander and into the right-hander, but he also uses that scramble seam to good effect, and that's the one that goes straight on, and if you're batting you feel as though if it's coming back into you. Ben Stokes was beaten there, but the height comfortably over the stumps, and for the first time in the second innings we'll see Jason Holder into the attack from the river end, and he'll be looking to get his name on the scorecard. He didn't pick up a wicket in that first innings, did he, Jason Holder? 15 overs, none for 34.
No, it was economical as always. Perhaps lacked a little bit of penetration, a little bit of pep. Been a tough old series on all of the bowlers on both teams. There's Holder is in, round the wicket to Lees, and it's on a perfect length. Lees shoulders arms, and Josh De Silva takes it, moving away to his right. It nicked back and kept on going towards the leg side after it passed the off stump. This you'd think is a perfect scenario for somebody like Jason Holder, because he loves to run up and bowl dot balls, build pressure on batters. England have tried to come out swinging punches here in the second innings, but have found themselves on the canvas 3 times as Holder is in, round the wicket to Lees, and as he has been so often, he's on the back foot, plays with a perfectly straight bat, and Holder picks it up in his follow through, no run.
Yeah, we've spoken about how the wicket might react today and how much assistance it will give to the bowlers, but none of the wickets that we've seen so far had anything to do with the pitch, had anything to do with the type of delivery that they received. All were quite innocuous, quite soft dismissals. And Ben Stokes, so much responsibility rests on his shoulder. Senior statesman, the vice captain of the team. Alex Lees in his debut tour, remember that, and he's done well so far.
Man's gone back in the hook as Holder is in, and that's a pacier delivery. Certainly looks to have the energy back in those legs. Flies through to Josh De Silva outside the off stump, and there's no run. Yeah, Alex Lees has just appears to have settled down a little bit. He was quite frisky in the opening exchanges. Kemar Roach dangling the carrot at him outside off stump, and he was once or twice caught with flat-footed drives. He had one big whoosh at a wideish delivery, which I suppose the best you could say was that he went at it really hard, so it flew over the slips to third man for 4 as Holder is in again, and it's a perfect forward defensive this time from the Durham opening batsman. 31 for 3.
Yeah, quite amazing, isn't it? Watch Test match cricket, and this game of glorious uncertainties for the first session in the morning. England couldn't get the final 2 West Indian batsmen out, and then right after lunch, West Indies almost immediately prizing out 3 of England's top order batsmen.
Holders in again, short ball to Lees, and ducks underneath it. Let's see Jason Holder bowl that very often, the bouncer, but I think he probably feels, with his height, he's not the quickest of the West Indies bowlers by any means, but the fact that he can bring the ball down from 9.5 feet, 10 feet, that he might get the ball to go up and down more than any of his colleagues. As he turns at the top of his mark and stoops and then gets up to his full height delivery stride. And Lees is once again forward, excellent forward defensive stroke from him, and that is the end of another maiden. West Indies have England 31 for 3. England still 62 runs behind here on day 3 in Grenada. You're listening to TalkSport 2. If perhaps one or two people might have some thoughts on what I was talking about before in terms of the positions vacant in English cricket at the moment, director, head coach. Maybe even you've got some thoughts on who should captain the side. You drop us a tweet at cricket_TS. Just hearing some football news for you, actually. You're listening. England are 1-0 down against Switzerland live now over on the main channel on TalkSport. Not that you'd want to leave us here in Grenada, as Carl Mayers is in around the wicket to Ben Stokes, who now does not have Josh De Silva for company. He's gone back to his regular position, standing back behind the stumps, defended on the offside, no run. First half there, that match between England and Switzerland.
Yeah, and England came to this series looking for answers in different aspects of their makeup. I think they might be leaving this series with more questions than answers, particularly at the top of the order with their bowlers. It's been quite a challenge. Mayers around the wicket, outside the line of the off stump. Nice full delivery. Stokes watches it go by and through to wicketkeeper Joshua De Silva. The opening combination, brand new, change from the Ashes series. Rory Burns and Hamid in that series, and we've gotten 2 new ones here, and still that same problems persist. And the bowlers as well, spoken about no Broad, no Anderson, but they've lacked penetration, haven't they?
Certainly have. Carl Mayers is not having any problems making inroads into the England lineup. Half volley from him this time is drilled at Kemar Roach mid-off, and there's no run by Ben Stokes. The other issue, of course, is that Joe Root had been reluctant all these years to move up to number 3. He felt that his best position for him and for the team was making stacks of runs at number 4, and he obviously did that to great effect last season, making 1,700 runs. And that Mayers again just jogs, ambles in, gets that ball to swing away from Ben Stokes from around the wicket. Stokes had advanced and defends it back to the bowler. And of course he made the 200s in the first 2 test matches, batting at number 3. But one of the issues with captaining the team and having an opening partnership that doesn't often put large scores on the board is that you're, as captain, the brain will be fried after what happened this morning. I'm sure that his mind was in a whirl, and then he finds himself out there in the middle after 5 or 6 overs, hasn't had really any time to sort of decompress and get his thoughts together about batting, and now he's back in the pavilion as well. As Mayers is in once more, Stokes defends, ball goes into the gully and there's no run.
I was just about to ask Mark, does it matter then if he bats 3 or 4, because he might just be out there in not dissimilar times?
No, I mean, yeah, it's true. I mean, at number 3, I suppose, and having batted in both positions, having opened, having batted at 3, having batted at 4, number 3 you have to put your kit on straight away. You know, you have to get your pads on, you have to be ready from ball 1. At least if you're batting at 4, it might be ball 2, and you've had a little bit more chance to collect your thoughts. And certainly the ball will be that little bit older should the top 3 do their job. End of that over then from Carl Mayers. 32 for 3 from 13. England trail by 61. Stokes is 1, Lees is 6, and Mark Nicholas awaits.
Thanks, Butch. You still there for a second, or are you off?
I'm still here, yeah.
I'm strongly opposed, always have been, to Root moving from 4. I just think it's a myth that the best player bats at 3 to command the match. I understand the reason for it in this case, but it's a success story. Don't try to fix what ain't broke. Root was too important to England. Yeah, they'll say what was broke was the top order, get him in there, but then you're exposing 4. It's not like we have a plethora of top class players to come in at 4, so I just wouldn't have moved him. Many of the great players have batted at 4. 2 of the greatest ever, Graham Pollock, Sachin Tendulkar, and others have batted at 4. It doesn't make sense to move him around for me, but there we go. Left alone outside off stump. And Ben Stokes is facing up to Jason Holder here. 2 good all-rounders. Your thoughts on that? Oh, he's gone, is he?
No, I'm here. No, sorry, I didn't. I thought you were talking to the gents back there, but I agree with you. I've said that all along. Look, you don't move a strength to cover a weakness. You have to do something about the weakness. But anyway, other people have had their other ideas. I think today was an absolute case in point of a captain's mind being absolutely scrambled, and he finds himself out there batting, and we've lost him.
I would add, in this case, it's probably scrambled and fried and the whole lot anyway.
And hit some of his decision making as part of why it was scrambled.
Yeah.
There you go. Anyway, I'll speak to you later.
Okay, that's a forward defence from the walking Ben Stokes, who comes at Jason Holder. He likes that, pretty typical of Stokes actually, to come at a bowler. It's almost part of the overall show, which is to meet the challenge head on. 32 for 3 England in, as Tony Cozier used to say, serious trouble. 61 the deficit, only 7 wickets in hand. Here's Holder. Good length just outside of stump, and he didn't walk at that. He played it nicely, ran it off the face of the blade for a single behind square on the offside. 2 from 12 balls. There's no doubt that Stokes has turned into somebody who plays very careful, very watchful, and mainly defence when he first comes in. That wasn't the case in the early part of his career, but we haven't seen him explode out the box for some while now. That's wide, and Lees reaches for it, and it's pretty easily stopped in the end by the tumbling fielder, who I think was Jermaine Blackwood. I haven't worked out Lees in this inning. 6 from 41 balls. He's got a lot of character, no doubt about that, but his feet are just stuck. He just seems absolutely unable to get anywhere near the ball. The arms and the hands are going, the head's falling over a bit, but the feet just don't seem to go. I know, Athers, we were talking about the fact that he's a heavy-footed player, but Holder again leaving it out there for him, but he leaves that one alone. Got a good idea just to see if he's happy to keep reaching for it with his arms. When you get your hands away from your body, you get yourself into trouble. We've got Jay Dernbach and Matt Pryor with me.
You certainly do, Mark, and I agree with you to some extent. And he's played a lot of deliveries outside his off stump, but with not a lot of conviction. It's almost it's half a swing, no foot movement, so therefore not getting decent contact on the ball. The good thing is, though, he's still at the crease, 6 from 42.
Well, absolutely. He, as I say, he's got a lot of character. The end of that Jason Holder Oval. We're on TalkSport 2 and also on YouTube, by the way. 33 for 3 is the England score. 60 behind West Indies, who've made 297. Having overnight been only 28 in front, they extended that lead to 93. Bairstow, Folks, Wokes, Overton, Leach, Mahmood to come. The England scorecard is impossible to read, really. If you're been a part of English cricket, there's not a single player yet in double figures, and they've been out there for 14 overs. Very worried-looking Matt Pryor, finding it hard to take, a man who's great pride in England's performances. Left alone outside off stump by Ben Stokes, who's now facing Kyle Mayers, who's having a good match.
It's a real tough one, because I'm one of England's biggest fans, and I always, whenever I come on, I want to be positive. I want to be pro-England. I want to look at the way they're going to win the game, the way they're going to perform better. But I really believe where we're at right now is we have to be honest, and the players are just not good enough technically.
Now Stokes does walk down the pitch and hits a half volley. Good fielding, very sharp fielding by Shamar Brooks, who chased and picked up that. You had to be athletic, almost had to have a sort of rubber body to pick up on the move like that. Fantastic fielding as Stokes worked it wide of mid-on. Yes, Matt.
You know, we know the batting's been an issue for a long time. People have tried to glaze over it and say we want to play a positive brand of cricket, and then they went more the Sibley, we're going to block it out. Technically they're just not capable.
Beats him with one that moves away off the seam. Mayer's operating at medium, just above medium, and getting the ball to dance at the moment.
And Lees is a case in point for me this innings. He from the minute he walked out, particularly against Roach, coming round the wicket, he looks petrified of getting out LBW. He seems to have changed his guard. He seems to now be batting on middle and opened his stance up. But his feet aren't now covering off stump. I mean,
now he leaves one that comes back and might well have gone on to hit off stump. Mayers can barely believe it. It's either perfect judgment or it's a bit of luck for Alex Lees, and Mayers is all over the place with disgust the fact it didn't clip off stump. Let's have a look again. Oh, it's close. I'll tell you what, it hurt that dodgy finger of the wicket-keeper Josh De Silva. He would be... gets on that forefinger of the right hand. Ouch.
And that right there's my point. I mean, as he's leaving the ball, you can see off stump. His front leg, usually when you're batting, if someone leaves it.
And that one hits his pad. He can't lay bat on ball at the moment. That was a ball that any high-class player would just guide into the spaces on the leg side, wouldn't it? You know.
And that's it. He looks all at sea. He's fighting his technique. He doesn't quite know. It looks like he doesn't quite know whether to stick or twist. And that's it. Leg stump, ball that should just be tucked away very comfortably, slams into the pad and he misses it.
And now he comes forward and hits that firmly back to Myers. It was quite an over-pitch ball, and you'd say that he could drive that back past him. If he was feeling more comfortable, more confident, he might. Hey, Jade.
He certainly could. That foot movement just looks so laboured. It really does to me, and it'd be glaringly obvious, certainly from a bowling perspective. You'd be looking at a guy's feet, how they're moving, what options he's offering you, and unfortunately at the moment, Lees has dug himself a hole with the place he finds himself at with that technique. He's prodding outside the off stump with no real conviction. Balls that are then straight on the pads he's missing out on. So I can understand adjustments and changes in technique, but if it doesn't allow you then to access anything and to score runs somewhere, I'm not sure it's particularly working.
34 for 3, the England score, having finally bowled out West Indies for 297. Here's Holder, and that's worked away off his hip, I suppose you'd say, by Ben Stokes, or maybe his thigh, as he also came down the pitch to that ball. He really is looking to get as near to the pitch of the ball as he can.
I think just on another point, if we look at the wickets that have fallen, how hard England had to work to bowl the West Indies out, couldn't get their tail out. You look at the 3 that have fallen today. Crawley driving again with that strong bottom hand. We spoke about it yesterday, about the bat angle, trying to hit a wide ball too straight, nicking off again. Root just looked fried, absolutely frazzled. There's no question of what a quality player he is, but he just looked exhausted. And Lawrence didn't know where his stumps was.
Lees is facing Holder, who makes him play. That's one of the best moves so far in this innings from Lees, as he goes forward with the bent front leg and head over the ball and a nice straight bat, and he pushes it out into the covers. And it sounds rather ridiculous commentating on what is a bread and butter move from a batsman.
Yeah, it goes to show what we're having to celebrate, unfortunately. But on a positive note, I want to say Ben Stokes and the way he's come out, yes, we know he's an attacking player, but what he's come out here with is a game plan of how he's going to get himself off strike. Walks down and tucks it into the leg side.
Now Lees drives very nicely into the extra cover area. In fact, he's timed it well enough to get certainly 2 for it. Yeah, 2 it is. He just jogs back. But that was a lovely stroke, actually. Had a flow to it. Cover drive. Velcros the wrist point of his gloves. Velcros it back up again. David Warner undoes the Velcro on both gloves every ball. Every ball he faces. Sticks them back together again and gets on with it. Holder now. Forward comes Lees, and there's the much better move. All three of them look like the real deal. Fascinating, really, to watch the mental change in this match. You know, the West Indies in trouble yesterday. Looked like they could be bowled out for, I don't know, 130, 140. England have a big advantage. They would have felt $1 million. West Indies would have been the downtrodden. Then the fight back, and now the turnaround. England battling with themselves as much as with the opposition. 38 for 3 the score. Lees has moved to 9 from 50 balls. That swings into Stokes, who works it away on the leg side very nicely, but he doesn't get any run for it because he doesn't pick the gap. 55 the difference between the teams, by the way, so you know this pair can deal with that. And then Stokes says down and drives Fernley, but half stop I think from Holder took much of the pace off the shot. At first I thought he might drive it straight for 4, but Holder did extremely well, and the fielding was done by Carl Myers, who will probably do the next bowling, I would think. End of that over. 38 for 3. Yes, my point was that, you know, if this pair can deal with the 50-55, you're starting again with 3 down, and someone plays a special innings, and you can ask West Indies to make 140 to win the game, say. You just never know in this game.
Yeah, you certainly give yourself a chance, and this partnership is going to be very important to that cause. Ben Stokes has come out looking very positive in defence and attack, which is good to see. But those 55 runs are going to be all important. From an England perspective, can't really afford to lose a wicket, I guess, if they're going to try and pose something to the West Indies, which is going to be a challenge. And I think around the 150, 160 mark, at least you're giving your bowlers something to bowl at. And there'll be a test series on the line, so there'll be a lot on it.
News from the other England playing today. England have got a goal back, so it's 1-1 against Switzerland. Luke Shaw the scorer. There you go, the old overlap. Whereas 1-1 sounds promising against Switzerland, 38 for 3 against West Indies doesn't sound so promising. We've got I think it's a bit of help for the wicketkeeper Joshua De Silva. I don't think it's a formal drinks break. He got hit on that forefinger of the right hand, trapped on the bat handle from a ball that just burst out of the surface at him, and he was in real pain. I can't believe there's not a fracture or worse there, but he's keeping wicket. And of course, if he goes to his right side and can't get the other hand to it, then the right hand has to do the work. It can be damn painful. Hello, what's happening here? Pads are off. Oh, he might be taking a breather. Yeah, he is.
Yeah, I think they were just getting someone ran off the field. I didn't quite catch who it was. I think Ollie's saying it was Shamar Brooks. I think it might have been him going off the field. So obviously he's going to pad up his wicket-keeping stats, I suppose.
Yeah, the point being, Matt, that that's bad enough to make worse, and then you've got a serious problem long-term. Is that it?
Yeah, you're trying to minimise how much damage, but also, quite frankly, depending on how painful it is and the damage that's been done, you might not actually be able to catch the ball. You know, your finger, you might be going off for a jab. Sometimes you have a block injection, so you'd have an injection that literally numbs that one finger, and then it's wheel you back out to carry on. That's a real good one when they tell you that you can have that. But yeah, he'll be in agony now. The other thing, probably having scored 100, all the adrenaline, you won't feel it as much. So are you all right to keep wicket? He would have been absolutely buzzing. Yeah, absolutely, I'm right, I'm good. And now just getting into it, well, we're 16 overs in.
Yeah, good, I like it.
The adrenaline's kind of worn off. He's thinking, hang on.
Yeah, it is Shamar Brooks who's putting on the gear, and it wasn't the forefinger, it was the middle finger. I was surprised to see. I hadn't noticed that earlier. But okay, so West Indies with a substitute keeper.
I'm going to check. I don't think Shamar Brooks normally keeps, because he seems to be using Joshua De Silva's kit, which is incredibly village. Did you ever let anyone use your kit, Matt?
Did I ever?
You were not.
Well, yeah.
Hang on.
If someone needs your kit, they need it.
Yeah, you wouldn't expect him to have spare wicket-keeping kit here.
What I wouldn't have let them use is my number 1 pair of gloves. Like, you'd have spare gloves, and you can use number 4 or 5. But they're not using number 1.
Why? You want the ball cord if they're your best gloves.
Yeah, my best gloves.
Think clearly. The bloke's keeping wicket for your country.
Yeah, to be fair, numbers 3 and 4 were decent. They were good enough for. I think it was Vikram Solanki kept for me once in the 2020 World Cup when I broke my thumb.
What, and you didn't let him use your gear?
Of course I did. No, pads and stuff. I think he had his own box.
But not your main gloves?
Not my number 1s.
In a World Cup match for England?
Nah. He doesn't need number 1.
Well, he's got the same inners on and the same glove and the same glove, same pads. I won't consider the rest because I doubt that is the same. The protector is doubtless why he went off the field to get his own. 38 for 3 is the score as we come back to reality. 55 the advantage for West Indies. England 3 down in their second innings. It's a grind, it's tough out there. Only the strong of heart can deal with this, and let's hope the strong of heart are Alex Lees and Ben Stokes.
And Brooks, who's having to keep on what is quite a tough surface to keep wicket on.
Second time in his life he's kept in a first-class match. He did it in Guyana in 2020.
Okay, well, that is just wide. Is it even dropped? Might have been put down. A diving third slip. Alex Lees played forward, it flew off the edge, and I have a feeling that Bonner has dropped a difficult chance. We'll have a look at the replay. Here we go. Lees reaching for the ball again. Oh yeah, he's dropped well, not that difficult, not easy, but not that difficult. It's to his left side, to his weaker side, and it's at about shin height.
I'd say it's somewhat lazy attempts, unfortunately, from the bowling perspective from Myers, who's put in a good spell of bowling here, but that again is one of those shots we're talking about, a little bit airy-fairy outside the off stump from Alex Lees.
That might be an edge. Yes, it is. Ben Stokes leaving the ball alone outside off stump has edged it. It's run off his blade or edge or something, but what a way to go. It feels so feeble, especially from such a strong, dominant cricketer. Another one for Kyle Mayers. What a day out. 3 for 5 are his incredible figures.
All Stokes can do is shake his head, had a little view at the pavilion, and all the England cricket team could do was shake their heads. Stokes looking to leave the ball. In fact, it was a late leave. Tries to pull his gloves out of the way. He does do that, but can't get the bat up in time. The ball just clips just right on the toe, the skinniest of feathers, through to Brooks, who's just taken the gloves. And he pouches it very cleanly. England now 39 for 4.
Yeah, this is dismal and potentially humiliating. Much depends on the one remaining game changer, who's Johnny Bairstow. But of course, England are stuck at the other end. Alex Lees has 10 from 52 balls. Poor fellow just can't find much sign of his best game. So Bairstow has to do something really spectacular, Jade.
He certainly does, and he's going to need some rearguard action as we had in the first innings if we're going to have any sort of hope of posting a total on board. But I think your point's a good one, Mark. Once again, this is sort of luring on the edge of it being somewhat embarrassing from an England point of view. A game which could be disappearing from us very quickly. A lot of disappointing dismissals, unfortunately. Ben Stokes was certainly unlucky being dismissed there, but as we've said before, you make your own luck in this game, and the West Indies players certainly have done that. Kyle Mayers has put the ball in good enough areas, often enough, and funnily enough, he's got something out the surface.
He has, and that really did catch the toe of Stokes' bat. I think think he's got his wrist in a great position. I really like that he's just got a little looseness in the wrist, and I think it's got a little bit of bounce, tennis bally type bounce, a bit of movement, and he's bowled. I can't stand the expression in the right areas, but he has bowled a good line. Now Bairstow, bat aloft, squints a bit, waits for Myers, who bowls dead straight, swings it in at him, hits him on the pad. The crowd appeal, but the West Indian players don't. Going down the leg side.
Smart piece of bowling from Myers. Johnny Bairstow fresh to the crease, and he's coming with a big hooping in-swinger. Fortunately for him, just sliding down, but nice presentation of the seam. Not the ball you want to get first up.
No, not at all. In fact, to Bairstow, who gets bowled a lot, he exposes his stumps a lot, it's a very good ball, the in-swinger. Much underrated ball in the modern game, if you ask me. Here comes Mayers again. Tries for it, but starts that one a bit too wide. Something in the middle of those two is the perfect in-swinger.
Bowling coaches often say, with the in-swinger as well, the amount or the percentage, I'm sure Jared could tell us more, but the percentage of in-swingers which actually get nicked because you see the ball, you want to play it because you think it's coming in, and it actually just holds his line, which that delivery did. But Johnny Bairstow was more than up to it. Second ball out, then leaves it outside the off stump, but 39 for 4. He's got an uphill battle.
We just saw a picture of Joe Root watching the play. His face looks hurt. And there is a good in-swinger, and Bairstow's alert to it and blocks it with a straight bat. Goes to mid-on. End of that Mayers over. His figures are startling, 3 for 5. And 39 for 4 is England's score. Sitting alongside Root were two of the young England cricketers who he wants to guide into the future, Dan Lawrence and Matt Fisher. And the question is, will he still feel able to after this match if it doesn't go England's way, which is not looking like it will, but there's a journey yet. 39 for 4 is the score on TalkSport. Neil Manthorpe takes over.
Thank you very much indeed, Mark. I don't know whether Jade Dernbach was being fully serious when he said a moment ago, oh, that's a good in-swinger from Jason Holder, and it's left alone by Alex Lees, and it's very close to the off stump once again. But you said with the corners of your mouth turning upwards, Jade, that Kyle Mayers had found the perfect pace for this pitch. And I know that you weren't being facetious at all. I mean, he's medium pace. That's what he is. I sense that there was some truth in what you were saying. I mean, it's not ordinarily what you would describe as threatening pace, but he's doing something spectacularly well as Holder is in once again, and that one is steered into the gully and nicely fielded by Nkrumah Bonner, diving to his left.
Yeah, he certainly has, and again, he's put the ball in a very good area. He's put it on a length. He's moved the ball both ways with some skill, with a bit of wobble seam and a bit of seam up for the in-swinger. And what he's constantly done is ask questions at a pace which, yes, isn't challenging. The challenging bit is how many questions he's asking ball after ball after ball. He's making guys play, he's bringing them forward on a surface which is offered up and down bounce, and therefore he's been rewarded.
Here's Holder once again, full and wide outside the off stump, and it's left alone. I mean, Sean Pollock tells a good story of Malcolm Marshall walking up to him when he was playing towards the end of his career at Natal, and the great Malcolm Marshall walked up to Sean Pollock after 3 or 4 overs, I think, and said, "You're bowling too quick for the pitch." Here is Mayers once again, and no, I beg your pardon, Holder, and he's up to the crease, and another in-swinger, and it's left alone by Alex Lees. And Sean Pollock just thought he was kidding. I mean, what do you mean you're bowling too fast? Because Sean Pollock, you may recall, was quick at the beginning of his career, and Marshall had to explain to him that actually a little bit off the pace. I think the wicket was gripping a bit, so I mean, Pollock had never bowled. He'd never taken pace off before in his young career. Here's Holder again, and that's wide outside the off stump, but left alone by Lees. But it's, it can't come naturally. And if you are a fast bowler, and somebody says you need to bowl slower, that's a bit tricky, isn't it?
It is, and actually, very lucky to have had Morné Morkel at Surrey for a couple of years, who was a quite wonderful bowler, and it's actually something he prescribed to me. And he said, you can't run in and bowl 100% every day because surfaces don't allow it.
Holder again bowls. He's a lot of in-swingers to Alex Lees. You expect that the straight honour is coming at some point. Not this over. That's another in-swinger, and it's pushed away defensively up on the offside. I mean, Kyle Mayers is bowling. What is he bowling, Jared? What, 115? 120?
Yeah, anywhere from about 116 to 124.
I mean, what would we say if, you know, a fast bowler ran in and started bowling at that speed? We'd be sitting here going, what's he doing? You've got to give 100%. He's playing for England.
Yeah, of course. But of course, there is times, though, where there is an optimum pace. The ball reacts differently. The surface reacts differently. You can't all of a sudden ask...
Here's Mayers, the man we're talking about, left alone outside the off stump. England 39 for 4.
You couldn't exactly ask Ben Stokes to run up and bowl at 70 mile an hour. No, that doesn't make any sense. But kind of going back to the point with what Morné was saying, and similarly to what you said, is just throttling back sometimes and bowling within yourself, and if that allows you to be more accurate or understanding the situations of the game, if there's a guy who's in and you're happy to just give him one off the hip to really put your effort in somewhere else, that's how you'd see changes in pace from seamers, not necessarily dropping down to a Kyle Mayers pace.
Mayers again outside the off stump, and it's left alone by Johnny Bairstow, who's just come to the crease. He's on 5. Just a reminder that the West Indies batted on for almost 2 hours and 20 minutes this morning when they resumed 8 wickets down, 232 on the board, eventually bowled out for 297, an unbeaten, highly emotional century for keeper Joshua Da Silva. 100 not out from 257 balls. Fabulous, fabulous innings. Might be a series-defining one, series-winning one. Mayers in again. Bairstow plays defensively. So with a deficit of 93, England have lost Zach Crawley for 8, Joe Root for 5, Dan Lawrence without scoring, and Ben Stokes for 4. Alex Lees is grinding his way on strike at the moment. 10 not out from 58 balls. Johnny Bairstow has just joined him, and England still trailing by 54. Kyle Mayers has figures of 3 for 5 from 5.5 overs, and it's Mayers in once again, and that one is driven out towards cover. Jermaine Blackwood fields, and there's no run. But as Jared Kimber had told us at the beginning of the Test match, Phil Simmons did say that Mayers had been picked as an extra seamer. Well, I certainly made the mistake of assuming that he was picked as an extra batsman, but I was wrong.
I mean, to be fair, he only bowls a handful of overs per innings in his career so far, so
he only needs to. Here is Mayers again, bowls on the back foot. Bairstow punches to mid-wicket, no run.
I think in his first 11 Test matches he had 13 wickets. I mean, that's a part-timer, isn't it? But I think perhaps in these conditions, and also with the skill set that he has, I think they were thinking he could nibble the ball around a little bit. Not like this. I don't think Phil Simmons was sitting there doing that. But they brought him on in for the 10th over in the first innings and then 9th over in the second innings. So specifically he's brought on when the ball's very new to wobble it around a little.
And 2 slips in a gully, wait in anticipation as he's in, back of a length, and very resolute defensive shot off the back foot from Bairstow. Let's just remind ourselves that Kyle Mayers, in England's first innings, started with a spell of 5 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for none. Finished with 2 for 13 from 10 overs. And he's now got figures of 3 for 5 in 6 overs, and England are 39 for 4, still trailing by 54.
It's been an exceptional start from Kyle Mayers. Very consistent. I'll say it again. He's done very well not to miss his length. And that's all you can really ask on a surface which is offering ever so much, bit of wobble seam. He's just been very consistent. He's asked the England batters a lot of questions, and he's certainly been rewarded for that patience. And the figures tell a story.
Kemar Roach back into the attack, and that's full and drivable, and Alex Lees does drive it only as far as mid-off, and there's no run. Well, I think, Matt Pryor, I mean, in this kind of situation, I mean, if you think about the match situation, if you're an England batter out there at the moment and you try and formulate a plan and you come up with your next target and you sort of take a holistic big picture view, you might well just shrug your shoulders. And here's Roach once again. Lees comes forward, pushes it up towards mid-on. I mean, we always say that you should take it ball by ball, but you really should in this kind of situation.
I mean, you have to. And look, we keep saying it's a funny old game. Who would have thought when England were 114 for 9 that they would get anywhere near 200 in the first innings? The situation now is England need to build a partnership through Lees and Bairstow, and that's the conversation I would assume they're having in the middle, which is, right, ignore the scoreboard. There's no point even looking at that. Let's just, as a partnership, get to 10 and go from there.
Here is Roach once again. Oh, Lees pushes it almost half volley length delivery outside the off stump, but he gets an inside edge and drags it back, fortunately for him, past his stumps for a single down to fine leg.
Okay, so maybe they're saying let's just get to 5 and go from there. But if England can get something on the board, something with some substance that gives the bowlers an opportunity with a new ball, you have to be looking at 100, 120 at least lead to kind of stand a chance. Anything can happen in that last innings. There's a lot of pressure. There's a series on the line. There's still a lot to play for here. Bairstow's been in good form. He's an experienced player. And that is what these two will have to be thinking, and the conversation out in the middle will have to remain very, very positive.
And the first half and the second half of the first 2 innings have been profoundly different. Here is Roach once again. Bairstow drives, and that's a good-looking shot, and it's just ricochets off the captain at cover, Brathwaite, and is fielded by Jayden Seales. So the ball has really noticeably started to soften up sometime around the 25th over in both innings. So by 25 and 30 overs, it started to get pretty soft. Less than that. More?
More. I think about 40, 45.
Okay.
Somewhere around there.
All right.
It's actually felt kind of flattish for the first 15. And then the roll has worn off or whatever's changed, and then it suddenly started darting about.
Roach in again, and Lees gets inside edge onto the pads. Brathwaite runs in from cover to pick up and field. So anyway, whatever it is, you wait until the ball starts to get soft.
Yeah, that would have been the plan. But England now 4 down. I think we were speaking about it with England so far behind. We know that the first 45 overs are so crucial, but it was going to take them at least that amount of time to get level with West Indies. So it was always going to be about how many wickets were they going to lose with this new ball to give them a chance when they do get level to put something on the board.
Roach again to Alex Lees outside the off stump, and there's no run as he offers no shot. 20 overs gone, 41 for 4. England still trailing by 52 with so many England batsmen apparently suffering from poor stump geography. At least one thing about Alex Lees is he seems to know where his off stump is.
Really?
Well, he's left a lot, and none of them have hit the off stump.
I'm negative Norman this afternoon. I do realise it, and I apologise, but he has left 4 deliveries that could have clipped the top of off, and you could see off stump when he's left it. I would put that down to luck than judgment right now. He's opened his stance up. Look, but all he can do is keep fighting. All he can do is keep fighting through it. Try and find a way to get through this patch.
Carl Mayers again to Bairstow, leaves it alone. I only said that because none of them did hit off stump.
You've got me there, haven't you? Actually jumped all over your line.
Yeah,
but it's frustrating because it's the same errors. The Zach Crawley dismissal, it's the same thing. So I was speaking to Jade earlier. He and I were having a conversation off air about coaching these days. And what actually can you go up to a player and go, that's not good enough. You need to make a change.
Mayers in once again, little floaty in swinger, and it's nicely dug out by Bairstow. 41 for 4.
There's this big theory now. Everything is player led. Let the players work it out for themselves. Let the players play how they want to play. There are certain fundamentals, particularly in long format cricket, that you cannot get away from. Knowing where your stumps are is one of them. Having a good head position is another. The bat path, coming down straight. These are fundamentals that you just cannot get away from. And England batsmen are being found out. Who is talking to them? Who is saying to them that you will not survive in Test cricket with this technique? We need to work on it.
Here's Mayers once again, and it's pushed out towards mid-wicket. I know both of you have the greatest of respect for Marcus Trescothick, like almost just about everybody in the whole team and in the squad. You know, I'm sure we can all say that from our dealings with him, he is another fantastic human being. He's just a lovely, lovely man. I don't know whether he's of a mind or an inclination to be brutally honest with the players. Here is Mayers once again, and that's chopped out towards the covers. Blackwood is chasing. They're going to come back for two. It was a sort of back foot. Yeah, not really a punch, more of a shovel through the offside, and Bairstow picks up a couple. 43 for 4.
It's a really good point. Actually, Mark Nicholas has just made in the com box. Actually, the question isn't who, because we know Marcus Trescothick is the batting coach, so it would be him having the conversations. I suppose the question is, what conversations is he having? That's the question. Is he going with all the experience that he has and saying, we have to nip this in the bud now?
Mayers again, just slightly back of a length, and it's a back foot defensive push from Bairstow. And is, during a series, the time to have those conversations? Huh?
Well, I'd say not, normally. But if something's not working and there is a glaringly obvious problem, then you've got to be good enough to make a change. You know, again, there's that. Look, I sound like I'm on a downer with Zach Crawley. The reason I'm frustrated is because I think Zach Crawley is actually a really good player. I think he could score runs at Test level, but he's got certain fundamental flaws that need to get fixed. He's gone away, he's come back, and he still has the same flaw. We've had this conversation about batting on off stump. It's not working. So why are you still doing it? You have to make a change. And are the coaches leaving the players, to almost giving them too much freedom to make their own calls and own decisions? And these guys are young players. They're not like experienced. It's not like you're talking to a Broad, an Anderson, a Peterson, a Bell, a Trott, a Strauss. These are young players in early stages in their careers. You have to guide them.
Carl Mayer's right arm over the wicket, medium pace, pushed away by Bairstow to cover, and it's fielded by Craig Brathwaite. Final question to both of you then. It's tea time, 43 for 4. The umpire's taken the bails off. Did either of you know where this batting on off stump thing started? Who started that? Because there's lots and seemingly increasing numbers of players, and it's a big thing in the county game, isn't it, as well? Who started this batting on off stump trend?
I'm not sure about who started it. I think it may have stemmed from the fact of particular surfaces and bowling that guys were coming across. That's certainly something I've heard a few of the players talk about. The problem with it is unfortunately you stand on off stump hopefully to know where your off stump is, but if you're getting nicked off and fending at balls outside that eye line, that means that technique is not working. If you're also with that technique missing straight ones and getting out LBW, that suggests that you're not strong enough to be able to capitalise balls on your pads. I would suggest you've got more modes of dismissal that way. You need to actually understand the whole thing about technique and triggers and all these things is about making your game easier and simpler. I don't know if that's doing it for the players currently.
Steve Smith is really where it comes from, and what they're trying to do is everyone's trying to imitate what Steve Smith does, which is basically take out the caught behind dismissal. So if you can take out caught behind and slips, the idea is that you're taking away a third of your dismissals, and then you've got bowled and LBW. But there's also only one Steve Smith, right? That's why he averages over 60 in Test cricket.
I think also if you have a look, firstly, Steve Smith is a freak. He's that good. The second thing I'd note from a pure technical perspective, he bats on off stump, but he gets his back foot on off stump. His front foot is floating. He doesn't move his front foot across. He doesn't start on off stump, and with his front foot on off stump, not moving anywhere. His front, if you have that visual picture of Steve Smith batting, he gets his back foot across, and he almost stands quite open with his front foot floating, so he can move to where the ball is going. Our batsmen seem to take a off-stump guard and then stand on it with both feet lining down off-stump. And as Jade says, you've got to be very, very... Do not miss the straight one, because that's LBW. Then what they're trying to do is hit the ball back down the ground, but balls that actually should be going through cover or being... Well, firstly, if you're going to leave it, fine. If you're going to try and hit it, you've got to try and hit it through cover or square of the wicket. They're trying to hit it straight and nicking them. It's a fundamental flaw. I mean, that this is not a... I don't think... Again, it's really easy to be sat here saying it, be critical and negative and everything else, but it's only born out of frustration where you're watching something that's quite a simple technical flaw that people keep repeating.
You're not being negative. You're telling the truth. You're observing and being honest. And the honest situation is that at tea, on day 3 of the third and deciding Test match, England have their backs to the wall and they're in a corner. They're 43 for 4, still trailing by 50 runs. We could have done a whole tea time subject on England's batting woes in the county game, and we may still be able to do that, but possibly not during this Test match, the way it's going at the moment. Tea is being taken with opener Alex Lees unbeaten on 11. Johnny Bairstow is with him on 3. Zach Crawley, Joe Root, Dan Lawrence and Ben Stokes, the men out for 8, 5, 0 and 4.
Thanks, Manners. Thanks, Jared. Always comings and goings at the IPL. There's been comings and goings here at the Grenada National Stadium from England batters as Kemar Roach is in Alex Lees. It's 3. He started off 93 runs behind West Indies after an heroic maiden Test match 100 from Joshua De Silva. Put them in a very, very handy lead. And since then, it has been a procession of England batters going to and from the crease. Crawley and Root were complicit in their own downfalls as Roach is in and Lees plays another one of those fabulous looking forward defensive strokes fielded by Captain Brathwaite at extra cover and there's no run. Crawley was dismissed, essaying a large flat-footed weight back extra cover drive at Jaden Seals, not for the first time in the series, and he was caught the second slip by Jason Holder for 8. Joe Root then played a horrible shot, really. Ball that was wide and short and away from his body. He tried to play that back foot dab of his and nicked it to slip as Roach is in once again around the wicket to Lees, who let I think his figures. Shouldered arms to one from Ayers, Nick back, bowled him for naught, and then Ben Stokes also shouldered arms but didn't get the bat out of the way, and it ran almost off the face of the bat into the hands of substitute wicketkeeper Shamar Brooks for 4. From Lees. There's no... Sorry.
Not too bad. Personally, I'm frustrated watching England's demise in this middle session. I take nothing away from the West Indies. Well, the West Indies have done is put the ball in a reasonably good area and said to the England batsmen, "You're making you play at it." And unfortunately, England batsmen haven't played it very well. Butcher's mic has just dropped out a little bit, so the point that Butcher's making is about the way England have gone about their decision making in that middle session as Kemar Roach comes into Alex Lees onto off stump, thick inside edge, runs to square leg. Shamar Brooks, who has relinquished the gloves for Joshua De Silva. Lees comes back for 2 into the 22nd over. And a 45 for 4. It's going to be Alzari Joseph to bowl from our end, the media centre end. Johnny Bairstow on a pair came out watchful. Managed to get a single down the ground to get off the dreaded pair, and now 16 balls in. Finds himself in a position he found himself in the first Test match, which was England at the time were 46 for 4. And it was 54 for 4 at lunchtime in the first Test match, and Johnny's 140, the rebuild, left the ball very, very well. And England are going to need another heroic batting display like that.
Yeah, they sure are. Testing, we're back. England not faring much better than they did in the first innings here. 53 for 4 they were in the first innings. We thought it couldn't possibly be worse. Well, 39 for 4 it was, 45 for 4 it is now, as Joseph is in, quickest of the bowlers on show, to Johnny Bairstow, and that ball cannons off his thigh pad and that flies out onto the offside, and there is no run. What was I saying before I realised I was talking to nobody? Can't remember where I was now. Train of thought's gone, but never mind. It probably wasn't anything particularly positive, given England's batting woes once again.
There's not much positive to say at this minute in time, Butch.
There's not. Joseph runs in, he's got tuber grip on his bowling arm, and that's short, and Johnny Bairstow has short arm pulled it, absolutely nailed it into the mid-wicket region, but it hits it straight at the fielder. I think that's substitute fielder Anderson Phillips at mid-wicket. Then again, there is no run. West Indies have just had the best day, haven't they? 100 for De Silva, partnership, another 50-run partnership for the 10th wicket. A lead of 93, knocked over the cream of England's top order. Only Johnny Bairstow really with any pedigree left, as Alzari Joseph in short ball, and Bairstow sways out of the way, drops his hands and sways out of the way, his head and body jackknifing back towards square leg. Ball passes over the top of the stumps and there's no run.
It's been a hard time for an England fan. You mentioned the batters that have come and gone, the demise and the indecision, really, and it's largely down to what we've been asking for when England with the new ball was, can you put the ball in a good area, can you make the batsman play?
West Indies have done that, and Alzari Joseph perhaps is the one of their bowlers who's slightly less accurate. That's a wide ball outside off stump, bounces, kicks and flies through to the keeper, but there is no run. Just getting a look at the average speeds of the seam bowlers in this series, and Joseph is head and shoulders above the rest. 138 kilometres per hour for him. Jayden Seales 130, Roach 128, Holder 123, Mayers 122. I'm guessing on our screens that that's the West Indies bowlers, not one English bowler in there. So back foot defensive from Bairstow, out to cover, no run.
The thing of the Alzari Joseph coming into the bowling attack, and again he comes in, I think it was a 23rd over in the first innings, and he's coming again 23rd over in this innings. And that tells me that Craig Brathwaite, the West Indian captain, knew how crucial them first 20 overs were, and the bowlers that make the batsman play more often than not, Roach, Seales, Myers and Holder.
In goes Joseph again. It's wide of off stump. Johnny Bairstow leaves it on the front foot this time, and that is the end of the over. It's a maiden from Alzari Joseph. 45 for 4, England 48 runs behind. Joseph had an excellent contribution to make with the bat in West Indies' first innings. He made 28, along with Carl Mayers, also 28. Kemar Roach 25, Seales with 13 was the last man out, and all of those batters helped to get Josh De Silva up to that magical 3 figures. And it's not the sort of innings you normally see from a number 7, is it? Batting with the tail, they'd normally come out and crash it everywhere and try to keep the tail away from the bowling, but he didn't do that at all. He had plenty of faith in them, plenty of trust in them, and just inched his way there until he got within sight.
He did, and I thought that was the beauty about his innings. I think if you can value your wicket, have a decent defence.
And goes Kemar Roach again to Alex Lees, who digs out a full delivery, square of the wicket on the offside. And he will jog through for a single.
And you value, the time you spend at the crease, not play away from your body. That's what Josh De Silva did. He played very defensively. And you look at someone like Alex Lees at this minute in time. He's 14 off 70 balls. He wafted it a few outside off stump, pushing it, but yeah, by and large mentality, he feels as though he wants to be here for the long haul. And that's what Josh De Silva did. He gave himself a chance. I think he had something like 11 off his first 80 balls, and then he got 60 off his next 120, and then went through the gears even more towards the end when Jaden Seals came in, Kemar Roach went out. So, fair play. He had a plan.
He executed it excellently. Bairstow's forward. Kemar Roach is back over the wicket. Firm defensive push to mid-off. And again, there's no run. Yeah, I mean, I guess that's the most important, disappointing thing about the way that the England's top order have just played. Just watched a guy go out there and literally scrap for every single run. They would have sat there and watched their own tail enders, Saqib and Jack Leach, scrap for every run, and then they'd come out and flung the bat around with gay abandon, and England are 4 down. As Roach is in again, those shoulders rolling and rocking as he runs in, and delivers another full delivery to Johnny Bairstow, who defends out on the offside, and there's no run.
And it comes back to what we said right at the start of the day when you're talking about what England need to do against the 2 tail enders that are coming into bat, along with Joshua De Silva, and what's happened so far. West Indies have used the new ball much better than England in this whole series, and I think first 5-6 overs this morning, I think there's only one ball going to hit the stumps. So that tells you everything, and that's what the West Indies have done well.
Roach in, and that ball would have hit the stumps. It would have smacked into middle stump, but Johnny Bairstow just managed to keep his front pad out of the way and get the bat down in defence. And again, there's no run.
And the constant, I think, term we all use about England's top order is if that you put the ball in the right area for long enough, the techniques are not good enough. The techniques aren't good enough to execute the shot that they're trying to execute, and the time they're trying to execute it in the game from a decision-making point of view. And that's why England keep getting unstuck.
Rochin goes wide of the crease this time and fires the ball in towards the middle and off stumps of Bairstow, who's equal to it again in defence. Yeah, it's the collapses, they're not accidental, are they?
No.
they happen so often. And the thing is, the talking points are nearly always the same ones. They were the same in the Ashes. We talked about batters' techniques. We talked about decision making. Talked about the lack of application. And once again, when you get the ball moving sideways, that's what we've had again. As Roach is in, and that one is a little too straight. And this time, Johnny Bairstow gets a thick inside edge down towards fine leg. The bowler has both hands on his head, but I think if he reflects on it, he'll think there was probably just a little bit too straight. Going for gold there with the final ball of the over from Kemar Roach, and it's cost him and his team a single. 47 for 4, England trail by 46.
Again, Kemar Roach doing what he does best. See him bolt upright, ball pitch just outside off stump, nip back. Possibly would have hit middle and leg if Johnny Bairstow didn't get an inside edge on it, and 4 balls out of 6 of that over would have hit some part of the stumps. And I think that's the difference between what England have dished up with a new ball and what their outlook and the mindset of the West Indian bowlers.
Joseph in again to Bairstow. It's short and wide, and Johnny tries to power it away off the back foot, square of the wicket. But again, the ball. This is one of the things about this pitch. The ball just arrives at slightly different paces. And consecutive balls in the over, it just didn't reach Johnny Bairstow, so he came off the inside edge and went down into the ground by his feet. And there's no run, and we're probably getting into that phase now. In the first innings, it looked like it was 40 overs for the new ball to start going soft. I reckon England's second new ball in West Indies' first innings, it only took about 20 odd overs. And as the pitch gets a bit more abrasive and a bit more sun-baked, it will probably take the energy out of the ball faster as this game goes along. So do not be surprised if things slow down a little bit as Joseph is away, number 8 on his back. Quick delivery that has Johnny Bairstow up on his toes, defending on the back foot. Again, there's no run.
Yeah, and the trumpets going from the crowd. England supporters are trying to rev their team up, show some support for Bairstow and Lees that are here to weekend. There's a lot more local support in the ground for the first time. It's probably the most local support we've seen inside any of the venues over the course of this series so far.
Yeah, they're still pouring in now in the afternoon, having availed themselves of a nice lie-in this morning, as Bairstow is on the front foot defending. And again, there's no run. Good line of length that from Alzari Joseph. I wonder if the theme tune from The Great Escape has gone up, because England have just gone 2-1 up against Switzerland at Wembley. Harry Kane from the spot gives England the lead with 10 minutes to go, something like that. Of course, you won't be leaving us here in Grenada to go and watch the end of that game, as England try their best to fight their way out of yet another hole that they've created of their own making with the bat. As Joseph is in, it's short and wide, and Johnny Bairstow has crunched this off the back foot. Square cut, flashes away to the boundary, and a rather almost ironic cheer from the England fans as they go past 51 for 4.
And Johnny's not missing out on this one. He got a short and wide one earlier in the over, and he just plinked it, just clothed it straight into the ground. Not this time. Crash. That's middle of the bat. And it went past Jermaine Blackwood before he even looked. Good pressure put back onto the West Indies' quickest bowler. I think England have still got to try and find a way of scoring. 42 runs behind.
Yeah, absolutely right. As Joseph is in once again, and this time angles the ball more towards the body of Bairstow, who again firm punch off the back foot to Kemar Roach at mid-on, and there's no run. Interesting again that West Indies have come out after a break and thrown the ball to Alzari Joseph, kind of flying in the face of the accepted wisdom that you try and start with your two best or your two tightest bowlers after a break.
Possibly gone to try and understand that this ball is getting soft after 20 odd overs. They've gone with Kemar Roach, who will keep it tight from one end and see if the extra pace on this surface will make a difference.
Joseph gets a drive out of Bairstow, and he drives at thin air. That was perilously close to the outside edge. Good finish to the over from Alzari Joseph. England are 42 behind now. 51 for 4. Lees is 14 from 70. Bairstow is 8 from 33. And just looking at that replay there, a little bit of movement still happening.
A little bit of movement and not much bounce. Ball just kept a touch low again from Alzari Joseph. He's the quickest bowler on show. 3 balls of over 142 kilometres an hour. So I don't think there's many of the England bowlers got anywhere near the 140 mark, and shows that if the ball does get soft, they might need an injection of pace.
Roach pulls a firm forward defensive out of Alex Lees, and again there's no run.
What have you made of Alex Lees in the sort of 3 test matches we've seen so far?
Yeah, I think he's shaped up really well, you know. I think once he made that tiny little adjustment in his stance, just to pull his right foot, his front foot, just a little bit more open, just to allow the bat a path through at the ball, particularly as Roach had in LBW in the first couple of innings of his career, as Roach is in around the wicket trying to do the same thing again, and Lees allows the ball to come alongside him and plays it late into the extra cover, and there's no run. And yeah, I really liked it. In Barbados, I thought that Barbados, he looked like a man who was trying to find a way to kind of to exist and belong at the level. And so whenever he got a chance to score, particularly in that first innings, the long first innings he played for 30, he looked really nervous about trying to hit a bad ball. You know, it was almost, I shouldn't really be doing this. And then in the second innings, because he had to go out and make runs, all of a sudden the bat started to flow a little bit more. I thought he shaped up pretty well as that ball is left outside of stump from Lees. And again in this innings, he's looked in the beginning part of it, trying to put bat to ball, put a little bit of pressure back on the bowlers. And I think I've seen enough to be satisfied that he can do that and will get better at doing that. But the most important thing is his judgment and his technique and his ticker and everything seem to be in decent order.
Yeah, I agree. I think his temperament's been very, very good. His decision making has been good as well. You know, he'll learn how to score runs in Test cricket.
Roach is in again, and that is an absolute ripper. Lees, nothing he could have done about that. Pushed forward, and the ball just bounces and leaves Alex Lees outside the off stump. And that's, well, you get those as an opener, that happens, that's part of the job.
That's an absolute beauty. Just angled towards Alex Lees. He feels he's got to play at this. This is heading towards off stump. It's just late shape away, nipped off the seam and gone straight into Josh De Silva's gloves.
Roaching again around the wicket. It's a little fuller this time, and Lees thinks about punching it for runs, but then sort of has to slow the hands down as the ball doesn't quite arrive, and Roach picks it up in his follow through. I mean, look, it's not made any runs yet, and of course that's the only currency that matters, but it looks as though he has all of the tools in order to turn that into consistent run making.
Yeah, I think that's the key thing. It's now defensively he looks quite strong. It sometimes look as though, does he believe he's here?
Well, again, understandable. As that ball arcs away from Lees around the wicket, he lifts his arms above his head and lets it pass. It's another maiden to Kemar Roach, whose figures are 8 overs, 4 maidens, no wickets for 8 runs, and England just trying to dig themselves out of this hole, trying to get some sort of a foothold back in this game, trying to force the West Indies into having to chase something in the final innings, where, who knows, Steve Armstrong, if you end up setting 150 and the pitch continues to crack and to break the way that it looks as though it's going to, you never know, you might give yourselves an outside chance.
Absolutely, totally agree, and that's something that Lees is in Bairstow. Just get over this little burst and get the ball into its 30th, 35th, 40th over, and then they'll cash in from there.
Short and wide again from Alzari Joseph, and Johnny Bairstow has pinged that one with a straighter bat this time off the back foot, backward of square on the offside, and that'll be another 4.
We've talked about the techniques of some of the England batsmen letting them down. That was a fantastic shot. It was a fantastic shot by somebody who is obviously playing well on this tour. 100 in the warm-up game, 140 in the first test match, and he's looked in good touch throughout this series, and that was a beauty. Deep point goes out onto the boundary, and first sign of the West Indies looking to try and protect what they've got, and understanding that they've got a man at the crease who can be dangerous and who can take the game away from you in the blink of an eye. And we're still 38 runs behind.
Full delivery, better from Joseph, and Bairstow shows it due respect, defending 2 extra cover off the front foot, and there's no run. Yeah, it's been a good. Where were we? Back in January, weren't we? In the Ashes, it's been a good 3 months or so as a Test cricketer for Johnny Bairstow. Back in the side as a specialist batsman, where I believe he should have been all along, and thriving in his position at number 6 in the order, as Joseph is in again, and that's another good delivery, but Johnny Bairstow equal to it, nudges it into the gap on the leg side that has been left by the fielder, who is all the way back on the deep backward square leg fence, and he'll pick up a single. England now trailing by 37.
And he's also batting with somebody he's comfortable with. Played a lot of cricket growing up with, or in and around with Alex Lees at Yorkshire. So we talked about that first test match. You'll have to draw strength on where England were at the time and where he eventually took them to, and even if half the innings of what he had in Antigua on this surface will give England a fighter's chance of making some 4th innings.
Lees in behind a back of a length delivery from Joseph, and defends again with the straightest of bats. I mean, it does, and it has, over the course of the first 2 days and now into day 3 of this test match, things have gone very, very quiet in terms of movement in the evening session, haven't they? That's when the partnerships have grown and flourished. The problem for England has been that there was only numbers 10 and 11 left when that time came around on day 1. As Joseph is in again, that's a full ball. Lee's front foot this time, defends pretty much in textbook fashion. The bowler picks it up in his follow through, and so yeah, I think you're absolutely right. Johnny will be thinking to himself, okay, there are runs to be made here. Let's keep these boys out in the field. Let's make them feel it in the legs the same way as we did at the back end of this very, very tough 3 back-to-back test match series. As Joseph's in again, short and wide, and Lee's again just flinched as though he was going to fling his hands at that one and try and belt it through the offside, but he thought better of it and let it pass. So 5 runs from that Alzari Joseph over. He continues to frustrate, being able to locate a regular line and length. England are 37 behind, 56 for 4.
Thank you, cap bomb from the West Indian captain. Where does he go next when he looks at his bowling changes? Mentioned 3 back-to-back test matches. Look at something like Jaden Seals, 20-year-old, 10th first-class match. This is his 7th test match. I mean, what reserves has he got? Talked about how the last session and each of the days so far has been a tough one for the bowlers, and probably the first sign on at the end of day 1 of tiredness from one of the sides. And West Indies were a bit raggy. They're not raggy now because they've got the momentum of taking 4 England wickets, but if this partnership starts to build, 32 overs left in the day, the resources, the energy resources, I don't think they'll be too high once if Bairstow does start hitting 1 or 2 boundaries.
Okay, Jaden Seals will find himself back from his favoured river end. 1 for 15 from his 5 overs in his opening burst. He has 2 slips in the gully. Balls at Johnny Bairstow, who allows the ball to come, clips it off his toes, and again that man is back on the deep square leg boundary, and so he'll pick up an easy single. 57 for 4. Interesting that all of the West Indies bowlers have bowled around the wicket to Alex Lees, and not one of them has bowled a single ball from over at him yet. And I thought that in Seals' first spell, particularly with the way that he was swinging the ball back in, that he might give it a go, but he didn't.
I thought Jason Holder would have, because Jason Holder was bowling around the wicket. He doesn't run. When the bowlers bowl from around the wicket, the idea is to sort of run in a straight line that goes on towards off stump.
Seals is in, and he does fire the ball in full on off stump, and Lees punches it back to him, no run.
It's a bit like Ollie Robinson in the winter. Where Ollie Robinson runs in, the arc he runs in at, when he bowls around the wicket, fights against himself in his action, so he's not comfortable bowling around the wicket, where Jason Holder was getting it to sort of come back in towards off stump, because he runs from right behind the umpire, so he runs in a sort of an angle towards sort of 3rd or 4th slip, and then he jumps out, and then to sort of finish his action off, come back to the bowler. So he's always going, the momentum's going against each other.
Seals in again, and that's a wide half volley really, and Lees punches it at a diving breathwork with extra cover, and he parries it, and they decide not to run, probably wisely. I get what you're saying. It just seems odd that it's gone right out of fashion, hasn't it, for right arm bowlers to try and, from over the wicket, to try and swing the ball back into the front pad of the left-hander.
But Holder got it to swing, so I thought he might have just gone over the wicket where he's more comfortable running on that little arc, and then because Alex Lees they were tight to off stump.
Well, that's a good delivery, but Alex Lees gets a thick inside edge. He'll pick up a single to square leg. But the long and the short of it is that whatever research and work the West Indies have done on Alex Lees, they've decided that around the wicket is the way to go. I think he's lining it up pretty well, though. It wouldn't hurt to just vary things a little.
Comes with feel of the bowler. I've always said bowling's about feel. You can have all the stats and everything, information that you want. It's how you process them in your own mind, and what it makes it, how your body's feeling at the time of what plans you want to do and how you want to execute them against the batsman.
Seals is in, and that's crashed into the front pad of Johnny Bairstow. The ball going down the leg side. A stifled appeal. Johnny had no idea where the ball had gone for a second. Was running around like a dog chasing his tail. Eventually located it, and there's nothing doing, no run.
There's a few English batsmen been chasing their tail over the course of the last. Well, there was a stat earlier. Dan Lawrence, it's the 11th duck so far in 2020. 10 different players for England have had ducks, and it's the 26th of March.
It'll be a long year as Seals is in wide of the crease this time, angling it back in towards the stumps of Johnny Bairstow, who defends again, adjusts the helmet on his head, and he will wander up the pitch to go and have another word with his former Yorkshire colleague Alex Lees. Opens the batting for Durham, of course, now. 58 for 4, 28 overs are gone. The ball is starting to show signs of softening. England are 35 runs behind, and you're listening to the third Apex Test match here on TalkSport 2.
Zari Joseph again, he's been given responsibility to bowl from the media stand end. He's bowled 3 overs so far, shown good pace. Sometimes on a surface like this, from a batting point of view, it's not always a bad thing to have a little bit of pace on the ball, and you feel as though you've got more scoring options if there is anything on the radar offline.
Joseph in and trying not to be offline. He's much straighter there. And again, Lees stands up really tall and just defends that off the back foot as simply as you like. The pan bands and the rhythm section have been doing sterling work here over the course of this test match. A couple of ladies out there in their floral skirts who have not stopped dancing throughout the entire test match. Girls have got some stamina, I'll tell you that, as Zari Joseph runs away from us, and that's it's probably a long half volley, but Alex Lees just strokes it at Kemar Roach at mid-off, and there's no run. I can think of one or two left-handers who might have been blazing at that one.
I was just about to say there, is that's the area that, as when Lees' test career goes on and evolves, that's the area he's got to be better at. That was a half volley, it was a scoring option, and try and score and try and put the bowler back under pressure. They're the things that he's got to work on in his test match career.
As it is, he stands there, waits for Zari Joseph, checks the bat lift behind him, and then turns and faces up, drops the ball in front of cover. He and Johnny Bairstow just looked at each other then and both took off. Excellent run. They both turn simultaneously at opposite ends of the pitch and applaud each other. One hand tapping the blade of the bat in recognition of a run well judged and well taken. That's good work from England.
Yeah, it's good signs from England that just starting to sort of wrestle the initiative back from the West Indian bowlers. Trying to forge partnership, make Craig Brathwaite just have a think deep and hard about neck decisions, the angles of fielders.
Joseph seeing it short and wide again, but Brathwaite has seen enough of that back foot drive punch from Johnny Bairstow, so has a man back on the point boundary, so it'll only be a single on this occasion. The lead is 33 now, partnership 21 from 73 balls, so it's still been tough going despite the fact that there have been few alarms for Lees and Bairstow, and England is 60 for 4. Is still filling up. There are lots and lots of locals pouring in here, perhaps hearing on their radios or on their televisions that the West Indies are on top and looking for their first ever victory here in Grenada, as Joseph is in, defended on the back foot again by Lees, out into the offside and comes off the middle of the bat and is fielded by Brathwaite, and there is no run. 60 for 4, one ball left of the 29th over. Lees is 16 from 86, just the one boundary for him. Johnny Bairstow has a couple of pugnacious boundaries to his name, 15 from 40. And for now, England seem to have stopped the bleeding as Zari Joseph takes off once more into that loose-looking delivery stride, fires the ball wide of the off-stump that Alex Lees wants nothing to do with whatsoever. That's the end of the 29th over. It's 60 for 4. England are 33 behind, and Neil Manthorpe awaits.
Many thanks indeed to Mark Butcher and Steve Harmison. So some stability, albeit just a brief amount of stability, has returned to the England innings, having been 39 for 4. They've only added 21, but it's the mark of the disarray that England found themselves in, that a partnership of 21 it feels like some stability has returned and some sense of order. But England still 33 runs behind. West Indies dominated the morning session. Here is Jayden Seales, looks to bowl a Yorker, and it's driven by Johnny Bairstow out to cover, fielded by Craig Brathwaite. Plenty of encouragement amongst the West Indians, and geeing each other up in sight of another Test Series victory against England. Of course, have just one series win in the Caribbean in the last 54 years, and although they've been held up for a couple of overs, that's Johnny Bairstow you can hear on the stump microphone. He's just explaining what the problem is behind the bowler's arm, just assuring everybody that he's not making it up. He's saying the problem is that there's a door. When the door opens, and his view of the bowler and the release point is affected, and so the umpire is now saying to whoever is responsible, could you please shut that door and sit down? And Bairstow replies, thank you very much. 15 he is from 41 balls, 60 for England. Here's Jayden Seales again, and it's pushed defensively once more out to extra cover and fielded by Craig Brathwaite. Jared Kimber.
Hi.
Hi. Sorry, you looked at me as if you had...
Before we came on air, you said, I'm going to ask you a question, right?
Yes,
Then
okay.
I came on air, and I looked at you expecting you to ask me the question.
I'm going to ask you at the end of the over.
You didn't ask me the question, so I said hi.
I'm going to ask you at the end of the over. It concerns the IPL. 2 slips and a gully as Jayden Seales is up to the crease now, and that one is driven down the ground firmly towards mid-on, and so you've got time to prepare, and our listeners know what I'm going to ask you, so that they can be on the edge of their seats as well. Actually, I was going to ask you whether Jayden Seales has got an IPL deal, and how many of the current West Indian squad have decided to forego the first week, or it'll be the first week, won't it, because they do 2 or 3 days of isolation when they get to Mumbai. Here is Seales once again, and Bairstow comes forward, driving at this one, thick outside, inside half of the bat down towards long leg, fielded by Alzari Joseph, and they go through for another single, 61 for 4. So, I mean, often we talk about one of the problems of cricket in the Caribbean, Test cricket in the Caribbean, is that the shortest format, T20 cricket, is helping itself to the best or it's not helping itself to the best players in the Caribbean. They are choosing short format cricket, but there's a number, including Jason Holder, and you'll be able to tell me the rest, who have chosen to play Test cricket for the West Indies. Full and wide outside the off stump. Alex Lees leaves it alone. He remains on 16, 88 balls he's faced for those 16 runs. Johnny Bairstow has 16 from exactly half that number, 44 deliveries. But it's encouraging. I mean, I think it's reassuring that there are still cricketers of the highest quality in the region who want to play Test cricket for the region, and not. I mean, there are plenty. Probably more who want to play T20 cricket rather than Test cricket. Last ball of the over is defended by Alex Lees up towards mid-on, and there's no run. So England still trailing by 32, 61 for 4.
You're on my list now?
Yes, please.
Johnny Bairstow? Johnny Bairstow is the English one, and then there are 3 West Indian players. Jason Holder and Kyle Mayers are both with the Lucknow Super Giants.
Kyle Mayers was Lucknow Super Giants. Okay.
Yeah, I think that's right. Yeah, that's right. And then you have for the Gujarat Titans, it would be Alzari Joseph. So Alzari Joseph and Kyle Mayers were backups. Definitely wouldn't have played. Johnny Bairstow and Jason Holder are frontline players and definitely would have played. So that's a problem for those particular franchises a little bit more. But Kyle Mayers might come in later in the season, and Alzari, I wouldn't have thought he would be front line. So Jaden Seals, I think you asked about him. So he's said at the moment that he's focusing on Test cricket. To be fair, he's only just been picked and he hasn't really played much cricket, much T20 cricket yet. But I know franchises, almost from the moment he first played in the under-19s, started sizing him up. So, for instance, cricketers generally now, I don't know if you know about this, the trial system. Are you aware of the IPL trials?
I'm not. Jason Holder's back into the attack, and that's driven defensively up towards mid-on, and there's no run. I'm not, no.
So agents and sometimes other people involved send players out to have trial runs. So someone like Obed McCoy and Odean Smith. Obed certainly had a trial about 3 or 4 years ago with the IPL team. Romario Shepherd was another guy who had a trial a long time ago, so that the teams can get a bit of an idea of where they're at. Sometimes out of those trials you get picked up straight away, but other times it just puts you on the radar a little bit. That's the real idea of it. I don't think Seals has had a trial with any team.
Jason Holder again outside the off stump and left alone, and then it's fumbled by the certainly handicapped, if not fully incapacitated, Joshua Da Silva, who's got a finger injury but is manfully trying to keep wicket, and it's another bye. Goes on to his tally. That's okay. He finished 100 not out with the bat earlier. How are these trials conducted?
It's all different. Sometimes there'll be a bunch of Afghanistani players and they'll just be flown in on one plane together, and they'll just go into the nets and start bowling to a bunch of players. My favourite one, you'll like this, is Nicholas Puran. Kyron Pollard literally booked Wankhede and said, trust me, got him out in the middle and got their bowlers, and he smashed all their bowlers everywhere. And this is when no one really knew who he was. It was a couple of years after his car accident, and he'd been struggling for a while. And that's a trial.
Holder in again. Alex Lee steers it out towards gully, fielded by the diving and Krumar Bonner.
A lot of the players who are on the circuit, especially those who sometimes captain, they often get involved in the trials to see who the next young, Nepalese or Afghanistani spinner is, or it might be a kid from South Africa occasionally who's flown in. Marco Jansen, I don't think had a trial because they'd already seen him in the nets against the Indian players when Virat Kohli had talked about him. But there's certainly been other players, Australian players occasionally have been, they might do nets footage, or they might get them to film as well. There's all sorts of things that they do now. They're getting a lot more professional. Still could be a lot more professional, to be fair, but they are moving towards that. Much more like football.
62 for 4. Here is Jason Holder again, bowls to Lees. Forward defensively, pushing up towards mid-on. Are you and the IPL aware that there are 2 Janssens?
Yes.
Have you seen Dwan?
No,
you have, because you've seen Marco.
Oh, okay. It's an Overton situation, you mean?
They're both 6'7", both bowl left arm, and I don't think Dwan is significantly less effective than Marco.
I know teams have already started looking at him. That's how I first heard of him.
Holder in once again. Alex Lee tucks it off his hip out to Brathwaite at mid-wicket. No run.
I actually had a team contact me and asked me what I thought of him, and I went, if he's like his brother, it's probably worth a go, isn't it? But I haven't seen enough. I've heard he's slower. Is that not true?
A little.
Okay.
A little.
That's why I heard the Overton comparison was what I was told by someone in South Africa.
Yeah.
Not quite as dramatic between the pace differential between the 2 Overtons.
Well, he is 3 minutes younger.
Ah, makes sense.
Here is Holder again around the wicket to Lees. Comes forward, blocks it again resolutely up towards mid-off. One thing you have to say about Alex Lees, well, there's lots of things you can say about Alex Lees, but one thing you can say is that he's unflappable.
He cannot be flapped.
That nothing has flapped. Not his technique, nor his temperament, nor the pace at which he chews his gum. He's again.
Cricketers have a metric for that.
No, they don't. Alex Lees has 16 from 93 balls. Johnny Bairstow has 16 from 46. Just a reminder for those of you who probably don't want to be reminded if you're an England supporter, but we had a fascinating morning session in which the West Indies refused to yield their last 2 wickets. They resumed at 232 for 8. Kemar Roach was strangled down the leg side, caught by Ben Folkes off Saqib Mahmood for 25, and eventually Jaden Seals was dismissed for 13, but not before his mate Joshua Da Silva went to 100 not out. And now a new over begins from Jaden Seals, the batsman. First delivery is get in at the body of Johnny Bairstow. He tucks it off his hip towards mid-wicket. I don't know whether Jayden Seales is bowling within himself, but he's sort of low to mid 130s, and
no, that's about his average pace. I think.
I thought he's more high 130s.
We haven't seen him much in this series get over 140. I can get Crickfish on that to have a look, but I think he really is probably more between 82 and 86 miles an hour bowler.
Here is Jayden Seales again, then bowls and back of a length, and Bairstow is forward, pushing it defensively out on the onside, and there's no run. The one thing to mention about the morning session, which caused us some distress in the commentary box, if that's the right word, consternation might be a better word, was the defensive nature with which England approached that session. Very, very early on, giving runs, or offering runs anyway, often not taken by Joshua De Silva. So looking to try and bowl as much to the number 11 as possible, and so long periods of dot balls while Joshua De Silva faced the first four balls and then took a single off the fifth or the sixth. And it just seemed to play right into the West Indies batter's hands. The next one from Seales is pushed once more by Bairstow up on the onside, and there's no run. It's a strategy that is not uncommon, not unfamiliar, but very rarely successful, and that's one aspect of the game which Jared Kimber doesn't have a matrix to measure. How many times has giving the set batsman a single worked in order to bowl at the number 11, especially when they don't take the singles? Seales in once again. That's pushed square of the wicket on the offside. But as Jared says, sometimes even in the world of Jared Kimber, you have to go on the evidence of your own eyes and experience and anecdotal evidence. So I'm going, it works like 10% of the time.
Yeah, it's probably between 10 and 20% of the time. I suppose the only way of then looking at it is how many times does it just not work when we just bowl normally to tail.
Here's Seales once again. There's width here, and Bairstow looks for the cut shot, but again it's the low bounce which defeats him, and he now walks up the pitch and prods it suspiciously. What's wrong with you? Bounce properly.
It's like what we were talking about with basketball before, where so what happens is you don't put the fielders out and a guy slashes 2 fours and you suddenly think, oh, I'm going to have to put all the fielders out now. And it's the same in basketball. That first play where you don't foul them and you let them run 10 or 20 seconds down on the clock, you suddenly start to panic.
Jayden Seales, oh, that's the full toss, leg side, clipped away nicely by Bairstow, but only as far as Alzari Joseph at deep backward square leg, and a single off the last ball of the over means Bairstow keeps the strike and moves to 17. England are 63 for 4, still in arrears by 30 runs. So for those who don't follow basketball, looking at no one in particular, are you able to explain that strategy again? So you're trailing with a couple of minutes to go by 6-8 points.
Yeah,
and you start fouling the opposition in order to.
So what you do is you foul them so they go to the foul line and they have to shoot free throws. And every time you foul them, the clock stops. So it gives you as much time as possible to score your points, and then you hope that the pressure of them having to shoot the free throws over and over and over again will mean that they won't hit them at a higher rate, and that you can catch them up with perhaps with 3-pointers or by scoring quite quickly at the other end. It works. So in the NBA they have checked this, and it does work less than 10% of the time.
And I suppose that in this cricketing scenario, the similarity would be Jason Holder is in once again, and that's played defensively, straight back up towards mid-off, and there's no run. So the similarity would be the quality of the free throw, the man who's having to free throw, and the quality of the number 11 batsman, or the number 10 or number 11 batsman.
You generally try and foul, if at all possible, the worst free throw player, but that doesn't always work. It's more to do with the sort of. It's more to do with the risk-reward situation. So what you're trying to do is at that stage, you kind of feel.
Holder in, back of a length. Johnny Bairstow is furious with himself at having missed out on a scoring opportunity. Shakes his head as he's hit on the thigh pad.
So if you think about it from the bound, what I've just talked about. So you've got them 8 down. and you've got a average number 10 and a poor number 11 to come, and you get 2 sliced 4s through backward point, you suddenly think, well, now we have to plug that gap. And in basketball, if they bring it up and you don't foul them and they take 20 seconds off the clock, you start to think, well, we have to stop them allowing them to do that. So that's where I think it kind of works. They're different situations.
Holder in once again. Forward comes Bairstow, looking, I have to say, increasingly solid. It's still, he hasn't been there. He's coming up to an hour, I suppose. Yeah, so it's 17 off 55 balls. But the other similarity is that it's an oft-repeated strategy with a small success rate.
Yeah. And that's why it reminded me of the other one. And it wasn't until they started doing analysis in basketball that they realised that there was no point these teams even fouling. They weren't even winning. They were losing by more.
Here's Jason Holder again, and that's good delivery. It's gone past the outside edge. A little bit tentative there. Just as I said, Bairstow's looking more solid. He's had a little soft push at that one. Missed it.
It's so bad in basketball, they're looking at changing the rules of basketball. For the last 2 minutes, instead of actually counting down to the last 2 minutes, they're going to do it so that you have to get a certain score. So if one team's in front by 10 points, they might only need to score another 5 to win the game. The other team will have to score 15 points just to stop this fouling thing, which doesn't work. There's so many little things in sport that don't work, and yet teams keep trying it because it's what has always been done.
Yeah.
Like the punt in football.
Here's Holder again. He's padded up. He's left that one as Johnny Bairstow. It's hit him on the pads. There's some brief excitement from Joshua De Silva, the keeper and the bowler. But if he did leave it on length, it was a good decision because it was definitely too high. Jade Dernbach is joining us to reflect on a period of kind of semi-normality and calmness after the 39 for 4. Jade?
Yeah, it certainly has been, and it's exactly what England would have been after from the batting audit. Johnny Bairstow, with all of his experience, is showing that here. It's such an important part of the game. Still trailing by 30 runs, which is the important factor. We can't really afford to lose any more wickets here.
Here is Holder again, and this chopped away by Bairstow out towards backward point, and there's no run. The last ball of the over. 33 overs gone. England 63 for 4, still trailing by 30. They are a long way behind in this test match, but they've still got Ben Foakes and Chris Woakes to come. A big partnership here. Dare I suggest that it needs to still be intact by the end of the day's play. Could see England drag themselves back into the deciding test match. Another word from Jade, and then it'll be Mark Nicholas.
Yeah, it is certainly from an England perspective. Having these two batters at the crease at the end of today's play will certainly keep them in a strong enough position leading into tomorrow to start thinking about putting runs in the lead and giving them something to bowl at. But with every option, there is always a possibility, in the sense of we still got Foakes to come in, who's, as we've discussed, had a couple of mishaps with the gloves. It's a big opportunity for him to score some big runs in an England shirt and really cement his place in this side.
Jaden Seales to continue to Alex Lees. Lees leaves alone outside off stump, and with Joshua De Silva wearing the gloves again, West Indies will be very relieved. You know, you get so few chances on this pitch, you've got to cling on to the ones you get. He had quite a nasty looking injury to his right hand middle finger when he was batting, hit by a ball that spat from only just back of a length and trapped the finger ball between the ball and the handle of the bat. That could well be a break, certainly a fracture, I think, given the pain he seemed to be in. That's very wide from Seales, and oddly Lees, who's been very restrained, goes after it. Lees has played within himself, not particularly well, but boy, he's got some character. He's hung on in there, and from 95 balls he's made 16 runs, and occasionally he suddenly chases a wide one with almost a flat bat. Jade?
Yeah, it's one of those when you're sticking in for so long, and as Lees has done here, you see the ball full and outside your off stump and you think it's an opportunity to capitalise, but it could be his undoing, unfortunately.
Yeah, well, they're throwing him at him a bit, up and outside off stump as he goes forward, and this time we see the full face of the bat and a high right elbow, and all, you know, orthodox about it, whereas the one before everything collapsed and Well, he missed it, but he would have squirted it, I suppose, through gully had he hit it, whereas that ball, albeit a bit straighter, was pretty well played. If he was in his best form, I'm sure he would have driven it. The difference between the sides now 30, the advantage with the West Indies. Seals bangs that one into the surface. It gets a thick outside edge and goes down to third man for 4. You deserve that if you open the batting. A few of those thick edges, you have to play on some tricky pitches, you play against good bowlers, against the hard new ball, the proud seam, and so you earn the odd bit of good fortune.
Yeah, he certainly does, and Alex Lees has hung in there long enough now, and a bit what we were talking about with Matty Pryor early on is, regardless of technique, sometimes you just need to stick in. It's not going to look pretty all of the time, but there's a job to be done here from the England batting lineup, and Alex Lees is sticking in there. 97 deliveries for his 20. He's given himself an opportunity to hopefully see his way through.
Now he goes back, and that's pleasantly played into the cover region. There's no run for it, but he seemed to have time to play that ball, which you rarely see with the Lees we're watching now. When I first saw him play, he was 19 years old. It was Geoffrey Boycott who alerted me to him, and you got to be good if Geoffrey's telling you about a player. And he played easily, and he was a naturally attacking batsman. He had time to play, and anyway, at the moment he's fighting in an England shirt. England are 26 behind. If he could be there when England start again by getting past the West Indies, that would be more than handy. And we see the full face of the bat and a bit of time to play there too, so they were encouraging moments, though that was a slowish ball from Seals at 128 kilometres per hour. The over finishes. We're on TalkSport 2 and also YouTube, but 67 for 4 is the England score. Lees 20, Bairstow 17. Even Bairstow's not finding it easy to force the pace. 17 from 58 balls. What's happened often around now, I'd say from the 35th to the 45th over, the ball has got softer. It's the 34th over, it might have gone a bit early, got a bit softer, got a bit easier to play. We haven't seen too much uneven bounce, and I hope that isn't the commentator's curse. And it's a sort of quiet atmosphere at the ground. When England lost those 3 quick wickets at the beginning and then the 4th, the few people in made it sound as if there was a bit of a vibe happening here, but at the moment it's all understated, and England are clawing their way back into it.
Yeah, certainly have, but that's almost the job of the England batters here, is often with the home team, if they get their tails up in the air, the crowd get behind him. It was a chance just to dull out the game and to take the sting out of the tail, essentially, and just regroup, and these two batters certainly have done that.
Jason Holder now with a full ball at off stump. Bairstow is forward and plays it very comfortably. He's unhappy about something behind the bowler's arm. He wants a person moved, or a piece of something moved, or something's reflecting, or whatever.
We saw that happen a little bit earlier with poor Joe Root. I think it happened 3 and 3 delivery attempts. We had people moving behind the bowler's arm. Certainly don't need that in this situation.
Bairstow waits again for Holder, who has 98 on his back. He runs away from us and bowls a back of a length ball that Bairstow gets hurried by because it seemed back at him an iota and it cramped him, and he got his bat down in time, and the ball went out onto the offside. Bairstow held onto his ground just in case the fielder was going to threaten him, and so he stayed in his ground, and then he went to have a look at the pitch. Shouting he was, no, screaming it at Alex Lees. They'd have spent a lot of time together, these two, as they grew up as young cricketers. Lees, of course, has moved to Durham now as Holder bowls again, and Bairstow pushes forward, goes to mid-on. Seems difficult, Jade, to time those full balls. We haven't seen a lot of driving, have we?
No, driving on a pitch which is a bit too paced is often the danger, and that's where we saw a couple of the dismissals happen. But Johnny Bairstow's been watchful in the sense if you do with the fuller delivery, especially with a bit of nip still there, you have to really wait for the ball to come on, and the ball's not coming on for Johnny Bairstow at the moment, or Alex Lees for that matter, but they're still there, still working hard.
Oh, good quick bouncer from Holder, or a bouncy bouncer. And Bairstow tried more hook than pull probably, and missed it, and it did fly through to De Silva, who took it well running down the leg side. It had a bit of venom in it, that ball.
Certainly did. Johnny Bairstow did well to get out the way of that bouncer. But it's good, smart bowling by Jason Holder. He's just been asking questions of Johnny Bairstow coming forward, his defence. And then he's just snuck a short ball in there, really taking everyone by surprise.
Yes, Jason Holder doesn't normally bowl very short. There he bowls a good length that Bairstow blocks from the crease back down the pitch, simply because he's not a fast bowler. To bowl a good bouncer, it has to be a surprise ball, and it can't be too short. He's a very tall man. I reckon he's probably 6'9" or 10", and so he will get bounce anyway, but not at any great pace. Haven't been many very tall men who have been super quick. I mean, you know, the 6'6" and stuff. Holder again, that's outside off stump and barely gets through to the wicket keeper, who picks it up probably just on the full after the first bounce. And it's the end of the over, 67 for 4, so the difference still 26. I'm trying to think of the Ambroses and Walshes, who are very tall men. Joel Garner even taller. Garner could bowl pretty quick when he got his knees up, so too Kirtley, but they're not speedsters in the way that Michael Holding, who was about 6'1", Patrick Patterson probably the same height, maybe 6'2", Jeff Thompson probably 6'1", and some of the quickest bowlers have been shorter than that. Harold Larwood, Frank Tyson, who had very strong shoulders in the old days of the game. Wes Hall was quite a strong man. Malcolm Marshall, not that tall. Darren Goff, I better mention Goffey just in case he's listening here.
The thing is, it's not like you say, always about height necessarily, or pace for that matter. Certainly when it comes to the short ball, Mark, it's more about direction, and it's about messing around with the batter's feet. His game plan, once you get used to kind of jumping on the front foot, playing at balls, which Jason Holder often does. He's a very accurate bowler, and what he's trying to do with that short ball is just mess around with the batter's feet, and it's all about the direction of it.
Alzari Joseph now coming round the wicket to Lees, who leaves alone outside of stump, quite a full ball. I just thought of Alan Donald, pretty tall, and he was really quick. Whereas Shoaib Akhtar and Brett Lee, I'd say average height, probably both 6 foot, I guess. Wasim Akram tall, there you go. Waqar Younis not tall. Anyway, I have to bang on about this. It is interesting that shorter men can be super quick as well. That's a fair point. And when you see that film of Harold Larwood bodyline, he could bowl quick. Driven, but without getting much of it. Wide ball again, hands away from the body, bat face closes, and probably only a single as Bairstow is sent back by Lee. So just a single to Lees, he goes to 21. Bairstow is on 17.
I was thinking, Mark, as well, we've got someone of our very own in the sense of Mark Wood is a very slight, short man, but as we know, he's probably the quickest we have from an England perspective. Jofra Archer slightly different as well. Yes, we know he's got pace, he's slightly taller, but Mark Wood gets the ball down there at the rate of knots, and he's only a slight man, only a short man, so it goes to show that there's many ways to get that cricket ball down there fast.
Bairstow goes, pushes it to the leg side, calls early, runs early, makes the single easy. The difference now down to 24. England with 6 of their second innings wickets in hand. Can they dig themselves out of a hole? They're certainly trying. This partnership between Lees and Bairstow showing, I've mentioned character, but also showing some skill. They're using the Duke ball, which is the ball used in England, though this is a Duke ball that's made in West Indies and has a little more lacquer on it. Rumour goes around that it's not quite so well sewn the various seams, which is why it goes softer, a bit quicker than the Duke ball in England, but it's also a very abrasive surface, and that's why we see a little reverse swing, though not a lot. Joseph, and a lovely drive from Lees, but in fact it wasn't quite timed, and so Kemar Roach ran round at mid-off and did the fielding. He threw at the stumps, and there was a moment when the batsman thought they had an overthrow, but it was well backed up.
It was a nice shot there from Alex. He's actually I think he might be making a concerted effort to really concentrate and trying to get as much of the face of the bat on the ball. It's a fairly limited backlift out there outside his off stump. Being very watchful.
Did you bowl with Kookaburra much?
I did bowl a bit. I spent a bit of time in Australia and bowled with it. Certainly found it a lot different from the Dukes, as you would imagine.
Difficult to make torque?
It is once that shine is off the ball and you get towards the old back end of the innings. It was difficult. You had to really work hard.
Just too straight from... Oh, hello. What is he doing there? Alex Lees has come halfway off the pitch. What's happened is it's hit Bairstow on the thigh pad, rebounded out on the leg side. Lees always thought there was a run. Bairstow never thought there was a run. Lees was halfway down and suddenly had to turn back and only just beat the throw. Joseph, with a bit of extra nip there, pounding into Bairstow's thigh pad. When the pros bowl the ball, it's a heavy ball and it hits the various parts, thigh pad, back, glove, whatever, quite hard. Bairstow's back and knocks it down really quite aggressively in his defence there, rehearses it again, checks his position, nice body shape over the ball and realises that it's the end of the over. So 70 for no wicket now, 70 for 4 I mean now, and England have not lost a wicket for a while. This partnership is worth 31 but off 117 balls. That's how hard they've had to work for their runs. It really is graft, old-fashioned graft out there.
Very hard work here by the two England batters. But certainly doing a great job for the side, taking the sting out of the tails of the West Indian bowlers, and this is exactly what the England batters needed to do. Still trailing by 23, a lot of work still to do, but if these two men can be there at the crease at the start of tomorrow's play, there's an opportunity then to start thinking about setting a target for the West Indian batters. And as we know, getting into the fourth innings of a game, anything can happen.
Well, you can hear probably the steel pan band in the background giving us a bit of atmosphere at the ground, and settling into his seat is Matt Pryor, who was quite outspoken earlier. Nice to hear. Holder bowls. Lees leaves alone. Hi Matt.
Good evening. Yeah, I was outspoken, and
oh, good. It was interesting.
It comes from a good place. If being completely honest, as we're all passionate, maybe not Manners, or Kimber, but we're all passionate England cricket fans and supporters.
Manners may live in South Africa, but he's of English blood, so he'll certainly have an interest in England.
Yes, Manners.
If they're not his number one side, anyway.
You want England to be playing well.
Here's Holder. And there's another leave by Alex Lees, the leaving Lees.
And I also think these guys are talented. They're talented players. I believe in all of them, but they need guidance. They need support. And if you see some fundamental issues, you want to help them out with that and get them right. Everyone's needed it. Every player that's gone into international cricket has gone on that journey. It's a tough journey. It's hard. You find things out about yourself, not just on the pitch, but off the pitch. Mental resilience that you need to survive. It's a tough game. But credit to Lees, I will say, 104 balls he's faced, and he's fighting hard.
Yeah, it really is. Sometimes you have to ignore the if you like, the elegance of batting, the attributes of a talent, and find a way. Just get it done. Get hard runs. Get the what's the word? I can't really use the word because in dressing rooms it's a different word, but you've got to. You just got to hang tough.
Exactly what you're talking about.
Hang tough, haven't you? You've got to hang tough. If you stay in, you're not out. It's really that simple. And Graham Gooch used to say, when you played a feeble shot or a giveaway shot, he'd say, "Don't you like batting?" You know what I mean?
And the man I was going to mention, Sir Alistair Cook,
was taught by Graham Gooch.
Was taught by Graham Gooch.
Part of his teaching came from Graham Gooch.
He wasn't pretty. I hope Cookie's listening. He was not pretty, and we gave him a lot of grief for it.
But he
scored runs, and he hung very tough. When the going got tough, there was no other man you'd want out there batting, because he was just unflappable, and he found a way.
Holder again. It's over pitched, and again a ball that on a good day, free-spirited, Lees would drive that to the boundary, but he pushes it instead to extra cover. Another one survived. From it the ball comes a little softer. The West Indies become a little more tired, and perhaps soon a little more frustrated. But remember, West Indies still in front by 23. Yeah, well, you're right, admirable for the application. There we are, that might be the word. Holder again, and Lee's forward with a little sort of jump and second move, but that's okay because he got plenty of bat on it. It went to mid-wicket in the end.
He strikes me as a player that isn't too concerned. You have players who are a bit concerned about how they look and timing it well and looking pretty in the shot. He doesn't strike me as one of those guys. He strikes me as a bit of a fighter. He'll just find a way again. Inside edge, doesn't matter. Get back in your process, get back in your stance.
He can sure chew his gum.
Oh, yeah.
Holder again. And again he drives, and this time he does find the gap. Very pleasant shot would be the way to describe that, but they send each other back. They both scream no with their hand out as if to say, don't even think about it. So it is only a single. My goodness. The end of that over, just that single from it from Jason Holder. 71 for 4 on TalkSport 2 and on YouTube, as the colours of the Caribbean are flown from a flag, and a man in a yellow t-shirt lets us see a bright and happy smile. Beautiful day, as so many, well, pretty much all of them are in the Caribbean. And if you don't know Grenada and are ever visiting the Caribbean, don't be shy of stopping there. It's a fabulous place. Maybe not as glamorous as some of the other better known holiday islands, but it's got much to like, and tremendous people. Just a little pause in everything here, and I don't quite know why. A player's gone off the field, someone else has come on. Camera's holding Azari Joseph in their shot as he waits to bowl. It's all gone quiet over there. Not over there though. Now they've got a picture of the supporters, West Indian supporters, loving the music, dancing, swaying, moving, singing. Joseph now to Lees. Bangs it into the surface, and Lees gets something on it, swings it down the long leg, who comes round, picks it up one-handed, and wings it back into De Silva, who has plenty of time to make sure that the ball goes nowhere near that damaged finger. An exceptional 100 from Joshua De Silva earlier today, an emotional celebration, a man who had reached the summit and could barely believe it. Threw his arms in the air, then he almost collapsed with emotion. We saw a tear in his eye, and the joy of hard labour to become a test match cricketer was unbridled. Whereupon he was given out, caught at the wicket, reviewed it for fun because he said he thought he hit it, got the whole way off the field, as did all of the England players, and he was recalled. Banged into the surface again by Joseph, who's bowling some non-bouncers really, banging it short. He's got his action all wrong, and Bairstow gets a single for it. It was an extraordinary state of affairs. England thought they'd bowled the West Indies out, and De Silva was the last wicket to fall, and everybody had to come back again and get on with the game. Thankfully, because England were furious just with the whole situation, I think, as much as that moment. Joe Root was bowling off breaks, and Jayden Seales, the number 11, smashed one back at him, and he caught it nicely above his left shoulder. Threw the ball back to the umpire and turned and walked to the pavilion, before, I have to say, shaking the hand of Joshua De Silva in acknowledgement of his fine innings. Another bouncer from Azari Joseph. Lees has all the time in the world to get underneath it.
Yeah, all the time. We haven't seen Lees much on the short ball. We played that very constantly. He does look like he much prefers the bowlers coming over the wicket. He seems to line it up better around the wicket. I don't know if Kemar Roach had got into his head a little bit by taking the ball away, and then the one that spears back in at the pads got him LBW a few times.
Now he pulls, and he pulls a bit squarer. So the fielder, John Campbell, and runs round to his right side. Oh no, it's not. It's Unkumar Bonner. does the fieldings in a white sun hat, and there's a single in that too for. Oh no, there's a couple for Alex Lees. He's just. Well, he's eking out an innings, isn't he? 24 now from 111 balls. That is a tremendous show of concentration. 19, England's deficit. The partnership worth 35. Bairstow cuts and cuts hard, but there's a sweeper back. Disappointing to hit a ball as sweetly as that and get nothing more than a single for it.
Just seem. I know he's been out there for a while now, but De Silva, Manners spoke about it earlier, back with the gloves on. Spoke earlier, he had that finger injury. Mentioned that he might be going off for a block injection. We have to assume that's probably what it was, and he looked at me rather squirmishly.
Cool, those needles there. Goes down the leg side, and he misses his attempted pull. They're just trying something different here. Bang it into the pitch at the body and see what happens. See what the batsman does. End of the over. How long does that injection last for? I mean, could you play a whole Test match with it?
Well, that's a good question. I can't remember. I think it is. I think it's days rather than hours at last. Very odd feeling.
I was offered one before at 91 Cup final at Lords. Waka Yunus smashed my knuckle and my finger in 2 places. And when I saw the needle he was offering, I ran.
Kind of counterintuitive. They're going to stick a needle into an area that is very, very painful already.
I said I'll give it a miss. David Gower can captain the side. And thankfully we won. Probably because we were a stronger side without me. Anyway, back to the cricket and over to Neil Manthorpe.
Thank you, Mark. You hand over at another peculiar juncture because Jermaine Blackwood is about to bowl. He's proper full-time part-timer. He's really, it's irregular at best that he has a bowl. 75 for 4, and here he is with his gentle off breaks, and Johnny Bairstow back and across and plays it away defensively, and then peers quizzically down the wicket at the decision to bring Jermaine Blackwood into the attack in the 39th over. As usual, we rely on Jared Kimber to offer some theories when he's back in position, having had a nutrition break, and once again Bairstow punches it off the back foot out towards extra cover, and there's no run. Bairstow 20 off 71 balls, so very, very much within himself. Lees 24 off 112. Forward comes Bairstow again, playing defensively. We don't need to rely on Jared Kimber. I'm sure Matt Pryor will have a theory as to why the West Indies captain Craig Brathwaite's gone part-time again.
Over to Jared Kimber.
Blackwood in again. Forward comes Bairstow, pushing it gently out into the offside. He used 3 part-timers in the first innings.
Yes. I can only assume it's to see if it's going to spin.
Turned away out towards mid-wicket, and they go through for an easy single. It's what's been so peculiar is that the West Indies were in a position to take control of the Test match, in the first innings as well. And here, England are still, I know they've recovered. They were 39 for 4, they're 76 for 4, but they're still trailing by 17.
And also at a point that you felt something was building. Something had to, as a cricketer, you feel their points in a game.
Blackwood in again, punched off the back foot by Alex Lees, gently, under no pressure. For another single, 77 for 4.
Yeah, the points in a game or in a moment, in a session, that the pressure's building. Somebody's going to give. Will it be a boundary or will it be a wicket? And at that exact point, the part-time spinner Blackwood comes on. Very odd.
A drinks break. Jared's whirring. He's coming up with a couple of theories for us. It's just doesn't make conventional cricket sense. So I'm not suggesting that it won't make unconventional cricket sense. Jared's good at the unconventional.
So I've got two theories. There's a left-hander at the crease, but I think if that's the case, they would have bowled Brathwaite. I would say it's over 8, and they've fallen behind the over 8 again.
Oh, so never mind the result of the Test match and the series. You're more concerned about the over 8. I know they were deducted 2 World Test Championship points, but they've got no chance of reaching the final. So what? They're protecting their match fees.
Brathwaite maybe doesn't want a holiday?
Sorry, they're protecting their match fees. This is a legitimate theory. They're protecting their match fees ahead of trying to enforce a very strong position in pursuit of a series win.
They bowled 9 overs of it in the first innings when they had them 9 down. I mean, we've already seen it. It wasn't a tactical thing, was it? They were doing it because they were behind the over 8.
Matty P, we all like a match fee. But...
Very much so. But...
Well, so you'd compromise a position that the West Indies are in order to
well,
I'm not buying that.
We probably should know this, but is Brathwaite in trouble already? Is he?
They were fined. They were fined.
But then didn't the captain miss a game?
They were fined 2 World Test Championship points, which are irrelevant because, as I said, they're in no position to qualify for the final. The captain, Craig Brathwaite, was fined 40% of his match fee, and all the players 20% of their match fee.
Oh, there you go.
Done. What else do you want to talk about, Manners?
Well, Brathwaite doesn't have an alternative source of income, does he? He doesn't play anything else.
Jeez, he'd be terrible in the IPL, wouldn't he? He'd be the first person ever to have a negative strike rate. Fantastic player, but no, he's not. He played a little bit of one-day internationals for the West Indies, but he's not a white ball player. He's not the only captain in the world that's ever done this, though. And they've got 5 seamers.
Yes, but you do it on day 5 when the game's dwindling towards an inevitable draw.
You should. But yeah. That would be my guess. I mean, I could be wrong, but I can't see Blackwood as being a good matchup for Lees.
Imagine a world where you don't get that far behind the over 8 in the first place.
I can't. I've got a vivid imagination, but that's beyond me, that one.
None of us are old enough to remember that time.
5 seamers in the West Indies. Yeah, it must be over 8 because there's no other reason for it. But look, Manners, I'm with you. You know, again, West Indies in such a strong position. Why on earth would you give England anything? Over 8 or not?
And
if you win the game in 3 days, you've got you can kind of argue the point that you still got 2 more days to get your overs in.
Anyway, just to recap on the match situation, the West Indies had a phenomenal morning session. I'm sure it exceeded their wildest hopes and expectations. They resumed at 232 for 8 and batted. They refused to yield those last 2 wickets until the 20 minutes into a postponed lunch break. Kemar Roach caught down the leg side for 25 by Ben Foakes off Saqib Mahmood, and then Jaden Seals, the number 11. He faced 59 balls before he was caught and bowled by Joe Root, but not before he had accompanied his great friend and club teammate Joshua De Silva to an unbeaten 100, his maiden Test century from 257 balls. Chris Woakes finished with 3 for 59, Craig Overton 2 for 81, Saqib Mahmood 2 for 45, and Ben Stokes 2 for 48. Jack Leach bowled 21 overs, none for 49. England had a deficit then of 93. It was 28 overnight. There had been much talk and hope and maybe even expectation that they could keep that to below 40, but it was 93, and then numbers 2, 3, 4 and 5 failed to reach double figures. Crawley went for 8, Joe Root for 5. Root for the second time dismissed by the gentle-ish medium pace of Kyle Mayers. This time caught at second slip. Dan Lawrence left a Mayers delivery which bowled him, and Ben Stokes also fell to Kyle Mayers, who has currently figures of 3 for 7 in 7 overs. Drinks break's been done, and Alzari Joseph is back into the attack, and he begins with a quick delivery which bounces outside off stump. Alex Lees goes for the pull shot, but makes well, he went for the pull shot in rehearsal after he had pulled out of the pull shot. He got into position and it got a bit high on him. So Lees played no shot, but then afterwards rehearsed a decent-looking slow-motion pull shot. He's 25 from 114 balls, and Zari Joseph into him again. This time he bowls a similar delivery. He doesn't bounce quite as much, and is pulled successfully by Lees to the substitute fielder Vasami Pamal.
Yeah, looks far more comfortable, doesn't he, with the bowlers coming over the wicket. Apologies. Just early on, losing his off stump slightly, looking to sort of push on the offside into the cover region, but looked like he could edge it at any point, but fought through that period, and now we're into the 40th over. Of course, this whole test match from around now, it started to, or the wicket certainly flattened out, the ball's got softer, so England will surely be thinking, right, let's get these 15 runs, get level, and build a bit of a lead, and let's see where we end up. Funnier things have happened, Manners.
Exactly. No, I'm beginning to see the possibility now. It's quite hard to see England getting back to the Test match when they collapsed to 39 for 4. But I can see a possibility now. Here's Alzari Joseph, bouncer again, and Johnny Bairstow ducks underneath it. So we've got 20 overs left. We won't get all of them.
Do you know why we won't get all of them in?
What is bad light?
Because West Indies are behind the rate.
Yeah, I know. But let's say
12 overs an hour, says Gary Morgan.
We've got we've got an hour and 5 minutes to go. So let's say we get 17 overs. England could be leading by 50. Here's Alzari Joseph again, punched off the back foot by Bairstow, out towards cover. And if these two are still together, Bairstow makes another 100. He's already made a second innings 100. No, that was the first innings 100, sorry, in the first Test match. And England, I don't know, get to 320, 330, 350, leading by 250, or between 200 and 250. West Indies have to bat last. It's
200, 250. Mate, I'd bite your arm off for 150.
Here's Alzari Joseph, leg side and left alone.
Is there enough time?
Alex Lees.
Enough time for them to get 250?
There's 2 days after this, gents.
Just look at the scoring rate. Again, I'm going to ask you: is there enough time to get 250 in front? Especially at this over rate.
All right, no, there isn't. Okay, that's no, there isn't. But then it could get 200 ahead. England could be bowled out for 300. I could see. I mean, that's an exceptional performance. And Bairstow needs to score 100. Really, Alzari Joseph in once more, chopped away, square of the wicket on the offside, and there's no run. I can also see England losing by lunch tomorrow.
Yeah, the 200, 250 mark for me is it might happen. Of course, it might. We've seen some very odd stuff going on in this Test match so far.
I did say I've got a vivid imagination, and that's it.
Give me 150.
150 ahead.
Give me 150. Something to bowl at. With the wicket deteriorating, new ball. Wokes, Mahmood, and Overton in the nets, just working on their lines and lengths, and you've got a chance.
Jack Leach, the second innings specialist.
Jack Leach spinning a web.
How many wickets would you need to be down for how few runs? Like 7 for 40 before you would say? I mean, the way that people have scored with the old ball and this, do you know what I mean? They need to be like 9 for 25 before you feel comfortable.
I was going to suggest earlier that we should just reverse the batting order.
So people have suggested that for this wicket, it actually makes a lot of sense if you think about it.
Yeah.
Not the new ball, but that period between the 20 and 40 over mark. Who is better suited in world cricket than Kemar Roach or Jack Leach to just prop on the front foot for that little while?
It's unconventional. I like that. England scoring at 2 and over at the moment. 79 for 4 off 40 overs, and Jermaine Blackwood is continuing with really innocuous and gentle off spin, which Johnny Bairstow will be thinking, I could take 20 off any one of these overs, but he's not going to take that risk because he props forward again, drops it away defensively on the onside.
Can't believe you're having a go at Blackwood, who broke the big partnership in the first innings.
What, with that cunning long hop?
Yeah, the cunning wide long hop.
Here is Blackwood again, and this time Bairstow. he picked a bat up there like he just wanted to split the ball and hit it so hard, and then he just brought it back down softly and played it gently and defensively out on the onside. Here is Blackwood once more, and punched again off the back foot by Bairstow out towards mid-wicket. He does...
Way more.
Joshua De Silva's piping up behind the stumps now. Johnny Bairstow's got way more shots than this. Blackwood in again. Bairstow allows that one to spin off his pad out past short leg, and there's no run.
I think that might be a bit of a hangover from De Silva's innings. I think Bairstow was getting stuck into him for his low strike rate. Various points.
That was a leg bite, by the way. Johnny Bairstow, as I said, was more or less allowed it to spin off his pad, but took the leg by it, bounced quite a way away. England trailing by 13 now, as Blackwood is in once again, and that's punched away off the back foot up towards mid-on, and there is no run. In a moment, we'll be crossing to Samuel Badry and Mark Butcher to pick up commentary. But for now, more on the possible scenarios in this game and whatever else he's got from Jared Kimber, and then it'll be Matt Pryor.
Don't put your mic down yet, Matt. In a second, you can do it. Kieran from CricViz has sent this through to me. I was interested, you were talking about the around the wicket and how much it looked like Lees was struggling when they were coming around the wicket. As I said before, no one in the world cricket bowls around the wicket more than Kemar Roach. No one's better at it, and he dominates left-handers. So I thought it would be interesting to look at the first-class career of Alex Lees and see if he struggled with it as much. Since the start of 2020 to the last couple of years, over the wicket he's been averaging 36, and around the wicket he's been averaging 42. So he's actually done far better when bowlers have come around the wicket to him. And domestically, Alzari Joseph comes around the wicket. It's a big swing. There might be an edge on that. And Joseph goes up and he's out. They put the field back on the leg side. Joseph banged the ball in. It didn't get up. It sighed its way through. And a little inside edge just carries through to Joshua De Silva. And Bairstow is out. Well, he was looking for those shots. De Silva, he got one from Bairstow and he's gone.
This is astonishing batting for me. We'll have to pick the points up about Alex Lees later on, because Alzari Joseph has got the breakthrough here for West Indies. It was the plan again, short ball theory, round the wicket, leg side field set, and Bairstow has fallen for it. He almost cleared his left side. It's completely out of character, and certainly what England didn't need. Of course, it's led to his downfall, but to play that shot and try and take it on, the ball went short from Joseph, didn't get up that high. Bairstow cleared his front side, tried to pull it to the leg side. All he ended up doing was getting an under edge through to the keeper, and that is a massive wicket at this stage for the West Indies. England now 80 for 5 as Ben Foakes, the wicketkeeper, comes out to bat.
Johnny Bairstow made 22 of 82 there, and he would have known, Jade, 100% that was going to be short. Joseph's coming around the wicket. They had a short leg in. They had at least 2 catches out on the leg side as well. He knew what was coming, and it wasn't a particularly brutal short ball, if we're being honest.
I think that's often the case. You see that field set, the round the wicket approach. I guess as a batter, you know what's coming, so you almost set yourself for that. And it looks like Johnny Bairstow had a preconceived idea about what shot he was going to play before the ball was even delivered, and I'm sure Maddie can comment on this. That's probably his undoing there, whereby he's assumed it's short. He's already preempted he's going to play a pull shot and played a pull shot regardless of where the ball ended up.
The ball didn't quite get up as much as he thought it was going to get up, but that line, probably not ideal to play that shot, Maddie. Is that fair?
It's a bad shot. It's a bad shot. In the position England are in right now, you know what's coming. It's round the wicket, short balls. You look at the field. They've got 2 men behind square, fine leg, deep square leg, about 20 yards behind square. Another deep square leg just in front, mid wicket. The same field for Ben Foakes. About set up for his first ball now.
Catching short leg just in front. Square there, and this is where this ball goes, and it's turned away. It might have been fumbled by the short leg, and it goes out to mid-wicket, but he banged that into the pitch again, Joseph, from around 136 kilometres an hour. And Ben Foakes goes back and across and turns that into the leg side safely. That was Joseph's first wicket this innings. He's got 1 for 19 off 7.2. Interesting that they've gone with the same field, considering it's a new batter.
I was just about to say, very rarely would you walk out and your first ball be round the wicket bounces. Usually you'd say, right, new man, let's get a bit more orthodox. 2 slips in, gully, ring field, trying to tackle the top of off, but no, not Joseph this time, not the West Indies. They're remaining with round the wicket with the short ball theory.
Short, down leg side, there's a bit of glove there, but he beats leg slip as it just trickles down to fine leg. He played a bit of a pull shot to that in the end, and it goes down. It gets Foakes off the mark. Does it get Foakes off the mark? It does. He's got 1 run. I thought that must have been off the glove or something there. Yeah, well, I think this might be partly because they think, and Jade, you've played with Ben a lot, they think, especially in the West Indies, that he's not particularly in love with the short ball, is maybe the best way of putting it.
Do you know what? I heard and read that somewhere, and it actually caught me off guard and by surprise.
Because you bounced him in the nets for years.
And yeah, he flat bats me in front of square with no bother whatsoever, but that's not saying much to my 75-mile-an-hour bouncers.
Joseph short at Lees, who pulls this down to deep backward square, and Blackwood fields it, and they're just going to take 1.
So that was surprising, and certainly what Matty says there, it's not often you see that as a batter comes out to the crease to see a field and greeted by that sort of field, but having had experience of playing with him, Ben Foakes usually deals with the short ball pretty well. He tries to ride it as much as he can, tries to get on top of the bounce, but we know a pitch that's too paced in nature, playing those sorts of cross-battered shots can be quite dangerous, so hopefully he's got to be watchful early on, that is for sure.
82 for 5. Alzari Joseph round the wicket to Foakes. He gets inside the line. That was pitched outside leg, stayed outside leg, and De Silva mops it up as Foakes walks to off stump, really, to leave that. Listening to TalkSport 2 with Jared Kimber, Matt Pryor, and Jade Dernbach. Scores 82 for 5 with England trailing by 11 runs. Earlier this over, obviously, Bairstow going out playing, I think it's safe to say, premeditated pull shot.
Oh, very much so. And that's why it was such a disappointing shot, quite frankly, having fought so hard for that innings. Looked very controlled.
Leg slip in, it's short, and he whips this off his hip, does Ben Foakes, to one of the fielders out the boundary. Kyle Mayers comes around, they come back for 2. I tell you what, that's not far away. I think he's just got in, but they're going upstairs, and the West Indians think they have run out Ben Foakes, coming back for a 2. Joe Root has his head in his hands. He cannot believe what he's just seen.
And I agree with the West Indians. I think he's struggling here. Ben Foakes, it was his call. Played a nice shot off his legs. Another short ball out to the man, a deep square leg. Went immediately for the second. I think he's struggling here.
This looks a disappointing situation from an England point of view, and certainly being a Surrey man, we're having a look here, and he's out.
He's 2 yards out. What put me off was the throw. It was a really high throw, and De Silva had to bring the ball all the way down. It didn't matter. It was a bad throw, but De Silva did great work, and as you heard, he is out. Ben Foakes has run himself out on his 4th ball. It was an unnecessary run. There were 2 fielders there. They were always near each other, and he knew exactly what that field was when he went out to bat. It just seems odd that he would take that fielder on.
What's the saying, gentlemen? 1 brings 2, isn't it? That's what we often hear, isn't it? And that's what we've seen from an England point of view here. Not what we needed. Ben Foakes is strolling back to the dressing room. Like you say, I haven't scored 2 or 4 deliveries, but it's one of those where we say the situation depicts how people play. Round the wicket theory bounces. There's a bit of energy from the crowd. Ben Foakes may have been caught up in that for a moment, Matty P.
Absolutely, and the pictures we're seeing here, the cameras pan straight to the England dressing room, just in time to catch Joe Root putting his head in his hands, as if to say, what now? Really? Can we do that? What? Honestly, I'm kind of in disbelief here. Fighting for a test match, fighting for a series. You've got the batsman in, Johnny Bairstow, his premeditated swipe across the line, under edges it through to the keeper, and then Ben Foakes runs himself out needlessly. What's the value of coming back for the second run at this point?
Absolute chaos here and I have commentated 1 over in this entire series, and I've got 2 wickets from it. I have the best strike rate. There's only been about 9 wickets in this entire series, and somehow I've managed to get 2 in 1 over, Matty.
Typical Australian.
Why don't you two have a break? I'm going to have a break from the biggest over so far in this entire tour, and I'm going to go over to Steve Harmison and Samuel Badgery.
Thanks, gents. What a action-packed over that was from Alzarri Joseph. Really bringing things back in the favour of the West Indies, if it wasn't so before. Kyle Mayers into the attack now, round the wicket, into the left-handed Lees, full on the stumps, pushes it back to the bowler, no run. Steve Harmison, that run out.
Wow, I'm with Matty, I'm in disbelief. I can't believe what I've been watching. I really can't. Crawley goes at a ball, wouldn't hit another set of stumps outside off stump. Root plays miles away from his body, 73 mile an hour bowler nicks it straight to slip. Lawrence left a straight one. Stokes leaves a one. Bairstow's gone and tried to pull a ball when you're 10 runs behind, 5 wickets down.
Outside the line of the off stump from Kyle Mayers, goes through to the wicket keeper, no run, 83 for 6 it remains.
And what Ben Foakes was thinking there, the ball was in the West Indian fielder's hand, Kyle Mayers' hand, when Ben Foakes has decided to turn and go for the 2. So I wouldn't say this has been great bowling from the West Indies. It's just complete and utter capitulation from England. And Joe Root, he's got his head in his hands and he's got good right to. He's contributed to it, I must admit.
Mayers once again on the line of the stumps, confidently on the front foot. Alex Lees pushes it to the fielder at backward point, no run the result.
But from a West Indian point of view, Samuel, they've bowled good areas, they've bowled test match lengths, relatively straight. I think they had to work too hard for these 6 wickets they're getting so far.
Yeah, absolutely. You look through that lineup like you mentioned there, every one of those wickets essentially a gift in what is a series defining match, and Mayers in once again around the wicket, confident defensive prod from Alex Lees, goes over to mid wicket, no run the result.
And local fans that have come into this game, and they're getting more and more as the days gone on, they've been treated to a good day's cricket. We had the Prime Minister on the pitch at tea time, Junior Murray walking around the Commonwealth torch for what's happening next year.
In once again outside the line of the off stump, this time watches it go through to wicketkeeper Joshua De Silva, no run.
And the people of Grenada have treated us royally well since we've been on this Spice Island, and unfortunately for the West Indies players, the England players have duly obliged with what possibly could be 2 days on the beach before they go home.
And that would be absolutely welcome for many of the players, many of the people at the venue as well. This one is on the line of leg stump, worked away to mid wicket to Jermaine Blackwood, no run, brings the over to an end, a maiden over that was. 43 overs into this England second innings, 83 for 6. England still trailing by some 10 runs, and you're quite right, Steve Harmison, that local fans, they've been enlivened by what they've witnessed in that previous Alzarri Joseph over, and quite against the run of play. Johnny Bairstow and Alex Lees were going along quite nicely, seemed to be untroubled, nothing really challenging them. Alzarri Joseph and the West Indies deciding to go with that short ball plan for a few overs. A little bit of chirping from Joshua De Silva just to try to get under the skin of Johnny Bairstow, and it seemed to have worked. That swipe came from absolutely nowhere. He was hitting into the wind one. There were fielders positioned in the deep 2, and you're trying to bring your team back into contention in this test match. That wicket was so crucial. In the end, a wicket nonetheless for Alzarri Joseph and the West Indies, and they continue to dominate this third and final test match. Joseph comes in once again round the wicket to Chris Wokes. Works this one away down to deep backward square and gets off the mark. The lead now into single digits.
Yeah, looking at what Chris Wokes has done, that was carbon copy of what Ben Foakes did. Shot he played a little bit squarer, not much squarer, and I'm sure if it was a sign of intent. Foakes wanting back on strike, and showing that he wanted to be proactive and busy at the crease. It was a bit like the rest of England's batting.
Josephine once again, short delivery, pulled away, straight to the field, short mid-on. Almost a straightish mid-wicket. No run the result, but that shot was pulled with some authority from Alex Lees. He seems to be prepared to take on the short ball. Has played it quite nice so far.
I don't think he minds the short ball. I think that's a scoring option for him. 126 balls into his innings. He feels as though he'd be seeing it nicely, so I don't mind him having a go at it if he feels as though that's the area he feels as though he can score.
And once again, Alzarri Joseph short, pulled away, this time finds the gap.
No, Jaden, no!
Jaden Seals cannot prevent them from coming back for two.
He's gonna run out another
We
one.
were just talking on air, Matt Butcher and myself, Steve, about possibly what sort of target England would be looking to set when Johnny Bairstow and Alex Lees were at the crease, and we were talking about something upwards of 150. At this stage, that seems such a long way away.
It's a very long way away, but when you look at how England had got themselves and the rest of the initiative back after the first 4 wickets had dropped, and where this test match has evolved in this last session.
Joseph in around the wicket, full outside the line of the off stump. A prod from Alex Lees goes forward of square on the offside just for a single, and brings Chris Woakes back on strike. 87 for 6 now.
It seems as though that the best time to bat in the test match so far, the last session, I think, and they're averaging 99 runs per wicket, where it's 13 runs per wicket in the middle session. That England had done the hard part. They'd worked, in a position where they could get into the last hour and really sort of try and ram home the advantage of the partnership Lees and Bairstow had done. So that makes it even more frustrating from an England fan that the shot selection and shot execution that Johnny Bairstow decided to take on.
Still around the wicket, Alzarri Joseph, short delivery, evasive action from Chris Woakes, goes through to the wicketkeeper. No run, forward, short leg gully, mid-wicket, deep forward square, deep fine leg. The fielder's on the leg side, on the offside, point on the boundary. Third man, a few meters off from the boundary for that slash that might go in the air. A gully and a very short mid-off. The fielder's on the offside for Chris Woakes. As Alzarri Joseph at the top of his mark, strides in around the wicket once again. Short delivery on the legs, worked away towards fine leg, just beats the fielder at that leg gully position. Jason Holder comes through for the single, brings it over to an end. 88 for 6 now, England, and they still trail by 5 runs, 4 wickets in hand. And you're quite right, Steve, that in this session in particular has been the easiest of the 3 to bat, to score runs, as we've seen on days 1 and 2, and certainly that was the trend when Alex Lees and Johnny Bairstow were at the crease until that inexplicable shot.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more, and the conversations would have been, like you mentioned before, it's how many can England get to set up a game here on the 4th innings, 4th day, this 3rd final deciding test match. And I think it's been bounced back into the West Indian favour of 5 runs ahead, 6 wickets down. If England could have gotten a lead of 125, 150 or above, then England have had frailties in the top of the order again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4 of the top 6, 5 of the top 7 with single figure scores. Same in the first innings. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 again in the first innings, and the West Indies are the same. So it would have been an interesting duel if England could get to a lead of 3 figures and above. But at this minute in time, it looks a hell of a long way away.
Mears in from the Darbo end. Chris Woakes defends on the front foot, pushes it to Craig Brathwaite in that extra cover region. Short extra cover, 2 slips and a gully for the right-handed Chris Woakes. Kyle Mears has been exceptional in this test match with the ball, picking up 2 wickets in that first innings. Has gotten 3 so far in this one, and 3 critical wickets as well, picking up the wicket of Joe Root twice in the same match, and we've seen how productive Joe Root can be in those previous 2 test matches. He's coming in once again over the wicket, beats him all ends up, dies on its way through to Joshua De Silva, didn't carry on the full but beats the outside edge of Chris Wokes.
The thing that Mears has done really well is that he's held his length perfect. He's bowled that good length, and around that ball, you know, the red zone, when you watch it on TV, and there's a green which is obviously short of a good length, and the red zone, it's a good length there, and that's what he's done really, really well. He's not tried to be too funky.
And once again, outside the line of the off stump, plays it comfortably, and Chris Wokes through to the offside. No run the result. It's a packed offside field. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 fielders on the offside for Kyle Mears. I think England can't take heart from the fact that the West Indies in their first innings, they were 95 for 6 when Joshua De Silva came out to bat, and they were able to get up to 297. And if there's any form of inspiration that can be had from that, they'll have to eke out every bit of it. This one is on the line of the stumps, and Chris Wokes is prodding on the front foot, works it away on the onside, just forward of square. No run the result. 125.5 kph from Kyle Mears. Best figures in Test cricket so far in this Test match. 3 for 7 so far. Prior to that, 3 for 24 against South Africa in St. Lucia 2021, and 3 for 28 against South Africa in that Test series, which South Africa won 2-0 here in the region last year. Outside the line of the off stump this time, pushed away, will get 1, will come back for 2. Another couple of runs to the score, takes the tally now to 90 for 6. Chris Wokes goes up to 4. Alex Lee's not out on 30 out of 128 balls.
He's more than a part-time bowler, Kyle Mears. He's somebody who, I think when he was selected, it was a batsman who could bowl a little bit. He was talked about as a part-time bowler, but I think he's proven in this Test match that he's more than that. Not because he's got Joe Root out twice, but I think the way he's held length has been very, very good. He's been perfect for this surface. He hasn't gone too full and gone floaty. Can't afford to go too short, so I think he's asked questions of the batsman in and around that off stump and challenged techniques that England have been lacking.
On the line of the leg stump this time, pushed away to mid-wicket. Well fielded by Nkrumah Bonner. No run. Shamar Brooks, rather, no run the result. Brings the over to an end, 90 for 6. England 45 overs into their second innings. Still trailing by some 3 runs. Kemar Roach, no wickets for him in the second innings. Kyle Mears, like I mentioned, 3 wickets. Jayden Seales picking up 1. Alzari Joseph picking up the other. And of course, that run out of Ben Foakes. We were just discussing all of the wickets that have fallen so far have been avoidable or preventable. And some loose strokes, some indifferent strokes from the English batsmen. And this is such an important innings, series on the line. England, remember, have won only once since 1968. And that one victory came in 2004. The West Indies have such a rich legacy, rich history against the English, particularly here in the region. Alzari Joseph over the wicket this time. Short once again. Fended away to that fielder position in leg slip, leg gully. John Campbell, no run the result.
Yeah, just a little tweak to the field from Craig Brathwaite. Now we've got 3 men on the leg side. Deep mid-wicket, deep square leg, and obviously at fine leg. John Campbell's positioned himself at leg slip, but he's also got Nkrumah Bonner at mid-wicket, just in case there's just a mistimed pull.
And once again, short, pulled away. Look quite comfortable on that short ball, I must say. Alex Lees, and you'd expect an opening batsman to be quite proficient at playing the short ball. But it is a concerted plan from the West Indies. Nothing was going their way with the traditional line and length on the surface. A message came out. Substitute Versami Pumal had a conversation with Craig Brathwaite and Alzari Joseph, and immediately they implemented this short ball plan, and they got the results soon thereafter. Zari Joseph is one of those bowlers, the fastest in this game, who can bowl that length consistently, hit that pitch hard, get the ball to come above the batsman's waist, chest area, shoulder area, that uncomfortable region in once again. And this time it's played awkwardly by Chris Woakes, just try to whip it down to fine leg and gets the boundary in the end. So not exactly where he wanted it, Chris Woakes, but he'll take it nonetheless. England now trailing by just 2, 95 for 6 the score.
Yeah, just a faint tickle off, I think, the thigh pad, I think, of Chris Woakes. Goes down to the fine leg. Didn't quite get up from Alzari Joseph going down the road of, you know, the bouncer road that the West Indies feel that Chris Woakes is susceptible. He's had a 40 in this series so far. As a TalkSport listeners, join us. This decider.
Joseph short, fended away, similar direction, and well fielded by Kyle Mears in the end. And that boundary of the previous delivery got England ahead, and now they have a lead, albeit a very slim one at this time. They want to push that as far as they possibly can. Some 13.2 overs left in the day's play, a long time, lots of time remaining. Time is now 4:53 p.m. local time. The sun sets relatively late, so we will have, I suspect, enough time to get that 13 overs in. 97 for 6. England leading by 4.
Yeah, good bit of fielding there. Third umpire just checking to see if it went for 4, but no, it stayed as just 2. And Chris Woakes is now crowded even more. Short leg slip, fine leg on the boundary. Alzari Joseph with a short ball tactic.
Another short one, good pace. Joshua Da Silva had to take that one. Reverse cup. Alzari Joseph showing that aggression, and Chris Woakes seemed content to try to fend it away, not taking any evasive action, but actually playing at those deliveries.
It's interesting that he steered around the wicket. I thought he could have gone over the wicket and gone even more at Chris Woakes' body and used the angle. Chris Woakes, he's not a ducker. He doesn't try and swing. He stands up and plays it.
Jason Holder waiting in leg slip, short delivery once again. This time he allows it to go through comfortably through to wicketkeeper Joshua Da Silva. 97 for 6 England. Yeah, overall lead of 4 at the moment, 4 wickets in hand. England, of course, for those of you who are now joining us, got bowled out for 204 in their first innings. West Indies getting up to 297. Overall lead of 93, and now England in their second turn at the crease, 97 for 6, which means that they're 4 runs ahead and just those 4 wickets in hand. Still lots of cricket to be played in this game. West Indies in control, in command, looking to get another wicket in, see how many more they can get before the close of play, possibly shut England down on the 3rd day and really set this game up on day 4. But there's been an excellent performance from the West Indies batsmen, in particular today. Joshua Da Silva getting to his maiden test match 100 and partnerships with Kemar Roach, and then a magnificent last wicket partnership with Jayden Seales to see him over that line. He's had 3 half centuries before, not able to carry on. This time he did. Mears round the wicket to the left-handed Lees, who is on the front foot, is pushing it to mid-off, no run the result.
Yeah, Alex Lees has been stand out apart from the England batsman. Very simple technique, back and forward. Loses his balance every now and again, which, you know, puts that vulnerability in and around that front pad. Kemar Roach exploited it a couple of times.
The first slip, the 4th slip, the 5th slip, and clean him up. That one kept low. That man again, Kyle Mears. You can't keep him out of the game. On the stumps, on target, and the off stump goes for a walk. and the stubborn resistance from Alex Lees comes to an end.
Joe Root on our screen now looking in disbelief, and it was going to take something special to get rid of Alex Lees. He's been resolute in defence, really has valued his wicket just like Joshua De Silva and the tail end batsmen so far in this innings. The top order batsmen have been woefully shown up from a technical point of view, but that one there going around the wicket from Kyle Mayers just kept low. Talked about right at the start of each day, Samuel Badri, and you do pitch reports out there, and talked about the cracks in and around that good length. And if you hit it hard enough, well, you will get some uneven bounce, and ball probably expecting to hit the lower third of the bat of Alex Lees has gone straight underneath, hits the off stump, and Kyle Mayers, what is that, 4 for 9 off 9.2 overs. Yes, 4 for 9, best figures in a test match. And what a selection it has been from the West Indies selectors to leave out Vasami Pamal, strengthen the batting with Kyle Mayers, and he's turned up with the ball. Fantastic test match.
Absolutely, from Kyle Mayers, career best figures for him now, and he's turned this game on its head. That ball just creeping under the bat of Alex Lees, very well set, spent a lot of time out in the middle, knew the conditions, knew what the bowlers were doing, but this one just crept under his bat. Absolutely nothing he could have done with that one to keep it out. And Kyle Mayers, the magician with the ball, magical Mayers, and picks up another wicket. And England are in dire straits at the moment. 97 for 7, lead by just 4 in this series defining contest, the final of this 3-match series. First 2 games ended in tame draws, but this one has had a lot of life, lots of excitement, quite invigorating and captivating, and the home fans are absolutely loving this. The noise, the excitement in the air, quite palpable here at the Grenada National Stadium, on their feet, clapping every time a wicket falls. And why wouldn't they be happy? Kyle Mayers into the new batsman Craig Overton for the first time over the wicket, this time 2 slips and a wideish 3rd slip, maybe a 4th slip. This one is beaten outside the line of the off stump, play and miss through to wicketkeeper Joshua De Silva, no run.
It's been an excellent display of bowling when the door became ajar. Again, talking about England's frailties of losing wickets in clusters and clumps. Look at the partnerships that England have had so far. One partnership, 41 of Johnny Bairstow and Alex Lees, but the rest 14, 14, 13, 0, 12, 3. England can't seem to get a foothold in this second innings, and largely down to the fact that the West Indies have bowled straight.
Mayers outside the line of the off stump, dives through, not for the first time, to wicketkeeper Joshua De Silva, had to collect on the bounce. He wasn't able to collect cleanly. He's had a few extras in this innings. Joshua De Silva, 19 extras in total, buys 13. Just that length and that line that we've talked about incessantly. Steve Hammerson on a straight line, bring the wickets into play. You will get that odd ball that keeps low, and that's the wicket taking ball. Mayers in once again over the wicket, down the leg side. A stifled appeal from Joshua De Silva and those at the back. No interest from umpire Wilson. 97 for 7 it remains.
And again, just kind of striving for that straight ball, and every single pundit, anybody that was in this ground was saying this morning, you've got to bowl straight. England have got 2 wickets to get, and England bowl too wide, too short, too floaty, and the West Indies have given them a lesson on what lengths to hit on this surface, anywhere near a good length, and make the batsman come forward and play.
Final delivery from Kyle Mayers. This one is played towards mid-wicket, short mid-wicket, no run. The result 97 for 7 after 47 overs. Overall lead by 4 for England, 3 wickets in hand. And I hand you over to John Norman in studio.
Well, thank you very much, Samuel Badri. And wow, where are we? 97 for 7 England in second innings. How has it come to this? We shouldn't be surprised. They were 90 for 8 in first innings, I suppose. But for all the talk that we and all the investment that we have here on TalkSport 2 in cricket stats, Jarrett Kimber, you tell me where our dear CricViz were, where you were, where anyone was, stats or not, to suggest that today we would see Joshua Da Silva hit a century unbeaten from 257 deliveries, and then Mayers take 4 for 9. I mean, this is the absolute beauty.
Mayers must be petrified at the moment. He's about to be woken up.
Well, I think we all feel like we're in a little bit of a dream, a recurring one, but it's still dreamlike.
Like the first 2 wickets in the first innings, fine. The ball's swinging around a little bit. He does that, and you're just like, I get that. At this stage, you would expect if anyone's going to cause havoc, it's going to be someone bowling 90 miles an hour into the pitch.
Like Joseph, who is bowling on the stumps and on the body of Wokes, who hops up inside the line and takes a single, 98 for 7, a lead of 5.
Because we saw Stokes was probably England's best bowler for a big period of time. It's whacking the ball into the pitch. Kyle Mayers is bowling at 122 kilometres an hour. There's no whacking into anything, right? It's incredible to have these figures.
The other surprising thing is that the statistics will tell you that it's the West Indies. Okay, they know the conditions better than England, but they've got more swing than the England bowlers. That's a fact. And their batting has been more obdurate than England's. It's been more disciplined than England's. Joseph in on the pads this time of Overton, who's yet to get off the mark, 98 for 7. They've shown all of the disciplines, West Indies, in this test match that you associate with England. You know, we sometimes fall into cliche when it comes to Caribbean cricket and the flamboyance and the flair and the, you know, the way that they go about their cricket. Well, you could just turn all that on its head, can't you, Matt? Because the complete opposite's happened.
The saddest thing for me is that in under 3 days of Test cricket,
Joseph again, short delivery and worn by Overton, who will come through for a run. There's a shot that stumps at the striker's end, and some communication breakdown. I mean, another run out, and if Joe Root had his hands in his head in his hands after Ben Foakes ran himself out, you just have turned down all the microphones anywhere near the England captain if another England batter was to go in the same way.
As I was saying, in under 3 days, just under 3 days of Test match cricket, England have found a way to get themselves in a losing position twice. The first innings at 114 for 9. They managed somehow to get themselves back into the game. Fought hard. West Indies at times allowed them back in as well. Some shocking decision making and tactics themselves. And then England now again have at 99 for 7 found themselves well behind the 8 ball. This is it's pretty sad stuff, really.
It's pretty damning that we're still surprised, I suppose, as well. It's we've plumbed some depths over the last few years, and still we find ourselves short delivery and pulled by Wokes, just about over. I'm not sure if that bounced down or just looped up over the leg slip. Either way, it's another run. The 100's up for England, 100 for 7. They lead by 7. But you know, how bad do things have to get before we can't just accept it?
I tell you what is damning is this isn't the Gabba. The really strong Australian attack of Warne, McGrath, Lee, etc., etc., etc. We're playing the West Indies, who, with all due respect, are a pretty ordinary team, and they are beating us convincingly here.
Yeah, in conditions which aren't okay. It's pretty sultry out there. The sun's been shining and it's been baking down on the strip, which you don't get too often. Short again and well fielded behind the stumps by Joshua Da Silva, diving to his left. Again, the ball coming off the body of Craig Overton, who he pitched it short against the likes of Campbell and some of the other West Indies batsmen when England were bowling, and he's getting a little bit back in his half, as it were. But you know, these can, as you say, this isn't the Wacker, this isn't Karachi, this isn't anywhere really where England should be struggling. These are conditions, bit of swing, bit of nibble, no real pace.
With the Duke's ball.
With the Duke's ball, where actually they should be okay. Short again and fended by Overton, will get off the mark.
I guess a question you've got to pose, or at least ask in this situation, John, and I'm sure many will say it in the sense of how many batters in the second innings have been got out. This is to depreciate a deficit in which we were in from a batting lineup, and we've got a batting lineup which have not been got out. I can 100% accept when you lose a game and you're beaten by the better side or conditions suggest otherwise. But unfortunately, once again, and this is where you're saying, John, is that you can't be surprised by it, because unfortunately, once again, England batters have not been got out, they've got themselves out.
Yeah, Jada, I completely agree. And, having spoken today, we're both people that want to champion good cricket. If England lose because someone has bowled fantastically well, we want to talk about that and say, what fantastic bowling. But that is not the case right now.
Mayer's sniffing a fiver. He's got the smell of a fiver in his nostrils, is forward. Foolish, and Overton defends.
A stench.
There is a stench about this.
You wanted to know how unlikely this was. Look at the numbers a minute ago. In his first-class career, Ben Stokes has batted 200 times. He's got 33 not out, so 167 outs. That was his second run out. There was one at Guildford down Jades Way in 2016.
This is edged and caught at third slip by Jason Holder. Overton goes fishing. Mayers gets his fiver. England lose their eighth. And another England batter gets himself out rather than is chiselled out. And West Indies now are just 2 wickets away from yet another series win over a travelling England side. Abject again by England. Brilliance by the bowler. A juggle by Holder at third slip. And England are lurching from one crisis to another. 101 for 8 now. They lead by just 8, and Overton goes for 1.
Another disappointing dismissal there. It's so hard to continue to try to find some positives somewhere, but that's another waft outside the off stump to a 68-mile-an-hour ball, which was just straight up and down. And that's the undoing for Overton. He's wafted and been caught. The big man Jason Holder in a third slip is just a little bit disappointing once again. No fight shown there. In a precarious situation, we see the talisman from the first innings, Jack Leach, walking out now. Can we expect the same or a little bit more from him? But should the job really be falling onto number 10 batter?
Well, here we go again, isn't it, with Jack Leach? I mean, Marcus Trescothick's done a fine job, but to expect Jack Leach to top score again in second innings, I mean, and even if he does, let's be honest, it is disguising, a paucity of approach, a paucity of technique and character and a lot of other things. I mean, this is up there, or down there, with some of the very worst that England have carved up. And I'm sorry to say that Mike Atherton in the Times ahead of day one, Lawrence Booth in the Mail after day one, both questioning Joe Root as captain. And for cricket journalists of that calibre to be doing so before the result of this test match was evident, I thought that was very telling indeed, because there is it's as though people are waiting for one to go, as Leach is back in defence and defends the first ball of Myers' spell, who has incredibly picked up the figures of 5 for 9. When we thought that first innings spell, which essentially set this match up, was an outrider really. Well, he's come back and just shown that he's got way more to his armoury than we or anybody had really given him credit for coming into this test match. An inspired change actually, as he is in wide of the crease, angling in on off stump and defended by Leach. He gets off the mark. Chris Wokes and Jack Leach at the crease. And I mean, let's just take the drama away from this. England are going to lose this match at some point today or tomorrow, and the repercussions will be felt far and wide, and Joe Root's position is going to come under scrutiny.
I think it has to, unfortunately. Joe's He's a great guy. He gives his all. He's a fantastic batter. His numbers speak for themselves, but the captaincy has really come under strain this week.
I think he might jump, to be honest, before he's pushed. I think watching Joe Root today in the field, he looked like a broken man, a bit beaten. He walked out to bat, and we know how, let's not for 1 second question his quality and class as a batsman. But it was a shot of a very, very tired man.
Last ball of the 11th over, bowled by Mayers, and it is left alone outside off stump. I think you might be right, Matt Pryor, because I think the only stumbling block for Ben Stokes to take over, there was 2 stumbling blocks. One was the IPL, and he isn't playing in the IPL this year. And the other thing is he wouldn't do it to Joe Root. But if Joe Root steps aside of his own volition, then I think Stokes may well pick it up. I tell you what, Matt Pryor, you give me your thoughts on that, and after you get your thoughts on that, for the remainder of the innings, we'll hear from Mark Nicholas.
Well, yeah, I think, and one bit of defence I'm going to have for Joe Root here is, yes, you have good captains, absolutely, and they have to be tactically astute, but tell you what, most of the best captains have had fantastic teams and players around them, and I do believe Joe Root has been let down by his players.
It's bouncer from Joseph, and he's bowled a fair few actually in this sort of what we call this late session here today. He had a period where he ran in, about an hour ago now, he ran in and tried to hit the pitch at the body, but it wasn't especially effective, and it looked as if England would probably get through relatively unscathed to the close, so dead was the ball on the pitch. But of course the drama in the last 45 minutes, amazing. And as for Kyle Mayers, 11 overs, 5 maidens, 5 for 9, having got 2 for 13 in the first innings. Here's Joseph again, and Wokes looks to play a little flip, hook, pull, dab, punch round the corner, and he gets a single. Terrifically thoughtful and character-driven cricket in this game. They don't look the best side in the world, and I don't suppose they would pretend that they were, but England have got some very good players. 2 of England's best cricketers ever are in this team, and they've handled them with great skill. Joseph again now, the shadows lengthen, the sun that's also way down the leg side, but a full length. And Leach deals with that. The golden colour now of the evening light is just fabulous. I mean, obviously it's hard to see too much that's fabulous in England's cricket. 102 for 8 then at the end of that over. We're on TalkSport 2 and on YouTube. Matt, I know you had a bit more to say.
I did. I'm going to change tact actually, and I think you've made a really good point there. We will talk about England a lot, but actually West Indies have played some we've given them a bit of a jip as well, that they don't have the batsmen with averaging 45, 50, etc, but they found a way, and looks like they found a way to beat England. Examples like Joshua Da Silva's innings, what a fantastic
That's the
100.
one, isn't it? That
Absolutely.
is. Jade's nodding,
Fantastic.
That was from a bowler's point of view, he just gave nothing, did he?
Encapsulated everything I think West Indies cricket needed from this series, and they found a new star in Joshua Da Silva. The way he went about his innings, the way he played, how he stood up for his team when it really mattered. That's what resonates with me.
Well, here's Mayers the Magnificent, just tucking himself in. Got a cool hairdo, and he's going to bowl 3 slips, a backward point, an extra cover, a short extra cover, a mid-off, a mid-on, a mid-wicket. And I think there's a long leg down there. 5 for 9 from 11 overs. My goodness, what Malcolm Marshall would have given for figures like that. Here comes Mayers to bowl now, and forward goes Wokes. Quite a gentle ball actually, around off stump, but it runs off the blade to the gully. Then Wokes plays the whole shot again, as if to say, I nearly got it perfect, but this practice one is perfect. Jade?
I can't help but continue to go on the fact that we're a little bit astonished at Mayers' figures here, and I'm sure he is too. But one thing he hasn't done is miss his length. He's been so consistent with the length he's produced, ball after ball, whether it's coming in, going away, ball's keeping a little bit low. He has consistently hit a good length.
Pitched up and straight. He bowls again, and that is worked by Wokes from very straight to mid-wicket for no run. Wokes has 9. 50 overs England have batted for, 50 overs and 2 balls for 102 for 8 on the back of a first innings when, you've got to remember, they were in absolute disarray, this England side, and until that last wicket stand, 9 down for 114 when, you know, that partnership between Saqib and Leach began. So now Wokes drives a very straight full ball, and we see all the face of his bat. There must be a lot of lacquer on these balls because all the bats have got an incredible amount of red bruising on the face of the bat.
Yeah, it looks that way, doesn't it? Leave a lot of marks on the face.
They really do, yeah. More than I can think of in other countries. Maybe it is this slightly modified Duke ball that they use in West Indies. Here's Mayers again, bang on. And I think the only thing I'd say about that ball as Wokes pushes it to cover is that on a different pitch and with a confident opponent, that would be hammered back past him. That's a good ball for driving, isn't it? But here, when the ball's I'm not saying that it's bad bowling. He's bowling the right length for this pitch because the ball doesn't get to you, and the situation you're in, you're wary of playing the big shot. You know, that is the right ball for the moment.
Absolutely, and he keeps challenging defence, saying, "Go on then, if you want to drive me, have a go." 102 for 8.
Yeah. And another one, exactly the same, 3 in a row. None of them actually moving, which is why Wokes has coped okay. He's a big fella, is Kyle Mays. He got Dan Lawrence out, bowled, leaving it alone earlier in the piece. With one just came back in off the seam, an iota. I mean, it was always a brave leave, the old joke about there's only 2 types of leave. Well, that was the bad type. Bad and good, simple as that. But it's a cliche, so I won't dwell on it. England are 9 in front, just 9, 8 down, 9 for 8 effectively. Big man Mayers coming in now, a little wide of off stump. It's left alone. The ear stud or whatever he's got in his ear is caught by the sunlight and just flashes at us momentarily, and Wokes comes down to have a chat with Leach. End of that over, 102 for 8 on TalkSport 2. We've seen an amazing afternoon really on the back of a 100 by Joshua Da Silva that Jay Dernbach was just talking about, unbeaten 100 in 257 balls, and a splendidly emotional moment when he got there, a proud man indeed. And then 8 England wickets falling in a collapse that we've become so used to, it's difficult to make it sound different from the last one, which was only an innings ago. Lees made 31, which I think is what he made in the first innings actually. Bairstow 22. Other than that, well, not that that is something to shout from the rooftops about. Going to be Jaden Seals again.
Yeah, as you say, not a lot to shout about, but we find ourselves in the situation where we're relying on the ever-reliant Jack Leach with the bat once again. If we see some of his heroics from the first innings, from an England perspective, there might be something to bowl at, which is what we've got to claw onto from a positive standpoint. All these runs are vitally important. You've still got to go out and get them. And if you can get anywhere up near the 3-figure mark, which of course looks a long way away from now, but that's something you still got to have in the back of your mind with that positive approach to what's to come.
Can't be easy. Jaden Seals with figures of 1 for 23 replaces Alzari Joseph. Here he comes. And he too is going to bang it in, and it does bang in nicely and gloves the fending Jack Leach, but there's nobody in at short square point. And the consequence is he gets away with it. Excellent short ball, that.
Yeah, fantastic short ball, and I think this is a change of tack from the West Indies from the first innings, where Leach, of course, played so brilliantly. They tried to bowl full and straight at him, and he came back with his very simple technique, kept it out. I think this time they're saying, you know what, let's set the field, and we're going to just bowl bouncers at you. See how you go with that.
I don't know why there's a big delay here. Maybe it hit Leach's helmet, did it?
I think it did, because from the front it looked like it hit his gloves, didn't it? But from the back you could actually see the helmet move. So, and he's now taken the helmet off and he's got the gloves on, and here comes the team doctor. So definitely hit him in the head.
Oh no, hit him in the grill now, our producer said, which is I wouldn't have picked, I have to admit. So
yes, I think the grill pushed it into his face. Yeah, you can see now I think it's just gone into, the grill might have just hit him in the nose rather than the ball itself.
It's just killing a bit of time till 9:30.
Every little counts.
Tactics.
It's a bit of an anomaly, really, I think, in the playing regulation, isn't it, that overs don't have to be completed. Well, you get half an hour to complete your overs, an extra half an hour. Schedule closed 9 o'clock, but you can play till 9:30. But if the overs aren't completed by then, play ends. You get fined, but of course the spectator doesn't get the amount of cricket that he's expecting.
No, definitely. And there's no lights at this ground either, which is a bit of a shame when they redesigned this stadium, that they didn't put any lights in. Also, if he does need a concussion substitute, I don't think England has another batter who's as good as him to replace him in the side.
Oh, he's a cruel man, this Jared Kimber.
He's a perfect batter for this pitch, is all I'm saying.
I tell you something about Leach that is worth us hanging on to. The reason he's played well in the first innings and is hanging on in the second innings is that his technique's good. He has a simple method. He plays within massive limitations and plays well. There's a lesson in that.
There certainly is, but from a West Indies point of view and perspective, I guess what's great to see is as a bowling attack, they are changing tact in the second innings. They saw what didn't work clearly in the first innings with Jack Leach. Someone, as we say, has got a good technique, comes forward, good forward defensive shot. But they've decided to completely change tact, Matty Pryor, and come in with the short stuff.
Yeah, and rightly so. I mean, you can't stand there and watch number 11, number 10, just bat for a session. I think they probably, as a group, had a bit of a chat about it, and probably Phil Simmons, the coach, would have said, "Hey guys, next time this bloke walks out, let's put it up him a little bit, see how he goes with that."
You like your history, Mark? Are you going to read out that tweet before I did?
No, you
message from
go
Gary.
for it. I was going to raise another massive subject, actually, but I'll save it while you go with history.
Just a very quick one. Mayers is the 10th West Indian to have scored 200 in a test match and also taken a 5-wicket haul in a separate test match, which seems incredible. There's been 10 West Indians that have done that, but Frank Worrell, Dennis Atkinson, Basil Butcher, Gary Sobers, Jimmy Adams, Carl Hooper, Chris Gale, a couple of part-timers, Jason Holder, and Craig Brathwaite, of course, who took a 5 for one time. So there's a couple of part-timers.
That's the one for me, Brathwaite. What's that about?
I reckon he got 5 for against Pakistan and UAE or something.
Wow.
The moon ball.
I'll tell you what my next question is. It looks like Jack's okay. He's ready to go. His helmet's okay. He's tugging the gloves back on. He's got a big arm guard on. He's bespectacled, which they'd sell a bit at charity auction, those specs. Here's the big question of the moment. Will West Indies take the extra half hour? Oh, says Pryor.
100%.
100%. I'm with you. We're going to be here into the small hours. No, not quite. But anyway, that's another bouncer, and back goes Leach right across his stumps and fends it as if his very life depended upon it. Excellent to see Leach in line after that blow to the head and showing as much courage as we expect from him.
I'll pick up on that point, Mark. Courage, as though his life depended on it. A lot of the sayings or terms we probably could have done with a few of the other batters doing.
I think you may be right. 102 for 8. Jaden Seals, just 20 years of age. And again they bang it in, and Jack is back, and Point does the fielding. They've got the field dead right. Basically, they've surrounded him. And there's no escape if he gets it wrong. So, they're going to bowl certainly 4 of the 6, if not 5 of the 6, into the pitch, and then probably 1 up, hoping for the LBW. That would be they'll have to bowl it very full, given they're bowling over the wicket. If they come round the wicket, they can hit him in line, or rather pitch the ball. But the problem is that from over the wicket, they're likely to pitch it outside leg stump unless it's very full. Another bouncer, that one ill-directed and taken way outside off stump. It's a difficult thing to do. You take a tactic like this for granted. It takes a lot out of the bowler to get this right, ball after ball after ball.
Takes a lot out of a bowler on a pitch that's going through, okay, let alone a wicket like this where you're just getting nothing from it. Soft ball as well, 51, nearly 52 overs old. It's a fair effort, this, from the West Indies. The whole West Indian team, quite frankly. Bowlers in particular right now, and Seals.
Yeah, Seals running into Leach. Leach gets out of the way. He has switched to bowl round the wicket, which makes sense, I think, for two reasons. One, that LBW I was talking about. You've got a greater chance of getting him LBW if he hits him on the pads. And the other is you change the angle. The fend-off is ever so slightly different, isn't it? The angles are different.
Yeah, they are, and it's a different proposition for the batter, certainly, and the ball that angles down the leg side, it's easier to brush the glove off the batter. But picking up on your earlier point, when you've got a team 102 for 8 as a bowler coming in and being asked to do this job, you don't mind it so much. There's a lot to win.
That's clipped away nicely. They roar a little in the crowd because they saw it go in the air for a while, and it would have been a miracle catch from short leg. Actually, it was a pretty good shot from Leach, for which he got a single and is finally off the mark. End of the over. The lead is now 10, 103 for 8. A reminder that this is TalkSport 2, that we're also on YouTube. There's other ways to stay in touch with us. Of course, the TalkSport app. Just swipe left for TalkSport 2. We're on your smart speaker, the website, and also on, as I say, the YouTube channel, the TalkSport YouTube channel, where you can find us, and there's a ball-by-ball scorecard there as well. So lots of ways to stay with us. We hope you've enjoyed the coverage of the game. It's certainly been, it's had more to it perhaps than the Barbados match, though not greater play. You know, you think of the hundreds, well, the brilliant Stokes innings and Root, of course, just as two, and then Brathwaite, the ultimate defensive performance. More about batsmen than bowlers it was in Barbados. Here comes Kyle Mayers, who's been the man. Oh, I thought that might have been an inside edge. It beats Jack Leach on the inside edge. He came round the wicket and landed it in this perfect spot, and the wicketkeeper Josh De Silva fell away to his right side, tumbled, taking the ball, and I think we expected an appeal, but there wasn't one. It beat him. Good delivery.
Just looked like a hint of reverse swing there from Kyle Mayers. It's amazing and astonishing to think a man of, as we've discussed before, limited pace, but he seems to be getting the most drastic of movement out of all the bowlers and just keeps finding the right area to put it in.
And he comes again to Leach, and Leach drives him firmly and straight, and mid on Kemar Roach comes down around to do the fielding. It's the oddest thing about swing, isn't it? With a new ball, you have to bowl the right pace to swing it, and sometimes medium or medium fast is more likely to swing it than super fast. But reverse swing with an old ball, it's more likely to go if you bowl it quick, and it's certainly more dangerous if you bowl it quick.
Of course, absolutely, and we've seen many a great man do that before, but to say Kyle Mayers has got his tail up, making a talk.
Oh, well done. He kept that out just. It kept it a bit low, actually, but he was back and he watches the ball so closely. Maybe those glasses are triple magnifiers.
Kyle Mayers is in his 11th test. In his first 10 test matches, he took 13 wickets, so he's taken 7 so far. So 7 of his 20 wickets in his career are in this match. I do remind you, he was an opening bowler quite a few years ago before he became a batter.
Again, Leach is back, and he actually rather cockily looks to work this leg side for runs. He's starting to feel like a player now, but still on 1 from 18 balls. Works has 9 from 23. This is the 52nd over. Since the 35th over, England have had 25 scoring shots. 22 singles and 3 twos. Matt Brass' face is a picture of disbelief. It's just not how Matt played. Myers again, long half volley, and it's just prodded to mid-off by Leach, who of course is all about survival rather than runs, though survival is worthless without runs because the lead is only 10, but that's when I say the limitations of Leach. Jason Holder has come the whole way from the slip cordon to chat to Mayers, I should say. He's still, there's no doubt that since he gave up the captaincy, there's no sign of him absolving himself of responsibility. He understands that he's a senior player. He's a wonderful man, Jason Holder, and he keeps an eye on these kids that come into the side, even though he may no longer be captain of the side. It's a great credit to him. Mayers again. It's nice and straight, and so too is the bat of Jack Leach. So it's the end of that over, and the bails have come off. 103 for 8. So they're not claiming the final half an hour. Okay. Well, I suppose with 2 days of good weather, was all of a sudden, unexpectedly, play has ended on the second day. The over's nowhere near completed. The extra half hour that is available to the fielding captain is not taken. 83 and a half overs in the day, 168 runs, and 10 wickets have fallen. Only 2 of them West Indian. The West Indian players now, lots of handshakes and congratulations, and they're all directed at Mayers and at De Silva, who the two of them just met actually and had a handshake and a hug. Very much their day, and De Silva's above all for an excellent innings in every way. A really thoughtful performance. He's a 23-year-old, and Jade, I think you've already talked about the fact that he's going to have a bright future. We'll go into that in our podcast in a minute, which we'll get stuck into with Matt and Jade in just a short while. So the day ends with England on 103 for 8 after West Indies were finally bowled out for 204. That gave them a lead of 93, and you felt that England would have to play well, but you couldn't imagine they'd have played as badly as they have. Mayers is leading them from the field at the moment. They're wearing all bar one is wearing that famous maroon cap that so many great players before them have worn with such pride. I don't think we're picking you up, actually. I think you're talking into the ether and no one's hearing you, which is a shame. Just go on, Jade, have another crack now.
I was just saying that Joshua De Silva certainly done everybody proud with that maroon cap in his performance today. It's quite inspirational. We got a bit emotional here in the commentary box. There was, for sure. Even being an England fan, you couldn't help but be excited about that sort of innings. It was full of passion, full of desire, and he saw his way all the way through to be not out, 100 not out. First Test match 100. Very special day for the young man.